Okay, there's so many module. Okay, I'm hoping you're clicking the module. Okay, just click this one, click all the link. You should have this. So, sino pa wala? Kasi later on, there's an exam. May question tayo dito. And if you don't have this one, you won't get the course completion. So at the end of the course, once you pass the exam, you will get this certificate. Course completed on Cloud Practitioner. You can post this one in Facebook, in resume, and wherever you want. You can download the certificate. Plus, you will get our certificate after 5 days. This is only assessment certificate. So if you want to be certified, you have to take the examination. Okay? So you won't be able to get this kung wala kayo nito. So dapat meron na kayo nito. Okay? So this is our module. Napakadami. Oh my God. So babagalan ko. No? I will slow down. And if you have any question, you can just ask me. So we have about 11 modules. First one is intro to web services. Kung ano yung mga services ng AWS is like a spaghetti in a bowl. Talagang sanga-sanga siya. No? Napakadami. Hindi natin matatackle everything dahil ang ating topic today is only saan tayo? Dito tayo sa first level, which is foundational. Okay? Foundational or Cloud Practitioner Essential is the first step in certification of Amazon. Foundational meaning we're going to discuss theory of operation, definition of terms, how things operate, no? Ano yung mga parameters, na more on theory. Walang hands-on lab. But I will inject siguro mga isa or dalawa. Okay, dalawang hands-on just to get the look and feel, no? Look and feel nung portal. I'm hoping may portal na kayo. If wala pa, mag-subscribe na kayo ngayon. Hindi Azure. Portal dot AWS.Amazon. Okay? Lagi na kayo dyan. No? I'm hoping may account na kayo kasi send the email. Kung wala pa, gawa na kayo ngayon. Okay? Go to EC2. Explain ko yan. Ano ba yung EC2 na yan, sir? Okay? Don't worry. Napakadaming explanation dito. No? Less lab. Okay? Walang lab. Pero dadagdagan ko. No? Once you pass the Cloud Practitioner, you can start taking the training in associate level. Okay? Which is called AWS Solution Architect. So dito, puro hands-on lab tayo. So dito, meron kaming course din. I think it's about 18,000. Pero there's a minimum of 10 students. So as of now, mga nag-enroll, 5 lang. 5, 6. So we cannot continue. Okay? Kasi hindi worth teaching ng trainer, no? Sayang yung time niya. Okay? And then once you pass the associate level, you can level up to professional level. Actually dito pa lang, you can apply for a job na, no? Okay, so magkano salary ng solution architect? Ako, whenever I apply, I just go to sick.com.au, no, and just type solution architect. Ganun lang. Solution architect. Sydney, kasi nasa Sydney ako, diba? So all Sydney. Pero lahat naman ng job work from home. You don't have to be in the office. So you can apply in Melbourne, Perth, or Tasmania. No? Just to give you a rough idea, magkano sweldo ng solution architect. Okay, for AWS, just want to show you if this is worth taking. Okay, AWS architect. Yan. TPG is a telco here in Australia, pero located to sa Ortigas, no, yung tech support nila. Ito, yan. $190,000, no? Architect. Okay, so yan lang. They only need AWS. You don't have to pass MCSE, MCSA, CCA-A. Hindi mo kailangan. You don't need to know Citrix. You don't need to know Fortinet, cybersecurity. Focus ka lang sa AWS. Yun lang, ha? Yun lang. Pero sweldo, grabe, 190,000. Na? Magkano 190,000 a year? Times 36. 6 million, okay? Ngayon, is that real? Is that real salary? Ako, I'm getting, I'll show you yung salary ko. No, pakita ko lang. Just to inspire you, no? not to impress you. So I'm contracted in Greenlight. You can contact them if you wanna verify yung salary ko. Saan yung salary? Ayan, Greenlights. Tapos yung payslip ko. Okay, this is my payslip. So this is me, Christopher Buenaventura. Saan na yan? Okay. Contracting, 40 hours per week. So for the whole month, $16,000. Okay.
Sana all.
Oo, kaya nyo yan. Yan ang sinasabi ko. No? 16,000, kaya nyo to. Paano ko nakuha to? Start with the foundation. So times 36. 600,000 a month. No? Times 12 months, 7 million a year. Kaya nyo yan. Paano nyo magagawa tong 7 million a year? Napakasimple lang. No, explain ko later. So ako nag-start ako as student. Nag-student visa lang ako. Ang dami namang student visa dyan eh, di ba? So punta lang kayo sa Accentrex. Dyan lang. Actually, it's a mother company of Nexus. That's why I'm promoting this one. Dito ako. No, study, work, and live. So nag-aaral ako ng 4 years. Hinire ako ng company, ng Acer as an intern. Doon nag-start ang career ko. Okay? So chat nyo lang siya. Marami nang napadala to sa Australia. No? Ayan, isa na yan. Okay, student visa lang. And then, tsaga-tsaga muna kayo sa mga work. Okay? Usually, nurse nag-a-apply kasi they know the potential. Okay? So, malinaw na tayo kung bakit natin kailangan saan na yun? Mag AWS. Okay? Foundation muna tayo dahil hindi pa natin alam what this one is. Next, we're gonna discuss compute in the cloud. If you don't have an idea, it's okay. Global infra, the infrastructure of AWS, and how reliable AWS is. And then how do you connect things using networking? How do you store objects? Module 5. Number 1, primary concern in a company, especially where I work with government, is security. How will you secure the data at rest, data in transit, no? And data being used? No? Pag-usapan natin dito yan. 7, how do you monitor the performance of EC2? What is EC2? Later on, di-discuss ko. How much does it cost? Baka naman very expensive. How do you migrate from on-prem to cloud? Okay? Ito yung number 1 work ngayon. Puro kami migration. No? Kasi they believe na it's much cheaper ang cloud. Okay? But cost is not really, sometimes not important, no? If you sacrifice security. So there's a politics there. Cloud journey, okay? And how from your first day hearing the cloud and training AWS, no? What will be your journey? So ano yung target ninyo? 7 million a year, okay? Module 11, Cloud Practitioner Basics, and then mag-e-exam tayo. Okay, mag-e-exam tayo dito. Pag wala kayo nito, no, ako tapos na ako mag-exam. Pakita ko ha. Ayan, so kiklik nyo lang tong essentials. Magte-test tayo, 30 questions. I will give you the answer. Ako, I pass 83%. Passing is only 80%. Okay? One good thing about this, you can take it over and over. Unlimited. This is only assessment test, not certification. Pero one good thing about it, you get the certificate. Okay, yung kanina yung pinakita ko, ha? Okay, any question about the course? Okay, we also have a YouTube channel. If you want to hear the past lesson, just type Nexus IT Training. Dito, I'm using a different module, which is the old one. Okay, it's an old, like old as in 3 months ago. So hanapin nyo lang dito, subscribe dito, and go for AWS. So meron diyang AWS, na hanapin nyo na lang dyan. Nandiyan na siya. Okay, so we normally upload so student can look up. Let's say late kayo, absent, don't worry, that's okay. Okay, let's start with module 1. So learning objectives, we're gonna summarize AWS. then compare and contrast between cloud deployments and ano yung pay as you go. You can also watch the video at your own. Okay, pero English siya. Others are demanding for Tagalog explanation. So that's why you enroll in Nexus kasi may Tagalog conversion and real life scenario. Okay? So first of all, back in the old age, like COBOL programming, I guess someone did a client-server model wherein most client, like sa banko, let's say Banco de Oro, they log in sa mainframe. No, they type in the account number of the customer to look up for record. Let's say magkano ba yung deposit nito. Ano? So usually they connect to the server. Sometimes mainframe, and now they call it a server with server operating systems such as Windows, Linux. Server can be accessed using anything like browser, RDP, secure shell, command line interface, application program interface. Maraming way to connect to the server. Okay. The server usually has the application like Facebook, Google, Dropbox, SQL. Okay? So we need those services. So bakit natin kailangan mag-login? Because we need those services. Okay? Now, let's move sa cloud computing. It's totally different. Cloud is disparate, meaning you're not logging to a single server. You're connecting to the economies of scale, to the vast server which is deployed all over the world. If you log into, let's say, Facebook, normally you log in Hong Kong. If Hong Kong is not available, you'll be routed to the nearest POP center. Okay? So, hindi siya reliant sa iisang server like this cloud computing, like this client server. Okay? Back in the old age, isa lang. So what if this one is not available? Diba? What if the customer is in Africa? Pa-server mo nasa Ortigas, it'll be really, really slow. Okay? So that's the biggest advantage ng client-server model. Cloud computing is very flexible, no? And there are three types of deployment. Okay? Meron siyang private, no, which is on-prem, private. So when you say on-prem, the server is installed in your own rack. That rack is inside your own data center. That data center is owned or leased by your organization, meaning walang access yung ibang company. Okay? Hence, the term called private. Okay? Public naman is totally different. This can be accessed anywhere in the world, no, whether via VPN or via direct connect. And cloud-based, you can run all the application, which makes the application available to anybody. Okay? You can also migrate existing apps from on-prem to the cloud, and you can design and build new application in the cloud directly without programming from your desktop or from your server. On-prem, you do everything in your own data center, and you have your own IT infrastructure, which is very expensive to run. Okay? This one, you pay as you go. This one, you have to pay the operating system, the staff. No? Dito, you don't have to pay your staff. AWS will pay for it. No? Hybrid man is a combination of both. Okay? You can connect cloud-based resources to on-prem or in public. You can integrate cloud-based dun sa on-prem ninyo. No? Hence, you can maximize the use of your legacy application. Let's say, but kailangan natin hybrid, but hindi na lang purely cloud. No? The reason being hybrid, like me, I work in Australian Security Investment Commission. It's like Security Exchange Commission in Philippines, SEC, no, or SEC. There's a regulation in government that data cannot be exported outside Australia. So that means yung data namin should stay within Australia. If we avail the cloud, tapos yung cloud was in America, no, we're breaching the regulation. Okay, so hindi pwede yun. Number two, as per GDPR, we cannot provide information, kasi sensitive information, to the public. By migrating to the cloud, no, you are exposing the sensitive information such as username, password, and everything. No, so that's why we have to stay on-prem. Pero meron din kaming application like web server testing na under test stage na wala namang real information. So that's why we use cloud-based application. Okay? So most company, they opt sa hybrid. No? I haven't seen a company na purely cloud-based. No? I have migrated, I think, more than 30 organization in the past. Pero wala pang nakikitang 100% cloud-based. Talagang hybrid sila. So bakit naman kailangan mag-cloud? So these are the benefits. So consider why company might choose to take particular cloud computing approach when addressing business needs. No? So number one benefit is you can trade upfront expense for variable. So what do you mean by this one? If you're gonna have your on-prem, meron ditong capital expense. Like you have to purchase servers, routers, switches, VPNs, and probably million of dollars. No? So meron kang upfront na tinatawag. Sa cloud, variable. Ito yung pay as you go. Operating expense. Okay, sa exam, tandaan nyo. So give me one benefit of cloud. No capex, opex lang. No capital expense, operating expense. Okay? So you trade upfront, wala kang upfront. You don't have to pay physical servers. You don't have to invest. The only thing you need is variable expense, which means you only pay for whatever you use. Hence, you can save a lot of money. Malinaw ba? Malinaw. Any question about CAPEX, OPEX? Wala naman. Okay. You stop spending money to run and maintain data centers. Kami sa data center namin, when I was in IBM, 30 Active Directory specialists kami. Magkano sweldo ng Active Directory? As I've shown you kanina sa solution architect, di ba, $800 a day ako. Nung nasa AD ako, $500 towards supporting Westpac. And times 20 days. So IBM is paying $10,000 sa isang Active Directory specialist. Ilang kami? 30 kami. So ito yung OPEX nila, $300,000 a month. AD specialist pa lang yun ha. Meron pa kaming compliance team. Meron pa kaming business as usual team. Meron pa kaming Linux team na 5 lang. No, konti sa Linux. Pinaka-konting trabaho Linux. Windows pinakamadami. Kasi very stable ang Linux. Okay? So you stop paying 300,000. That's why they want to migrate sa cloud. Malinaw ba? Okay? Hindi mo babayaran yung mga nagma-manage ng infrastructure. Deducted. Okay? That's a lot of money saved. Next, you stop guessing capacity. Another benefit is with cloud computing, always forecasted. Papakita ko paano mag-forecast. Malalaman nyo magkano yung magiging gastos nyo for the next 12 months. Okay? So wala ang hula-hula system. Benefits from massive economies of scale. By using cloud, you can achieve lower variable cost plus minus 10%. Okay? Makakatipid ka. Let's say, ano ibig sabihin nito? So, ibig sabihin, let's say, like us, Sydney, we're paying, let's say, for servers, $95 a month. If you want a cheaper one, you can go to India, which you can get 60% discount. Okay? But if you want more reliable, you go to Houston. No? Mas cheaper pa rin yun, Houston, Texas. Kasi walang tax doon eh. So that's the reason why they call it, you can benefit from worldwide economies of scale. Lipat-lipat mo lang yung VM mo. Okay, let's say, yung network, yung direct connect mo, napakamahal for 1 gigabit connection. No? So you can benefit. Hanapin nyo lang yung pinakamurang direct connect subscription all over the world. No? So paano hanapin yun? Papakita ko mamaya. Another benefit is increased speed and agility. Napakadali. Napakadali. Kung gusto mo ng virtual machine na 100 megabit, mas cheaper. So you can downgrade. Or if you want a faster response time, since you are all in Philippines, ano yung fastest connectivity nearest location? It will be Hong Kong. Okay? So if you're gonna do a measurement, which one is the fastest, Hong Kong ba or Japan? No? Almost the same sila, kukonti lang. Pero which one is the nearest? Yun yung question. No? Nearest, that means you can get the fastest. Pero not necessarily to get the fastest. Sometimes the fastest is not stable. Okay? So speed sometimes not a good factor. No? You have to combine with agility. How flexible? No? Let's say Cebu Pacific, nagkaroon kayo ng piso sale. No? Migrate nyo to the one with the fastest and agile connectivity. Okay, like Hong Kong or Japan or Singapore. No? Next one is go global in minutes. You can spin up a VM in just less than 5 minutes. So that's my first project, demonstration. De-demo ko mamaya. 5 minutes, gawin natin. Mamaya, no? Gagawin ko dito yan. Gagawa na mag-spin up tayo ng instances. So susundan nyo ako, kiklik ko yung launch instance. Ha? Pa-follow nyo ako. So meron akong dalawang lab, no? Which you can follow. Okay? So ito yung benefits. Trade upfront cost. Anybody? What do you mean by this one? Amor? Yeah, go ahead, Amor. What do you mean by trade upfront? We cannot hear. We cannot hear. Ano ka? Anyway, si Elizar na lang. Naka-mute ka. Elizar de la Isla.
Hello?
Yes.
Yung trade upfront expense for variable expense, meaning yung, if example for a company, if kapag meron silang mga data na gustong i-store for yung large data nila, merong yung meron silang pwede silang gumamit ng capital nila and then mag-build up ng server nila mismo. So that one is capital expense. And the other one, which is the subscribe and then they let the data center, like for example, in your area, in Australia, na sila mismo yung mag-ooperate since they have all the tools needed via and then you will just use, or you will just pay for their operating expense.
Yes, tama. Thank you, Sir Elizar. So, yun ito lang. So, sa examination, we have to hit the right keyword kasi napakadaming keyword nito. Trade the front, no capex, opex only. Okay? Stop spending to run maintain, eliminate the stuff. Okay? Stop guessing, you can forecast. Benefit, you can migrate your VM to the cheapest choice. Speed agility, flexible. You can spin up VM, any resources within minutes. Yan lang, So tandaan nyo sa examinations yan. Don't worry, recorded to. So if you want more information, meron tayong definition of terms like this one. So what is access analyzer? It's a feature of IAM, blah, 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 blah. What is access key, blah, blah, blah. What is account activity or web page showing you cost. But not necessarily kasi ito nga tayo, cloud practitioner lang tayo. Okay, cloud practitioner. So you have to stick within our context lang. Okay, mag-exam na tayo. Ito yung test ng quiz. Test your knowledge of some key concept answering. What is cloud computing? Anybody? So this is an interactive para mag-gising tayo. Next one. Excellent answer kay Elizar kanina. So I'm gonna be asking Aaron. Sir Aaron, ano kayang sagot dito? Wala si Sir Aaron. Christine, Ma'am Christine.
Ayan. Hindi ako sure ha. It is on-demand delivery. Hindi, mali.
Actually, yeah, tama ka. That's the answer. I'll show you. Tama yan. On demand, ayan, correct. Congratulations! Palakpakan natin si Ma'am Amor. Amor ba yan? Aaron.
15.
Christine. Congratulations! Tama, no? This is how I take the examination. I do a process of elimination, no? Personal, share ko lang yung how I pass my exam, no? My experience. Process of elimination. Bakit nasagot ni Ma'am on demand? Kasi itong tatlong to vague. So I eliminate the vague question, vague answer. So is cloud question dito, ito, kumukuha ko ng keyword. So, tanong dito, Ano bang tanong dito? What is cloud computing? Is it backing up? Di ba parang subservice lang naman yan? Hindi lahat. Well, is it deploying apps? Hindi lang yon, marami pa. No? Kasi dito, connected to on-prem. Remember yung discussion? Meron siyang cloud. Meron siyang public, not only private. Meron din siyang hybrid. So missing, di ba? Vague. Is cloud computing running code without needing to manage or provision servers? Yeah, that's true. True. Partly true. But this is the most accurate answer. Okay? On-demand delivery of IT resources. When you say resources, it includes backing up, deploying apps, running code. You don't even need a server, which is Lambda, yung serverless, part of on-prem, and you can connect using mobile devices. These are all true, no? Pero ito yung subset lang to. It's not complete. This is the most accurate answer. So yan tips examination, the one with the most accurate answer. Number 1. Number 2, process of elimination. Okay? So dito sa Nexus, we teach how to pass exam. No, through our experience. Yung mga trainers, talagang sinasabi namin kung ano yung na-experience mo. No? Kasi hindi nyo lang binabayaran ng trainer dahil may GUI. Kasi ito, free lang to. Anyone can study this. Di ba? Bigay mo lang yung link. No? So that's not true. The real reason kung bakit nag-enroll kasi may trainer kayo na well-experienced who passed the examination who can explain this one thoroughly. Okay? Kasi ito, you can go blindly. You can go wrong answer. You can have misinterpretation. Okay? So bakit nag-enroll? All of the above the reason yung sinabi ko. Then dito sa answer na ito, napakaganda. Ito yung explanation. Okay? Ito yung explanation. Tama ako yung Lambda is serverless. Hindi mo na kailangan na server. You don't need to provision a server. Okay? So, sir, ano yung Lambda? Serverless. Ano yung serverless? Didiscuss ko yan sa module 2. Okay? But first, let's see if you understand the lesson. Napansin nyo yung lesson, maikse, pero focus sa exam? Because that's the only thing you need. Okay? Hindi ko na palalawakan. Okay? So next one, what is another name on-prem? Anybody? Diane.
Private cloud po.
Galing! Ang dali-dali. Private. Submit. Correct. Ay, congratulations! Woo! Palakpakan nyo na. Para magising tayo. Next. Joey, how does the scale of cloud help you to save cost? Paano ka daw makakatipid using cloud?
Let's see. Isa-isayin ko lang po. Pangalawa, the aggregated cloud usage from a large number of customers results in lower. One second. Let me lang po. How does the scale of cloud computing help you to save costs? Pwede rin 1, pwede rin 3.
Yeah. Tama yung ginawa ni sir, no? Iisa-isahin. Tama yan. Do not skip. Dapat isa-isahin. Tama yung ginagawa ni sir. Tapos dito, sir, pag radio button, which means isa lang. Pag square, multiple choice. So ito, this one, you have to choose. One lang.
Not sure, sir.
Sige. The nearest answer. I'll help you. Ganito, no? Keyword, sir. Keyword. Titingin yung keyword, save cost. Ano answer doon? Makakatipid. Ano yun?
Number 3, prevent excess.
Hindi, access yan eh. Paano makatipid, sir?
Makatipid, number 1, you don't have to invest.
Tama yun. Pero hindi yun ang answer.
Or pangalawa.
Pangalawa, sir. Remember yung discussion kanina? Pay as you go.
Okay.
So, process of elimination, let's say you do not have to invest in technology, resources. Tama yan, tama, pero hindi yan closest. Accessing service on demand ng cloud eh. No, to prevent excess or tama din to, you can quickly deploy apps, tama yan. Pero ito yung closest, aggregated, meaning lahat, no? Kasi ito, very specific lang sa isa eh. Aggregated cloud usage from large number of customers and pay as you go. Yun. So,
okay.
Laging ginagamit sa examination pay as you go. Tama yan, sir. Ayan. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
pay as you go. So bakit pay as you go? Kasi nga yung discussion natin kanina, pay as you go yung diniscuss ko eh. Tingnan nyo dito. If you're gonna scroll up. So mahilig siya gumamit ng term. So if you're gonna stick to that term, yun ang correct answer. Saan ba yung pay as you go? Yun na, nakita niya. Ayun. Okay? So, answer doon, benefit from massive economies of scale, pay as you go price. Okay? Ayun, lower, save cost. Nakita niyo? So, the way person view, ask question, is by searching for the keyword save cost, lower the cost, meaning pay as you go. Okay? So, sa tip na yan, guaranteed papasa kayo, no? So, yung mga hindi pumapasa, syempre, hindi nagre-review, no? So, pasadahan yung 2 beses to. Guaranteed pasado kayo. Okay, thank you, sir. That's the correct answer na. Ay, tama ba? Ay, hindi ko nalimutan ko. Okay lang magkamali kasi life is all about mistake. If you don't make mistake, no? You don't make mistake. Others learn from mistake. Mistake is a good teacher. Okay? Ako nag-trade ako. 1 million nawala ako eh. Nag-crypto ako. Boys na crypto na yan. Mistake ko. It's the greatest lesson for me. Hindi na ako mag-BTC. Sabi ko, kailan taas BTC? 2024 pa daw. Kainis yan. Nawala tuloy. Pero hindi ko winidraw pera ko. Kasi paper loss lang yan, di ba? Oh, yan. Sa mga nag-BTC. Okay, next one. Stick muna tayo dito. What is EC2? EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud. C2, Elastic. Tawagin na lang natin virtual machine. Kasi virtual machine lang yan. Pinaganda lang. Okay? EC2 provides secure, resizable compute in the cloud Amazon. Secure because it's encrypted, resizable, you can scale, you can downgrade, you can upgrade, you can upscale, scale in, scale out. No? Compute, when you say compute, composed of CPU and RAM only. Okay? CPU and RAM only, not storage, no networking. Imagine you're responsible for architecture of your company. Remember, ang target niya solution architect, tama? With traditional on-prem, you have to do the following. Ito yung conventional na client server. Kailangan bilhin ng server. Magkano yung Dell XC640? Yung hyperconverge, 1 million. Sabihin na lang natin, 200,000. Then you have to wait for delivery. When I order for Dell computer, it will take 30 days dahil yung Dell na yan, galing pa ngayon China. Okay, di-deliver, dadaan ng custom clearance, another 5 days, di-deliver sa inyo ng Aboitiz, napakatagal. Plus, you have to install the operating system, irarak nyo muna yan, tatawag kayong data center engineer para pakirak nga nito. Pero hindi ganun ka-easy, you have to raise a ticket, no? Through a change process. No? Tapos irarak nila yan, after 10 days, i-install mo yung configuration, lalagyan mo ng operating system, kukonfigure mo, lagyan na ako, minimum 60 days. Diba? Yun ang reality niyan eh. No, reality niyan. Compare natin sa cloud. EC2, you can launch EC2 within minutes. So pupunta lang kayo dito. Okay? Tatype nyo lang EC2. Napakadali. EC2. Paano mag-login? Sige, login nga uli ako. Portal, mag-login na kayo. Sinabi ko dati mag-subscribe na kayo dito. Portal. This is the Blades services, tawag nila dito, all services. Then this is recently access. You will see EC2. If you're gonna go all services, you have to find pa dito yung EC2. Sa sobrang dami, ang hirap hanapin. So that's why type nyo na lang EC2. Remember, AWS is a spaghetti in a bowl, meaning sanga-sanga, napakadami. So to provision a server, just go to instances, launch instance, no? Tapos tawagin nyo web server 1, ganun lang. Then you have to select what operating system you would like to do. Ako gusto ko Amazon Linux, okay? I'm gonna select yung free tier, yung libre. Ayoko magbayad. Ano yung libre? 1 CPU, 1 gig RAM, which is enough. Then launch instance. Ganun lang, within 2 minutes, tapos ka na. Okay? You can stop using it if you have finished working. So delete mo lang siya, terminate. Okay? You only pay for the compute time. So which means meron tong may cost to. Yung hindi free may cost. No, magkano? Siguro mga $15 a month lang. No? So you can stop the instance. So wala ka nang babayaran. Okay? You can save cost by paying only server capacity. By default, 8 gig yung binibigay sa free tier. Ayan, no? 8 gig. Okay? So you only pay for that. No? So how EC2 works? So you click the launch button. Nakita niyo, dinemo ko. Connect using SSH. Connect. Ko-connect tayo dyan. No? Let's say pinili ko Linux. Free tier. You have to have a key pair. Okay? Saan ba ako? Naka North Virginia ako. So you have to select North Virginia key pair. So gagawa ka ng key pair for the first time. So create new key pair. Let's say North Virgin. Ano ba ngayon? Yan. Now, what is key pair? Key pair is a hash key, an RSA hash key, which key can use to connect securely to remote session. Create key pair. Okay, nag-create ka na ng key pair. And then, explain ko yan later. Ang ibig lang sabihin dito, allow any. Meaning, anywhere in the world. Explain ko yan mamaya. Huh? And then, 8 gig. If you want 20 gig, you can do so. But there will be additional cost. Okay? Then, launch instance kagad. So, it's creating an instance right away. Okay? Sabi dito, successfully initiated instance. So, this is your instance ID. If you want to check what happened, everything succeeded. And then, I hope you're following me. View all instance, makikita nyo dito pending because it's still provisioning. Provisioning meaning it's creating. And it's creating in America, US East 1. So 1A is the data center site. Okay, refresh. Pending pa rin. Running na. O, di ba wala pa nga 1 minute eh. So how do you connect? So just go to the web server. Connect using SSH. So you only need to know the IP address. So this is the private, no? Private. You need to wait until the public has been published. Yeah, they're allocating you for a public IP, and by within a few minutes lalabas yan. Nakita niyo initializing. So hindi pa tapos, no? Hindi pa tapos. Okay, initializing. Nakita niyo gaano kabilis? Then you can connect using SSH. Okay, then start using it right away. Napakabilis. Ganun lang, ano? Launch, connect, use. Launch, SSH, use. Launch, RDP, use. Tapos na. So, ang bilis naman. They made it easier. So, what is instance? Ito na, isa-isay na natin. EC2 instance type are optimized for different tasks, depending on your purpose. If it is a SQL server, you need more powerful instance. If it's just a web server, no, you don't need that huge instance. Ganun lang kasimple. To consider the specific needs of your workloads, this might include the requirement like how many CPU do you need? How much RAM do you need? How big capacity do you need? No? So to learn about the capacity instance in memory, meron siyang 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instances. GP, the one I selected kanina, normally used for apps like web servers. Normally used for gaming. Normally used for backend servers, for enterprise applications such as SQL database, no, CRM, and so on. Probably less than 100 customers or less than 100 connections. Okay, so in general purpose for low usage. Next is the general compute optimize. Ideally, compute inbound apps benefit from high performance processor. So if you're gonna compare between Intel Xeon and other Intel desktops such as Core i7, they will give you an Intel CPU processor. Makikita nyo yan, no? So, until Xeon can deliver 5 GT of workload per second, no? Compared to general purpose, they usually have 2 GT. Ito yung multi-threading and number of threads they can run within seconds. You can use compute optimize for workloads such as high-end web servers, application, and gaming servers. However, the difference is compute optimized are ideal for high performance. So anong difference ng dalawa? High performance, low performance. High performance, low performance. Okay? Sa memory optimized naman, designed to deliver fast performance for large data set such as SQL, no? Data retrieval. Computing memory is temporary storage. That's why you want a bigger RAM. Instead of using general purpose, they're using swap. When you say swap, ito yung amount of storage which is allocated temporarily to do the processing, no? Or caching. Since hindi enough ang RAM dito, the data will be written dun sa hard drive, which is very slow. Compare dito, data will be cached directly to the memory. That's why it's more faster. Okay? Bakit faster? Because the processing is happening directly to the RAM. Okay? This preloading process gives CPU direct access to the memory agad. Suppose they have a workload that requires large amount of data, no, which runs SQLs, no, for example, that database will be processed directly in RAM to optimize the instances. Okay? Accelerated instances, normally they use hardware accelerators or coprocessors to perform some function more efficiently than is possible in software running CPU. So if you're gonna ask you a question, which one is fastest? Fastest, which one is faster? GPU or CPU? Mind you, the hash processing used by Bitcoin are GPUs, di ba? Di ba? Not CPU. Bakit kailangan bumili ng mga video cards para lang i-process yung mga hashing? Kasi mas mabilis encrypt ang GPU compare CPU. So that's why may tumatawag. So GPU is much faster. That's why if you require more processing power, no, such as accelerated computing instance, no, for workload, you can allocate to graphical processing unit, no, such as yung mga NVIDIA, no, yung mga video cards, high-end video cards. Storage naman are designed for workloads that require high sequential read and write. Normally, if you buy hard drive, normally they only have 7,200 revolution per minute. No? Mabilis ba yun? Well, it's faster than 5,400 RPM. Siyempre, obviously, no? 5.4 is the normal speed of your hard drive in laptop and computer. What we're talking about dito are enterprise grades such as serial attached SCSI, which a minimum speed of 10,000 revolution per minute. No? Pero may mas mabilis pa dyan, 15,000 revolution per minute. Okay, plus naka-RAID sila, let's say times 3, no, times 3. So you can access the 3 simultaneously, hence achieving 45,000 revolution per minute of read and write access. Okay. Pero may mas mabilis pa dyan. No? Yung solid state, you can read and write 540 megabit per second. So solid state. Okay? Pero may mas mabilis pa rin dyan. Yung 2 gigabit per second na NVMe. So depending on your needs, whether HDD, SSD, or NVMe, storage optimized is the best option. Okay? Recap. Para sa general purpose, low-end, web app, SQL. Compute, high-end, web app, SQL, and some other application. Memories for database, for quick caching and paging. Accelerated, normally use GPU instead of CPU. Storage is a choice between HDD, SSD, NVMe capacity, which you can get up to 1 petabyte of data if you're gonna avail Snowmobile. Okay? So yung mga keyword, tandaan yan. Instance type. Okay, knowledge check tayo. Knowledge check. Let's see if we learn something. Match each description to EC2. Balance, compute, memory, and networking. Joey. Ano yan? Sorry. So dito, compute, high performance, data warehousing, high performance processor, Very obviously, ano to, di ba? Okay, anybody?
General.
More. Sorry.
Say balance, general.
General.
Ayan. Diane? Joey? Ayun yung message. John? Andrew?
Suitable for data warehousing application is storage optimized.
KitKat? Ideal high performance database.
Compute.
Ideal for high performance database. Ito na.
Memory.
Sorry, ano yung answer niyo?
Ideal for high performance database, memory optimized, offers high performance processor, compute optimized.
Naka-mute ata ako, Yusuf.
Ay, nakamute nga ako. Sorry. I was talking. Thank you. So, let me know kung nakamute ako. So, tama to. When you say data warehousing, you require a huge storage. Tama? Balance compute, yung low end. No? General. Pero pag high performance, compute optimized na. High performance dataset, ito siya. High performance database memory. High performance CPU, compute. Tandaan nyo, CPU is processor. Memory, databases. No? Okay? Ulitin natin. High performance processor, CPU, di ba? Low end, general purpose. Data warehousing, storage yan. High performance database. Pag sinabing database, they require high paging, high caching. So memory. Na? Yan. Mape-perfect nyo yan. Congratulations. Okay. Next, EC2 pricing. Ito na, no? Yung pricing. So EC2 pricing, you pay only for the compute time. So pay as you go. No? Amazon EC2 offers variety of pricing option. Talagang paiba-iba impression nila. For example, you can use withstand interruption. If your application requires withstand interruption, you can save in spot instance. Spot instance like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You can also save by committing early and locking in a minimum level of use. Reserve instance. Okay? Reserve instance is months, 12 months, mga ganun. So to learn more about EC2 pricing, so meron silang on-demand. Ito yung gusto ko now na, pero I only need for a few days. So on-demand are ideal for short-term, irregular workloads. No? So if you have demonstration on how application works, like a proof of concept, gusto nyo pakita yung apps nyo is running, for 2 hours, go for on-demand. Okay? Because this one does not require upfront. And minimum contracts apply. You don't have to sign in for a 2-year contract. The instance run continuously until you terminate. Hence, you only pay for the hours. Okay? So dito, question, sir, paano kung may 30 minutes na butal? It will be calculated per minute. Okay? How about 59 seconds? It will be calculated for 60 seconds. Okay? Sample uses cases of on-demand includes developing, testing apps, no? Yun nga, proof of concept, running apps that have unpredictable usage pattern. On-demand are not recommended for heavy workloads that you require to be up and running for 1 year or more. Okay? EC2 savings, ito yung 1 to 3 year term. You can save a lot by 66%. Okay? On-demand, 1 to 3 year, savings pala, 1 to 3 year term, sa signing kayo sa contract, then you have to pay straight away. Pero, you can have 66% discount. Okay? Reserve instance are a billing discount applied for on-demand, let's say 1 year. You can shut down the VM, turn on the VM, shut down the VM, turn on the VM, no? Or up and running 24/7. That's why reserve, okay? But more expensive. Spot instance, you can get the up to a maximum savings of 90. So ano itong savings? 66 lang to. This one is 1 to 3 years. Spot instance are ideal for workload with flexible start and end times. Let's say 9 a.m. then shut down at 9 p.m. Let's say, for example, you have a background processing job that can start and stop as needed, such as cycling. Yung sa bangko, may tawag sa kanila cycling. No? Magsa-cycle na yan from starting 5 p.m. then mag-i-stop na yan at 6 p.m. Tapos na, sir, cycling namin. No? Meaning na-process na nila yung transaction for the day. So up and running mo lang, 5, 6. Hence, you can save a lot of money. Okay, and the most expensive one is a dedicated host, which is a physical server. Talagang bibigyan kayo ng 1U, let's say 8 CPU, 1 terabyte of RAM, physical. You can access using control panel. You can use existing per socket, no? Per core, or per VM software license. So you have to select between the three. Kung gusto nyo lang per socket, you will be given 8 core. No? So babayaran nyo dun per socket. Kung gusto niyo lang 2 core, yung 2 cores lang babayaran niyo. Or how many VM you can run in a dedicated host. Let's say 100 VM lang. You can purchase on demand, no, on the fly. Let's say gusto mo lang 24 hours. Or dedicated for the rest of month. No? All EC2 option that were covered, dedicated hosts are the most expensive because you are renting the hardware. Okay. Okay. On demand, you can use this one less than 24 hours, but the most it's a bit expensive. EC2 1 to 3 years, 66% discount. Reserve 90% savings. Sorry, ito pala spot instance as in now na, but you can get 90% savings. No? Reserve instance naman, you can reserve up to 3 years. No? Ito 1 to 3 years. Dedicated, you'll be given per core, per socket, or per VM. Okay? Let's check. So what is EC2 savings plan? Ito yan. So 1 to 3 years of savings and 66%. No? Yan, tama. 1 to 3 year term, and you can get cost up to 72% on demand. Spot instance, again, what is spot instance? Ito yung 90% savings on demand. 90%. So yung keyword, 1 to 3 year, 90%. 1 to 3 year term, contract, sa-sign kayo sa contract, ito, you can save up to 90%. Okay? So dito sa instance ko, let's say if I launch an instance, you will be asked, let's say web server 2. You will be asked instance type. Ayan. Okay. Compare. Okay, these are instance type. Ayan. Per hour siya. Nakita mo? Per hour. Instance type. Ayan. Free. T2. So it's T2 medium, T2 large. Let's say I selected T2 large. So which one do you want? The one with 8 CPU or CPU with 32 gig RAM? That will cost you 37 cents per hour. Okay, so these are the instances. Scaling. Scalability involves beginning with only resources you need. and designing your architecture to auto-respond to changing demand by scaling out. Okay? Scale out, meaning it will multiply. Scale back in, it will deduct VM. As a result, you pay only for the number of hours used. You don't have to worry about lack of computing capacity to meet your customer needs. If you wanted scaling process to happen automatically, you need to enable auto scaling option. So what is auto scaling? Auto scaling, let's say for example, Cebu Pacific customer ninyo, tapos nag-publish siya ng, meron tayong sale starting August 14, kunwari, which is Wednesday. Okay? Or nag-start ka ng Sunday, mag-e-end ang sale Wednesday. You can predict the number of users or passenger per day. Siguro Sunday, first time nakita niyo, uy, may piso sale. So bibili na yan dito. Monday, dadami ng dadami, no? Tapos, since last day, panic mode mga passenger, dito sila magbubook. So dito, mag-i-scale up ang ating EC2. You can set from 2 to 4, meaning if he reached 50% threshold of CPU utilization, it will provision additional up to a maximum of 4 servers. Dadami na yan. Okay? Tapos pag natapos na yung sale, ay tapos na yung sale. Then, madidetect ng AWS na 50% CPU utilization, mag-i-scale in na siya. Meaning, siya-shutdown na niya yung mga VM. Tapos kumonti na yung mga passengers, siya-shutdown yung dalawang VM, isa na lang natitira. Okay? Scale out, scale in. Scale out as the demand rises, and scale back in if the CPU utilization threshold is not met. No? So, ganun lang siya. EC2 Auto Scales enable you to auto-add or auto-remove EC2 instance. So, automatic na yan. You don't have to do anything. When I was working with Qantas, isang customer ng IBM, alam mo ginagawa namin? Pag sale, 2 days before, nagpo-provision kami ng server, meaning nagbi-build kami ng physical server. The fastest we can build is 2 hours. Kasi nga, installation sa physical, 30 minutes na operating system, di ba? Installation of driver, 30 minutes. Installation of SQL server ng DBA, 30 minutes. Installation of application, 30 minutes. Doon pa lang, ubos na yung oras mo eh. Plus, before they add this one to the pool, dadaan to sa QA tester. Yung QA tester namin, merong Mercury load runner. Kailangan i-run nila within 1 hour. Kung ilang capacity kailangan i-accept. O, di ba ang tagal? No, another reason why customer prefer AWS kasi dito, all you need to do is napaka-simple. Just select highly scalable service, no? So dito meron akong instances. So paano ginagawa 'yon? Syempre hindi ko gagawin ngayon kasi foundation lang tayo. If you want to perform auto scaling group sa solution architect ko ginagawa yan. Ito yan. Auto scaling, no? Napaka-simpleng term. We will start with 1 VM, pero you can scale out. Let's say you define up to 4 as needed. Let's say first day of the sale, second day of the sale. Ito, last day of sale, syempre maraming customer. Okay? And highly available, just in case this one is giving you HTTP error not found error. Normally nangyayari yan eh. Kasi maximum maximum HTTP connection usually 1,000 eh. Now, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So within 4 EC2, 4,000 HTTP request. Eh pag nag-sale ng Cebu Pack, ilang request yun? 100,000. Is this enough? Not even enough to eh. You need more than 10. No? And it has to happen so fast dahil isang HTTP request, meaning one customer. Okay? How do you configure this? You start with a launch configuration, create launch configuration. You have to define which Amazon mas an image, no? Tapos yung scale set, napakadami. No? So hindi ko yung gagawin dahil 1 hour lab yan. 1 hour lab. Malinaw bang scale out? Any question about scaling?
Sir, DDoS protected naman siya, no?
Sorry, ano yan?
DDoS protected kasi sabi nyo nga per HTTPS, paano pag may DDoS attack something ganun?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about DDoS when it comes to security. No? Oh yeah, you can avail, but at additional cost. Good question, no? Question again. Okay, auto scaling in the cloud computing power is a programmatic resource, so you can take more flexible approach in scaling by adding auto scaling service to the new instances. No? Suppose that you're preparing to launch EC2, no? Sa auto scaling group, yung pinakita ko sa baba, there is the option, no? Initially, you set 1, no? Pero desired 2. When the threshold has been reached, it will scale out as needed. Okay? Ganun lang siya. Next question is, how do you balance the load? Sir, paano to? Dito ba, let's say 100 HTTP requests, 100 passengers. 50-50 dito eh. So, paano to? No? So, paano mo ilo-load? No? Paano ibibigay yung 25% dito and yung dito remain 25 to create 100% load balance? No? Because a healthy scaling group should be balanced. So, what do you mean by balance? So balance meaning it's distributed to all resources equally. Okay, so we're going to be using the service of elastic load balancing. ELB is a service which auto distributes incoming application, incoming request, and incoming connection. Hindi lang sa apps, no? It can balance traffic. Tawagin na lang nating traffic to multiple resources such as multiple EC2, multiple RDP connection, multiple SSH. Such as one example is EC2. Ang load balancer is simply pointing of a contract for all traffic to the scaling group. So kailangan meron kang scaling group. This means when you add EC2 to the scaling group, it will balance. Na? Then the request will be spread across multiple resources. So paano nangyayari yun? Ito, let's say dalawa yung passengers na magbubook sa Bupak. First request will be sent to the first EC2 instance. Second passenger, second. Third, fourth, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You get the point. Balance equally. So meron ditong service which is ELB. ELB will be the one to distribute. Madali intindihan, di ba? It's very easy. So that's how it works. Any question about ELB? Ano naman yung more than 2 CPU? It's very simple. Ganun din. First will be using, ito transfer sa first EC2 instance. Second EC2. Third, fourth, paano to? Fifth. In a scenario where the number is odd, no, hindi yan talaga mababalance. Kasi odd number. CPU mo even number, di ba? So ganun lang yun. 6 customers, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, which gives you a better performance in your environment and better performance for your customers. Okay? So at the end of the day, the number of customers increases. For example, the coffee shop opens more register to accommodate all requests. Dahil each request are money. Pera yan sa customer. Let's say nagbabayad siya using credit card. Is paying, let's say, 5,000 pesos going to Boracay. Magkano yan? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25,000. Gusto mong bigyan ng talagang optimized CPU. Why? Kasi nga, to quickly process the credit card transaction, to securely process the credit card payment. Kasi money yan para sa Cebu Pacific. Okay? They are very important. Ito yung nagbabayad sa inyo. No? Itong mga customer na to, ito yung nagbabayad ng pan-dinner nyo. Pambayad sa Jollibee, pambayad sa McDonald's, no? Pambayad kung saan-saan. Ito yung customer nyo. That's why we have to give them, no, a highly reliable, highly scalable EC2 instances. Okay, malinaw ba yan? Lesson 11, message and queuing. So ito yung question na, how can you give the customer a highly reliable service? Reliable ang ibig sabihin, may acknowledgement, ganito, no? Let's say nasa date kayo, pumunta kayo Shangri-La, no? Kumain kayo dun sa CPK, California Pizza Kitchen. So nakaupo ka dun, lalaki na. Nakaupo ka dun, nag-aantay ka na ng isang oras. Di mo alam kung darating yung kadate mo, di ba? Ano feeling mo? pag hindi pa dumarating. Kasi yung ka-date mo, June delay yun. Isang oras na hindi pa dumarating. Ano feeling mo? Oh, KitKat. KitKat. Di ba you feel frustrated? Hindi man lang nag-text. Di ba? Di ba? So, ano ba yun? Kausap ko. Isang oras na ako dito. No? Walang acknowledgement. No? Parang TCP. TCP is more reliable because may acknowledgement. Sabihin niya, OTW, on the way na ako. Di ba? Mas maganda yung ganun. Kasi na may unreliable, yung UDP connection. Unreliable, walang acknowledgement. Antay ka ng antay sa Shangri-La na isang oras na wala pa yung kadate mo. Di ba? So, ano pipiliin nyo? TCP, UDP? Anybody? Ernest? TCP reliable, UDP unreliable. Siyempre, reliable. So how do you make a highly reliable, optimized EC2? You need to configure messaging and queuing. Kailangan may acknowledgement using messaging. Okay? So that's the essence why you need messaging. Okay, so ano yung messaging? Apps are made of multiple components. Napakadaming component yan. No? Reservation, booking, customer information, payment gateway, napakadami acknowledgement. How will you feel na nagbayad ka ng 10,000 pesos without giving you a receipt? Eh, diba sasabihin nyo, scam to, scam. Tama ka, sir. Scam to, scam. Scam. So that's why you need messaging. Itong messaging na to is the one sending a lot of things, a lot of things. It will send acknowledgement. It will transmit payment receipt. It will fulfill request. No? It will give you a thank you and welcome to the club messages. No? So this is very important. To help maintain apps availability when your single component fail, you can design application through microservices. Ito naman yung API. Let's say, for example, API. Ito na may communication between you and the payment gateway. So magsisend ka ng credit card number going to the payment gateway through XML. Pero encrypted to, don't worry. Yung XML, how will the payment gateway acknowledge? Mag-acknowledge siya, sabihin, credit card fulfilled. Ganun, no? Tapos ipapasa sa other component to give you the ticket. Okay? So there's so many components in the application. In microservices, apps components are loosely coupled. In this case, if single component failed, the other components continue to work. Okay, gagawa pa rin yan. Because they are communicating with each other, using messaging. So nag-uusap yan. No, nagsisend ng CSV, XML component. The loose couple prevents the entire apps from failing. So even if you miss this one, the data can be sent directly to component 3. When designing apps, you take microservices approach. With services and component, it fulfills different functions. Two services facilitate application integration, such as SNS, sending you message, and SQS. Theirs are totally different. SQS is for application. SNS is for sending acknowledgements such as messages. Okay? So ano SNS? SNS used to publish subscribe service. Using SNS topic, a publisher publishes message to subscribers. This is similar to the coffee shop. The cashier provides coffee order, who makes the drink. In Amazon, SNS can be a web server, email address, or Lambda function in several other options. Okay? SQS is totally different. It's a queuing. No? You can send store, for example, lang to, receive message between software components without losing messages. Ito yung application-to-application communication. Okay? SNS is direct to the service communication. Other services, SQS, an application sends messages to the queue. A user or service receive message, process, and once fulfilled, delete the queue. Hence, you have fulfilled the service. Okay? So, kailangan tapusin niya yon, yung queue na yon. No? Hence, this is some sort of validation. Now, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. It won't move to number 4 steps unless you fulfilled the second request. So hence you have to go in sequence 1, 2, 3, 4. No, kaya tinawag siyang queuing. Okay? How to use queuing? Well, meron akong demo sa Solution Architect. Type mo lang SNS. Napakasimple lang nito. Actually, it's only 10 steps. It will give you deliver highly durable, highly resilient message. Okay? It can also send logs, what's really happening in the background. Okay? Ato, question tayo. Which service is the best choice for publishing message? Publishing message. Uy, 80 na tayo. Sino ba? Leo, ano kaya sagot dito?
Sorry, I was late. So
That's okay, sir. Sherry May.
I think it's Amazon Simple Notification Service.
Let's see.
SNS.
SNS. Correct, no? Publishing message to subscriber. Okay, bakit hindi SQS? Kasi SQS, it does not use the subscription. Okay? Subscription SNS. Hindi naman is scaling. Ito yung scale out scaling, di ba? Hindi naman load balancing. So napakadaling sagot. Okay, so tingin ko lahat kayo papasa dito eh. No? Okay, let's move to additional service. Compute. When we say compute, it involves CPU and RAM. No? Serverless, maraming compute service. Serverless computing earlier in this module about EC2, sana ba tayo? Sa 2 pa rin tayo. No? Daming topic, no? A service which lets you run virtual servers in the cloud. If you have application that you want to run EC2, you must do. Kailangan meron kang server. Okay? Then you have to upload your code like HTML and manage the instance. No? So meron tayong serverless. When you say serverless, that means that your code runs on a server. But you do not need to provision or manage these servers. So hindi nyo na manage. With serverless, you can focus more on your codes, maintaining the codes. No? Instead of maintaining the server, no, you don't manage the server. Let's say meron kang 100 servers doing scale in, scale out. You don't have to worry about the server dahil these servers are managed by AWS. Okay? Hence the term called serverless. May isang server, pero not more than 1, not more than 2, not more than 3. Ganun. Another benefit of serverless is flexibility to scale. Okay? Yung Lambda na yan, one example of serverless Lambda. You don't have to configure scalable. Once you select scale, it will scale out for you. Malinaw na yung term na scale, ha? Kung na-miss nyo yung scale, nako, mahirapan kayo. Pag sinabi serverless, it can adjust the application capacity. Yung nga yung analogy ko kanina. Pag, let's say, piso share ng Cebu Pack, no? 1,000 requests, no? It will be balanced among instances. So another compute service, maraming compute service, hindi lang Lambda. Lambda is one of the compute service which is serverless. Lambda is a service which let you run code without needing to create a server. Hindi nyo kailangan mag-create ng server. No, remember kanina, nag-create ako ng server. Saan ba yan? Diba? Okay, so kanina nag-create ako ng server, nag-create ako ng instance, hindi na. So if you go to serverless such as Lambda, no, makikita nyo dito. Yan, dami, no? Type nyo lang Lambda. Mahirap hanapin ang mga server. So that's why you have to type run code without a server. You don't have to manage the server. So dito sa Lambda, serverless, you create a web app straight away. You create function. No, dito na-create na ako ng function. It's called web app. So you only need the code. So that's why you manage the code only. So dito may code to. And then you can straight away access this code. No, pwede mong i-access kaagad to. Okay, so whether the code was created using .NET, no, mamimili ka ng runtime shell. Whether it was created in Java, Python, Ruby on Rails, or Go. Now you just select the runtime, meaning yung interpreter. Okay, that's all you need. Okay, any question about Lambda? So how Lambda works? You have to upload the code, no? Upload mo lang yung code dito. set the code trigger from event. Let's say yung function mo is meron kang payment, no? Gusto mo magbayad ng ticket, no? So meron kang code written in .NET. So select the .NET interpreter, raran niya yung code. Okay? Code will run only when triggered. Let's say may payment, may payment, magbabayad yung customer. Kaching, so yun ang charging niya, 0.00 something cents. Doon mo lang siya babayaran. Okay? Ulit. You don't need to provision server, hence you don't need a system admin. You just go here, Lambda. No? Tuloy yung ginawa ko. Just go Lambda. Okay, Lambda. And then the application was made in Java. Create function. Let's say payment gateway. Java naka-program. Select Java interpreter. Okay? Create function. Ganun lang. Kalakabilis, no? When someone is paying, that's the only time it will trigger and then run the code using Java. And then you only pay 0.001 seconds. A minute. Ganun lang, no? Napakasimple. That's how Lambda. Any question about Lambda? Next is containers. Containers provide you with a standard way to package your application's code and dependency into a single object. You can also use containers for process, workflows, in which there are essential requirements such as security, reliability, scalability. So yung tatlong yan, laging magkakapatid yan. No? If you want to enable distributed denial service, just enable. If you want to enable reliability, you enable scalability, no? And high availability. No? So containers, you can enable those features in containers. So what is container? Ano ba yung container na yan? Ito muna, simpleng analogy of container. So bakit kailangan yun ng container? What is containerization? No, container. So let's make a comparison. Container. Unang-una, client. Nung unang panahon, client server. Di ba? Yung client ko-connect sa single server na pag if this one failed, wala na, failed na lahat. And then nagkaroon ng virtualization. Virtualization such as VMware or Hyper-V, daming virtualization. Citrix, di ba? Ang dami. Ang problem sa virtualization, one OS, let's say Windows, costs $1,000. One SQL apps. Or kung nga, one web server. Kasi ayaw nila mag-run ng ibang customer. Ayaw nila yung shared service. Paano kung 10 yung customer mo? Magkano to? $10,000, di ba? Kasi you need to purchase 10 OS. Diba? Diba? So, very expensive. Container, one OS lang per container. If your application is Java, so install mo ito ng Linux. Sabihin natin Linux is, Red Hat Linux is $1,000 din. Hindi yan free. Akala nyo free. Well, may maraming free. No? Okay? So, one OS, one container, Java application, Linux. To host web, Cebu Pacific. Paano kung 100 customers? No? Kung 100 customers yan, dito sa ating virtualization, you need 100 operating system licenses. Babayaran mo $100,000. Dito sa containerization, no? Since they're running one operating system and running, let's say, ano ba example ng container? Docker. Okay? You only pay one license sa Docker. Okay? So hence, $1,000 din. And ang container, you can run multiple apps, okay? Multiple databases, multiple web servers. Okay? Web servers as a friend. And then, as a function. Function lang gagawin mo. Okay? Dito, individual operating system. Okay? Sino pinaka-cheapest? Anybody? Containerization, virtualization, or client server?
Container.
Containerization. Okay? Okay? So dito, may in-avail ng Amazon. It's called Amazon Elastic Container Service. What is ECS? ECS is a highly scalable, lahat naman highly performance management system, which you can scale out, highly secured. Ganun lagi sila, no? Ang ECS, backbone niya is Docker. Docker is a software which enable you to build container. Okay? This container na yun, you can test, you can deploy application such as Java, .NET, whatever, no? No? Open source Docker community, you can either have enterprise edition, which is paid. Well, paid naman lahat yun. Then another container is Kubernetes, EKS. EKS naman, you can run Kubernetes on AWS. Kubernetes is the configuration management automation software, which is an open source, which enable you to deploy, manage container application at a scale, meaning highly scalable din. Okay? Malino na yung scalable, hindi ko na ulitin definition na. A largely community of volunteers which maintains, contributes, test Kubernetes. So that's why this is more preferred by big companies. Ano ulit EKS? Kubernetes, ano EKS? Configuration management, automation deployment of application software. No? As a new feature function releases, Kubernetes apps, you can easily apply these updates. Let's say you would like to update Kubernetes. No? Let's say OS nito Kubernetes. Hindi, Kubernetes. Ang configuration management niya, config management, Kubernetes, AWS will only apply single package. Samantalang dito sa 100 OS, if there's a Windows update, you have to go to each server and update one by one. Di ba? Di ba? Di ba? O, di ba? Sino matrabaho? Windows o Docker or container? Sino mas madaming update? Ito 100, iisa-isahin mo eh. Ito single lang, single OS lang. No? Okay, so what's the difference between the two? ECS is runs containerized apps. No? Ito naman is service, which you can automate, deploy using Kubernetes. Okay, so what is Fargate? Fargate is similar to Lambda. Serverless din siya. No, parang ganito, serverless. Oh, wala pa pala dito. Ito, serverless. Serverless is Lambda. Fargate. Marami, no? Ang dami niyan. Serverless, not necessarily mean walang server. Meron din yung server, siguro isa lang. Red Hat or Windows. Hence, one license. But when you install Docker, you can run multiple, ganun din, multiple application, multiple database at the same time in a single serverless, multiple web servers. Okay, one example is Lambda, another one is Fargate. Malinaw ba? So ang dami client server, virtualization, serverless, containerization. Okay, Fargate is a serverless compute for containers. Right? It works both with ECS and EKS. Anybody? Ano yung EKS? Anybody? I want to make sure na klaro yung explanation ng EKS. EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service, is a fully managed service that you can use, run Kubernetes. Meaning, you can deploy, you can configure, you can manage application. Ano yung deploy? Database, application, web servers. Automatically, that will become highly scalable. Okay? Fargate, it works with ECS and EKS. So pwede nyong gamitin tong Fargate sa EKS and ECS. When using Fargate, you do not need to provision kasi nga automatic na siya. Okay? Automatic na siya. Malinaw? Malinaw ba yung ating but hindi kailangan ng configuration? Di ba sa Windows, you have to put IP address. You have to put DNS, join sa domain. Okay? Create users. Ang EKS will automate everything for you. Nagets niya? Nagets niya? Sir, ano ino-automate? Yun. Installation, configuration, deployment, installation of application, no? Such as SQL. No? Hence, you can run, you can deploy multiple application, you can deploy multiple database, multiple web servers. No? Yun ang Fargate. Okay? Malinaw ba ang Fargate? Summarize natin ang module 2. Okay? So here we learn instances. No? You can scale out and you can scale back in, and ano yung mga pricing options. No? spot instance, you can have up to 90%, diba? The other one, reserve instance, you can have 1 to 3 years with 60% discount. Auto scaling, it can scale up as demand rises without you doing anything. Elastic load balancing, it will equally distribute requests to multiple instances, multiple web servers, and so on. And meron ditong automation servers, meron ditong automation software, no, such as EKS and ECS. Mas meron tayong serverless, which requires the number of servers, okay, such as Lambda and Fargate. Someone is asking, I am late. Leo. So add ko si Leo. Don't worry, Leo. Sa mga latecomer, that's okay. Kasi, syempre, siguro may OT sila. May ginawa sila kagabi. Ernest. Ernest, are you in AWS? Hindi ko add, baka mamaya Azure sila. Baka ma-add ko dito. Okay, let's have a short quiz. Short quiz. You want EC2 instance for batch processing. Batch processing. What would be the best instance? Okay, yung topic lang natin na naabutan nyo. Paulo. Wala si Paulo. Okay, sagutin ko na to. Sige, batch processing, it should be compute optimized. Okay, kasi it's a huge workload. In keyword, batch processing. So the answer is compute. Okay, tama ba? Yes, of course. Correct na. Okay, next one. What are the contract length for RI? KitKat. RI. Di ba 1 to 3? Tama ba?
Yes, 3 years.
Hindi, mali pala ako. Sagot doon. Tama, 1,
3
3.
years.
Okay. Which one is your answer? So ganun kagad you will recall na ay sagot namin kanina sa RIs 1 to 3 years eh. Pero ang tricky dito, multiple questions eh. Sabi dito sa Ec2 sa examination, when you see a box, hindi lang isa answer, dalawa or more, ha? Sabi dito 2, so do not select 3. Iba nagfe-fail eh kasi somehow tama to eh. Pwede ring 2 years eh, di ba? Pero ang keyword na pinag-aralan natin 1 to 3 years. So this is the correct one. Okay, ayan ang correct. 1, 3 years. Okay. Next one, you have a workload which will run 6 months lang. 6 months. Sherry May, 6 months lang. Ano kayang sagot dito? 6 months ko lang gusto i-run ng ating ano keyword doon? Ito yung keyword 6 months. Spot 6 months, no? So answer doon spot. Okay. Remember kayo mag-exam, kailangan kayo mag-answer nito. Okay, next one is which process is an example of classic load balancing? John Andrew. Answer doon, ensuring no single EC2 has to carry all the burden. Kaya nga, load balance, i-balance eh. No? Okay, yun ang sagot doon eh. Correct. Okay, next one. You want to deploy and manage containerize. So, container, ito yung keyword. Kakaaral lang natin to. Paulo. Ano sagot dito? Di ba kanina nag-aral tayong container. So ano ba yung container? Dalawa lang naman yun eh. Tama ka. So either Lambda or Fargate. Walang Fargate. So ang answer will be ay hindi.
Managing. So Kubernetes yata, sir.
Kubernetes. Kasi ang question, container pa rin tanatanong. Ayan no, container. Ito kasi serverless. Serverless to, serverless. Pero ang tanong, container. Meron tayong tatlong container, Fargate, EKS and ECS, di ba? Tama ba? No?
Yes, sir.
Eh, wala ditong ECS. Wala din ditong Fargate. So, ang answer is, isa lang eh, no? EKS lang. EKS, Kubernetes na. Okay, tama yan. Tama yan. Gagaling nyo. Correct answer. Okay, okay. Congratulations. Dito na tayo sa Module 3. Do you have any question about Module 1 and 2?
None so far.
Okay, next one is building a global footprint. No? To understand the global infra. Okay? To understand the global, napakadami, how global infra works. Worldwide, how do you access the worldwide? No? Dito, you need to select a region. When determining the right region for your services, for your data and apps to run and web servers, you have to consider the 4 factors. No? So if someone asks you as a solution architect, so kung i-run yung apps ko, nasa Philippines kayo, nasa Philippines. Anybody, ito, from the back of your mind lang, anong answer nyo? Nasa Philippines kayo, saan location nyo i-run? To the nearest region, di ba? Kasi nearest region is the fastest response time. Pero not necessarily secure, not necessarily stable, di ba? So ang daming tanong. So dito, they laid out the 4 questions. First question, it has to comply with data governance and legal requirements. Like, nasa Australia ako, I'm working in the government. Meron kaming regulation act that data cannot be exported. Which means, hindi namin pwede i-run sa China. Kasi, that will be subjected for state-funded attack. No? Kung alam yung state-funded attack, yung mga China, sabi nila, yung mga Chinese, nag-form ng, nag-hire ng 100 nag-hire ng 100 hackers to spy in the Australian government. Google niyan, that's true. To spy in to the Philippine government, to spy in to American government, spy into Russia. No? Meron silang team na hacker. Okay? So to comply with data should stay within Australia. Okay? When selecting region, it has to be the nearest location. So Australia ako, so ko lalagay? Sa Sydney, kung nasa Sydney yung customer. Kung nasa Melbourne customer, Melbourne. Kayo naman nasa Philippines, sa Hong Kong. Diba? And should be available within the region. Hindi lahat ng services is available sa Hong Kong, sa States. Sa States mostly available. No? And what will be the cheapest option? Ganun na, no? It has to comply, nearest the customer, available, that service such as Docker is not always available to any region, and the cheapest option. Okay, so isa-isa natin. So depending on your company, location might need to run your data out of specific areas. Okay? If your company requires all data to reside within the boundaries, no, of UK, so dapat i-host mo sa London, di ba? Alangan i-host mo sa US. Not all have location specific. Okay, pwede may export kung di naman kayo government. Proximity. Selecting region that is close to your customer. No? Let's say ang customer nyo is London. So anybody, saan nyo host ng data center? Sa London. Ganun, to the nearest region. And not all services are available, such as Amazon Bracket Quantum, hindi available worldwide. No? So you have to select the region. So ito, select nyo whether Africa limited services to, ang daming wala. Asia Pacific, Singapore, na mamimili ka dito. Europe, no? Kayo nasa Philippines, anybody, saan nyo yung host? Host nyo ba sa Tokyo, Sydney, Singapore, Osaka, saan? Saan nyo yung host yung apps? Ha?
Singapore.
Yeah, tama. Either Singapore or Hong Kong. Okay? So ano yung mga determining factor? No? Tingnan natin, sino malapit? Singapore, Hong Kong. Hong Kong is this. Okay. Singapore is this. Who is the nearest?
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. Normally, they host in Hong Kong kasi nearest region has the fastest bandwidth. No? But not necessarily. Even if you're nearest, if you avail the cheapest, unstable naman siya. Meron Singapore, they can serve up to 10 gigabit connectivity na hindi available sa Hong Kong. So ganun na. So mahirap talaga mag-decide. That's why they're paying you 7 million peso a year. Paano naging 7 million yung discussion ko kanina? Okay? Next one is pricing. Let's say supposedly you low budget company. The one I know, the one with the cheapest tax is Texas. No, Texas. So kung ako sa inyo, mag-Texas data center na lang kayo. So piliin yung Texas. No? Dito sabi Brazil. Okay? So ito yung when selecting region. So alam niyo yung answer doon. Next is AZ. What is AZ? AZ is a single data center or a group of DC with a regional availability zone. So what is availability zone? No? AZ composed of multiple data centers. Yun lang tandaan niya. AZ composed of multiple data centers. This is close enough to have low latency, meaning they have the fastest connectivity, no? Between two data centers. However, if disaster occurs, one part of the region, they are distant enough to reduce the chance that multiple AZ are affected. So what is AZ? AZ composed of multiple data centers which host your applications. Running EC2 in AZ, meaning you will host your EC2 to two different regions. Okay, more than one region. Which statement best describe AC? Anybody?
Single data center.
Service that you can use to run infra within your own on-prem. Mali siya, di ba? On-prem, we're talking about cloud. AZ is a data center that an AWS service used to perform. Somehow true. A single data center or group of data centers within a region. Tama to, no?
Yes.
Ayun, correct. Okay? Malinaw ba ang AZ? AZ can be a single data center or group of data like Ortigas, Makati, ganun, for failover. If Makati somehow unreachable, you will go to Ortigas, ganun, failover. No? That's the use case of AZ. Edge location, this is where you connect to the nearest data center. Edge location is a site that Amazon CloudFront uses to store cache copies of your content. Let's say your web server is cached in Hong Kong. Your edge location is in Hong Kong. Okay? Like me, if I ping Facebook, it will give me the nearest edge location of Facebook. Tingnan nyo ha. Tracer facebook.com. Trace ko yung location. Saan ako nakakonect na Facebook? Kayo, when you trace, probably Hong Kong. Ito ako. So, ito yung router ko, IP ko. Private lang yan. ISP, gateway. ISP, public IP. Open pa ako isa pa. Reverse lookup ng 31.13.9. Yan ang IP address ng Facebook. So nag-reverse lookup ako. So naka-block na. So, ayun. As you can see, Facebook yan. Na-resolve na. Edge star is my edge location. So dito ako na-connect. No, Sydney, siguro Sydney Hyper-V or something. Kaya magiging Hong Kong. Hong Kong kayo. Ayun, tingnan nyo ako. I'm connected to Optus. Kasi I'm using Optus as an ISP. Ito yung Optus ko. So, kumonect ako sa ISP ko. Tsaka lang niya mare-resolve. No? So, this is the edge location. Tingnan nyo, edge. Ayun, nakalagay edge. So, kayo probably Hong Kong kayo. So, again, what is edge? This is where you connect. This is where the nearest point of presence for AWS. Okay? Another word is, this is the edge location, which is the Amazon CloudFront uses. don't worry about the term CloudFront. CloudForm is your edge server. Okay? Closer to your customer proximity for faster response time. Bakit kailangan malapit? For faster response time. Okay? How to provision resources. So ways to interact with the AWS. You can either use a console. So how do you connect sa console? Napaka-simple. So ganito lang. Sabay-sabay tayong lahat. Portal.aws.amazon.com. Yan, portal. So one way to access AWS is portal. Yung portal na yan, no? As of now, you can select whatever you want. Excuse me. If I select Sydney, that's my nearest cloud front. No? Sydney. Okay, Sydney. Okay. You can access AWS using command line interface then, which you need to install in your application. Pero kung gusto niyo yung command line, ito lang, click nyo lang Cloud Shell. And you can have AWS Cloud Shell, no? Either in Unix or PowerShell. So waiting for environment, meaning he's provisioning a 5 GB store for you to your nearest edge location. Okay? That's command line. Okay? Pero pwede rin mag-install sa laptop din yan. Next one is to software development kit. If you are developing an application, no, you can install SDK so that application can communicate to AWS resources using API. Okay, let's say you want to provision 1,000 servers, type nyo lang dito, gano'n, no? Gagawa lang kayo, no? Gagawa lang kayo using command line. So if you want to provision servers using command line, this is called SIOPs, no? Automation na yun. So hindi natin gagamitin to. Okay, so yan So 3 ways to access AWS via console, command line, and SDK. What is Elastic Beanstalk? EBS, you provide code and config, and EBS will deploy the resources necessary to perform the following tasks, such as it will adjust capacity, it can do load balancing, it can do automatic scaling, and it can do health monitoring. No? So what is Beanstalk? It will provide, you need to provide the code and config, and EBS will automate everything for you, like adjusting the capacity, load balancing, and scaling. So EBS, Elastic Beanstalk, hindi yan Elastic load balancing. Ang dami nakakalito. It's really confusing. It's an end-to-end web apps management. Okay? You simply upload your code, let's say Java code, or configuration code such as XML and CSV or JSON, and it will automatically provision server for you, adjust the capacity, and it will do auto scaling. You don't even need to manually configure auto scaling group. Next is CloudFormation. CloudFormation, you can treat your infra as a code. So this is your infra as a code. This means you can build environment by writing lines of code instead of using this one. Remember kanina nag-build ako ng EC2? No, for me to build, I have to click launch, di ba? Pas ang daming configuration. I have to type the web server. I have to select this one. I have to select the instance type, no? Kung let's say namili pa ako ng malaking CPU, 8 CPU, 32 GB RAM. Tapos nag-create ako network, nag-create ako ng 100 GB storage. Di ba ang tagal, no? CloudFormation will be your infra as a code. You just provide the code and you can build a VM. No, you can build the EC2 instance. So CloudFormation provision your resources in a safe, repeatable manner, which enables you to build infra over and over. Kasi yung trabaho ng solution architect, build ng infra, di ba? Build kami in one day, nakaka-build kami ng 3 to 4 servers eh. No, ginagawa na. Paulit-ulit lang yan. So gagawa na lang kami ng code sa CloudFormation. So dito, so just go to CloudFormation. Like that one. No? So if you want to learn this one, solution architect yun. Okay, and then create stack. Then merong ready-made template. No? And then if you want to get the codes storage or GitHub, you can do so. No? Upload the codes. Yan. Hanapin na lang yung XML, JSON format, no? Which contains the configuration. Then CloudFormation will build for you. Okay, summary, we studied availability zone. Ano nga yung availability zone? One data center to a group of data center. Edge location, this is where you connect. No? Tingnan nyo, edge location ng Facebook ko, nasaan. Ayan, no? Whoever that one is. Facebook yan, Facebook yan. And Beanstalk, sorry. You can access the AWS using console, command line interface, or software development kit. And you can automate the deployments using Beanstalk and CloudFormation, such as infrastructure as a code. Okay. Additional resources, ano ba yung global infra? So as of today, they have 26 region, 84 AZ, dami, no? And 400 edge. Okay, okay. So dito yan, ito yung mga ano nila. So Sydney, no, launch lang 2012, and Melbourne. So walang Perth. Philippines, wala. Sabi nila unreliable din. Hong Kong, okay, meron. Saan yung links dyan? Hindi ko lang narinig. Beijing, China, Tokyo, Singapore. Ay, wala Singapore. Meron yun. Ayun, meron Singa. Meron siya sa Singa, may tatlong AZ. Okay, question. Kung tatlong AZ, sa isang AZ, tatlong data centers, ilang edge location? 9. Okay? 3 times 3 equals 9. New Zealand. Ay, wala pa New Zealand. Walang New Zealand.
Sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
About dun sa AZ, kunyari nag-launch ka sa Singapore, so may tatlong AZ doon. Pag nag-launch ka ng isang application doon, so sa tatlong AZ na yon, nandun yung application mo sa tatlong AZ, tama ba? Nakamute ata kayo, sir.
Ayaw nga, sorry. Comment na naman ako. Tama ka, correct. That's one example. Kaya nga availability zone is used so you can have highly available. Let's say site 1 becomes unreachable. Since your application is already saved dun sa AZ2, the customer will be rerouted to AZ2. Hence, your application will be up and running 24/7. No downtime, di ba? Using ELB. Kasi naglo-load balance ka nga. Ganun. Another scenario, yung region naman, let's say, application mo is running in North Virginia. Okay? Tapos, naka-easy ka. Sa North Virginia, may tatlong, ito, as of today, 6 availability zone. Okay? Kung isang availability zone, tatlong data center, naka-save dun sa tatlong data centers na yun. Okay? Let's say site 1 becomes unreachable. Since you avail AZ, your web server is still available on site number 2. Okay? So, paano ginagawa yan? Naku, tagal ganyan. Ganito yan. Remember, meron akong EC2. Meron akong server. No? Dito, hindi ako nag-avail ng availability zone. No? So, hindi mo makikita itong availability zone ko. Pero kung gusto mo i-availability zone, ito yung full details. Ayun, instance ko. Hinahanap ko yung availability zone. AMI. Location. Ayun, location. Hindi ko makita yung availability. Okay, let's say gagawa ako ulit. Gusto kong gumawa ng isa pa kasi hindi ko makita. Web server 2. Select this one. There will be question like availability. Kung saan may select na. Sige, select ko to. Mga ito. It's a bit expensive. Ayun na, ayun na. So, availability zone, na-select ko 1A. Meaning, 1 data center lang. If we want to avail to 3 data center, lalabas dyan 1B, 1C. Okay?
Okay po, sir. Thank you.
So, yan yung live example. Okay? Okay. Let's take a quiz before we take a short break. Test your knowledge. Which statement is true for global infra? Anybody? Let's say Lady Ronica.
Hello, sir. A region consists of 2 or more availability zones.
Yeah. Global. Somehow true, no?
2 or more
Ayan,
availability zones.
So the answer is a region consists of 2 or more. Ay, ayun. Remember region, ang daming AZ. As I mentioned kanina, kasi kung single AZ, hindi na kung isa lang, you cannot fail over to another AZ. So kailangan 2. AZ consists of 2 or more. No? Di ba ka-mention? Kasi for failover purpose, kung single AZ, wala kang failover. So tama answer. A region consists of 2 or more. Okay? Ito yung regions and availability. Yan. Okay? Tingnan nyo availability. 3. 6. Kita niya? Walang 1. 3. 4. Kita niya? 2 or more. Minimum of 2. Ito, 3. Okay? So, hindi pwedeng isa lang. Kasi walang failover. Okay? What else? Nasaan na ako? Ay, mali. Hindi yung nahugot ko. Yan. Next, which factor should we consider in selecting region? Select 2. Sino ba ba? Christine.
Ang isa is proximity to your customers. Teka. Okay. Compliance with data governance and legal requirements. 1 and 2.
So tama, compliance with data governance and the nearest edge location. Di ba? Di ba? Okay, okay. Why ability to assign permissions? It's
It's under IAM.
not within context to, no? ACL not within context. Not within the question. Kasi ang tanong is region. So these two are correct. You know? Basta na yun. Correct. Compliance and proximity. Tama. Galing-galing. Naku, daming papasa sa exam. Next one, which statement best describe CloudFront? Dayan. Cloud. Ano daw yung CloudFront? CloudFront, ito yung nearest edge location. Nandun nakakash yung mga application nyo. Let's say in Netflix, nandito yung mga video na Netflix. That's why when you watch in the Philippines, it's much faster to watch a 4K resolution instead of watching to different region. No? Kasi nakakash na dito yung content ninyo. So anong sagot nun? CloudFront?
Global Content Delivery Service.
Tama, ang galing. Global Content Delivery. Nandun lahat yung mga content ninyo. No? Tingnan nyo, correct. Okay, congratulations. Which site does CloudFront use to cache copies of content for faster delivery to you, to user? Ernest. Remember, nagpe-Facebook ako.
Edge.
Okay. Ayun ang edge ko. So meaning, nagpe-Facebook ako dito sa IP na yan. Okay. Tawag dyan, edge. Okay? Nandiyan yung content ng mga picture ko. Okay, correct. Okay? Correct yan. So, galing. Which action can perform in outpost? Uy, outpost. Parang ngayon ko lang narinig do. Outpost. Ang ibig sabihin ng outpost, di ba meron kang edge? No? Meron kang edge, yun yung cloud. And then, na-discuss ko to kanina. Edge, yun yung cloud. Ito. Content ni Facebook is already published in a cloud. No? Nasa edge. Opposite ng edge is outpost. Remember, usually company chooses hybrid. Ang outpost, ito yung nasa data center nyo, which is private.
Yung
Okay.
last, extend AWS infra.
Correct. On-prem naman yan. Okay? Opposite ng cloud is private. Yeah. On-prem. So meaning, yung data ninyo is not hosted in cloud, but instead, it extend the infra to your on-prem. Okay. On-prem. Galing. Ito na yung reviewer ninyo sa examination. Ha? Galing. Okay, before we go to module 4, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's resume after 5 minutes. Okay, see you later. Audio check. Can you hear me, Aaron? Amor, KitKat? How's my audio? Okay.
Yes, po.
Ayan. Okay, that's good. Okay, reminder for latecomer, please make sure you have subscribed to Cloud Essential Learning Plan. Kailangan meron kayong ganito. Kasi dito, I will show you why you need this one. Kasi I want everyone to have a certificate right away, no? Para meron kayong saan ba yung certificate? Kasi ako nasagutan ko na yan. At the end of the program, makakuha ka ng certificate. And how to get the certificate? When you go sa examination, sorry, not exam, assessment, no, sabay-sabay natin sasagutan. And I will give you the correct answer. Ako, I have 83. Passing is only 80%. So once you pass this one, you can get that certificate. Yung pinakita ko kanina, hindi ko na makita kung nasaan. No? So punta lang kayo doon, Skill Builder, para bago matapos ng klase, meron kayong, you have that kind of certificate. Ha? Kung wala pa kayo, please do it now. So ito yung step by step. Okay? Dito yung step by step. Kakopy and paste ko na, bibigay ko na sa inyo sa Skype. Okay? So, sino pa ba walang Skype? Okay, nandito. Sir, meron ba recording? Yeah, meron na recorded to. Don't worry. Okay? Yan. So, ito yung step. Click this one. Click that one. No? Tapos, start the Cloud Foundation Learning. Kailangan yung different Amazon ID, hindi ito yung portal. 2 different IDs to. So ito yung dashboard nyo. Ito yung sinasabi ko, you only need to Cloud Essential. Then ito yung mga practice, no? Under maintenance po. Kung gusto yung exam practice ito, antayin nyo, baka tomorrow, bukas na yan. You don't have to pass the Cloud Quest kasi cartoons lang yan. Pero na-complete ko na. Ito yung sinasabi ko, once you completed, you can get this certificate which you can post to your Facebook. Gusto ko lahat tayo, post natin today. Lahat kayo meron ito. Hindi Cloud Quest, this one. Cloud Essential. Okay? So once you pass the examination, you can get that certificate. Ako na kompleto ko na. Ayan o. So you will get this one. Tapos, download niyo yung certificate. Tapos, do a screenshot. No, screenshot nyo, then send it to us. No? So ito na yun. Yan. Tingnan ninyo. Oh, pagtapos nyo, meron kayo yan. Issued by AWS mismo. May mga, recap, no? So you successfully completed Practitioner Essential today. Lalabas dyan. Okay? So ito yung gusto ko, screenshot nyo and send it to me so we can post sa Facebook, no? So something you can proud of na you sacrifice your Sunday na worth training. Kasi meron kayo nito, meron kayo yan. No? So i-screenshot nyo yan. Ano bang snagit ba ako? I-snagit ko, ganyan. Kakopy nyo yan, copy nyo. Tapos Control-A, Control-C. And then send nyo sa Skype. Send nyo dito, no? para I can be proud of. Yan, oh. Yan, click nyo yan. No? Okay, yan. So, meron kayo yan. Okay, so kung wala pa, I already sent sa Skype. No, gawin nyo na ngayon. Gawin nyo na ngayon. Ha? Gawin na
Sir,
natin.
di pa po ako naka-add sa Skype.
Name mo?
Giancarlo Martinez.
Martinez. Ah, yan. That's okay. Giancarlo. Sino pa wala? So, okay lang late since this is recorded. You
Sir,
can...
paki-add na lang, sir. Paki-message na lang ako, sir, sa GC.
name mo, name mo. Name mo.
June De Leon po.
Diyan. Sabihin ko, hi. Can you see that? Hi. Kita mo, June De Leon? Kita mo?
Wala pa po, sir. Eh.
Ay, hindi ka pa na-add. Sabihin ko, hi. Kita mo na?
Yan po.
Okay, okay. Sino wala pa sa ating group chat? We're going to progress to module 4, which we will learn the basic concept of networking, difference between public and private. And we're going to use a virtual private gateway using real-life scenario. How are you going to connect using VPN? Ano ba yung direct connect? What are hybrids? Ano yung security strategy? And how do you interact with the global network? Okay, so first of all, connectivity to AWS. So we have this Amazon Virtual Private Cloud, which is a VPC. So what is VPC? VPC is the networking component in AWS. Like if you want to connect to virtual machines, if you want to connect to database, if you want to connect to web servers. No? Imagine million of customer who uses services. And you have million of resources. No? Created by EC2. So without boundaries, all these resources, network traffic, would be able to flow unrestricted through VPC. So dito tayo dadaan sa VPC. So ano ang VPC? VPC is a networking service that you can use to establish boundaries around resources. VPC enables you to provision an isolated section of cloud, meaning private nga isolated. In this isolated section, you can launch resources in a virtual network that you define privately. Within the VPC, you can organize resources into subnets. So let's say you use /24, you can have maximum of 254 IP. Ang usable doon is 251 IP addresses, which means ang empleyado nyo can only use 251 resources, di ba? Through subnetting. Pero don't worry, hindi tayo magsa-subnetting. No? Ito yung VPC. I'll show you so you can have a look and feel. I'm hoping meron kayong portal. Ito yung VPC. Type nyo lang VPC. Actually, pupunta na ako sa VM ko. May kinirate akong VM kanina. Yan. Okay. And then, networking. Then, ayun ang VPC ID ko. Okay. So, I have my own isolated environment na I'm the only one who can connect. Ayan, VPC. So, if you're gonna go on left pane, ayan. So, these are composed of services. VPC is part of networking tab. So, if you go networking tab, makikita mo dito yung security groups, Elastic IP, which is public IP, placement group key pairs network interface. Okay? Ang network interface is connected to VPC. Ayun na. Parang ayan na, may VPC ako. Di ba meron kayong computer connected to your switch? Para tong switch. Okay? And router. Kasi meron na yung subnet. Okay? Subnet ko 10.1.1. So I created the subnet 10.1.1.0. Okay, for me to distribute this one to my customer, if you notice naka/24 siya, paano ko na naging slash? Kasi 8-bit, 8 plus 8. 8 plus 8, 16, di ba? 16 plus 8, 24. 24 bits. Okay? 24-bit usable IP is 254. Pero ang usable, -3. Kasi ginagamit ng Amazon yung 3, 251 usable. Okay, so that means the first IP will be .1. Ay, .3. Okay. Hindi, kasi pakita ko sa inyo paano ginagawa. Create VPC, gagawa kang VPC. Yan sabihin mo, create VPC. Tapos mamili ka ng CIDR. Let's say 192.168.1.0. Automatic /24 to, di ba? So, pwede bang hatiin to? So, magsa-subnet ka pa within the CIDR. Okay. Teka, gusto ko malaki. So, we can have 64,000 users. /16. Okay? 65,000 users. Create VPC. Nakikita nyo dito, naka/16 ako. Ayan, /16. You have to subnet. What is subnet? Subnet is dividing your VPC. No, subnetting is subnetting the subnets. Okay, hatiin mo pa. Kasi napakalaki nito, 65,000. Let's say, empleyado mo is 200 lang. So, pipiliin ko yung ginawa ko, Chris VPC. VPS pala nalagay. Hatiin ko to. So, one way to subnet is, say subnet 1, hatiin mo siya. Paano mo hatiin? 192.168. Ay, may suggestion siya. .1. Ay, mamimili ka dyan. Anong gusto mo? 24. Why not 32? Kasi isang IP address lang yan. 24 will give you 251 IP. Tama ba? Sinelect ko /24, which means I can use 192.168.1.3 up to 1.25 something. No? Tingnan natin. Create subnet, in-accept. Okay? So, in subnet 1 ko, how many IP addresses sa networking? You can have, dito. You know. Oh, tama ako na. You can have 251 usable IP. Okay? So, how do you create subnet? VPC muna, subnet. And then, for that subnet to flow, para makakonect sa internet, you need to create a route. Gagawa ka ng routing table. Remember yung ano ko? Say route 1. VPC ko ito, VPS, di ba? Kaya create ako ng routing table. Ang route ko, ito. 198.160. Na ngayon, for them to communicate to the outside world, I have to associate a route. So, gagawa ako ng subnet. Siselect ko yung subnet na ginawa ko. And then, gagawa ako ng association. No? Hindi, meron pala. Yan pala. For that to connect to the internet, I need to route to the default gateway. Ganun na. Paano i-route sa default gateway? Punta ka routing table. Ito yung route ko. Create ng routes. Kita niyo na. Active na. Ayan. So, anyone using 192.168 is already connected to the VPC, which means you can route to the internet. Yung EC2 ko, pwede na magkaroon ng internet. Okay? So the first step is VPC. No? VPC is the networking service you can use to connect from public to private or private to private. No? VPN to VPN, VM to VM, EC2 to EC2. VPC enables you to provision an isolated section, yung private. No? So it can be connected to the public. Now, before you connect to public, you also need to create internet gateway to VPC and then attach IGW sa VPC. Okay? What is IGW? IGW is a connection between VPC and the internet. Okay? You can think of internet gateway. Actually, gateway talaga siya. As being similar to the doorway so that customer can connect to your shop. Without an internet gateway, there's no one can connect to your EC2. Virtual Private Gateway is an example of internet as the road between your home and your coffee shop. No? Anyway, you get the idea. It's a connectivity between your virtual machine to the internet. Okay, it's like a bodyguard of VPN. So iba pa yung gateway sa VPN. No? VPN works by first encrypting the data before sending to the destination. No? It's more an encryption. Once encrypted, it will connect to IGW. Okay? The virtual private gateway is the component that allow protected internet traffic to enter into your VPC. So lahat na pumapasok sa VPC mo is already encrypted by VPN. No? Now, VPCs, there's another thing called AWS Direct Connect. Direct Connect is a service which enables you to establish dedicated naman private connection between your data center, and VPC. Okay, so instead of using VPN, you would avail Direct Connect. So what's the difference between VPN and Direct Connect? Direct Connect is a direct link between your data center to your data center without using VPN. So ito yung mga hook up. Like us, meron kaming data center. Tapos tinabi namin sa data center ng AWS sa North Sydney by using a cable lang, ano? Edge to edge. Hook up mo siya. Hence, this is sitting on the same data center. Okay, we're in VPN, sitting anywhere in the world. Tapos may VPN client, tapos connect doon before you can connect sa iyong VPC. No? Direct Connect is more expensive. Okay, so this is how it works. So, data center to branch office. Normally, Direct Connect is an exact location where you connect directly to infra. Sa amin, meron kaming North Sydney Data Center kasi nade AWS. So, hinook up lang namin using physical cable. Hook up nyo lang sa edge nila. Branch office, hook up, direct connect to the AWS. Pwede rin dalawang direct connect site-to-site link. Okay? So, this is not VPN. And then, if you want to know the cost, this is really expensive. No? So, hindi sinabi dito yung cost. Direct Connect secure data as it moves between the network and exact AWS edge location. Reduce your networking costs because you don't have to pay for a VPN license. Remember, pag nag-VPN kayo, magkano sa Cisco? 250 license. You know, thousands of dollars. No? Dito, you can save more money daw, sabi niya. Okay, what else? Subnets and net knuckle, so network access control. So to learn more about the role of subnets, you have to review the example. First customer give their blah blah blah. Ito yung analogy na mahirap na maintindihan. Subnetting is a simple definition is subnetting the subnet, which means if you have only a 200 employee and then your subnet is /16, which gives 65,000, hatiin mo pa siya. Okay? So it gives more available IP addresses. Subnetting by definition is managing the available IP address, diba? So kung ang binigay sa inyo is /16 like this, it yields 65,000 connections, tama? Eh, employee mo, ano lang, 200. So what will you be using? Papasok na dito yung subnetting skills nyo, 24. Okay? If you need one IP, you need to use /32. Tama? Isang IP lang. If you have 10 employees, it will be wiser. Ito. Kung 10 lang employee mo, gagamit ka ba ng /24? Why? Kasi 24 is 251 IP. Okay? Tapos 10 lang employee mo, equals 241 IP address wasted. Nagtapon ka ng 241. Naget niyo yung essence ng subnetting?
Yes.
Eliminates the wasted IP address. That's why you have to do subnets. Okay? Next is network traffic sa VPC. So when a customer requests data externally or internally, like applications sa AWS, this request is sent as a packet. So packet siya, layer 3. No? So what is packet? A packet is a unit of data sent via layer 3, which means sent via TCP/IP, which is IP, Internet Protocol. Okay? It enters VPC through a gateway. So ganun yung flow, ano? Let's say a VPN, Internet Gateway, VPC, knuckle, and then security group, then EC2 instance. Okay? Before the packet can enter to subnet or exit, it checks for permission. This permission indicates who sent the packet. So ito yung question na who and how the packet was sent. Okay? VPC component checks the packet permission for subnet in knuckle. So what is knuckle? Knuckle can control traffic in and out, going in, going out through a subnet. No? So knuckle, isipin nyo lang, it allow denies specific inbound and outbound traffic. Okay? Hindi ito security group. Totally different from security group. Sa knuckle, you can use default ACL. Remember, this is layer 3. So that means ang filtering nito is using layer 3 din. No? Paano i-filter yan? Let's say deny 192.168.1. That's it. So anything with an IP address 192.168 will be not allowed. Kasi naka-deny ka eh, diba? Sa knuckle na. Okay? Different naman sa security group. Security groups layer 4. Which means it allow or deny application such as web server, which is port 80, secure shells 21, SSH, FTP, diba? HTTPS, mga ganun. So layer 4 to sa network security group, no? And ito yung knuckle. Okay, so ano yung knuckle? Layer 3, which uses IP. Network security group is a layer 4 which uses apps. No? Magkaiba yan, ha? Knuckle, for example, ito yung example, which I already given you. So, next, the stateless packet filtering. Knuckle performs stateless. They remember nothing and check packets that cross the subnet, either in or out. Okay, so within the given scenario, it checks for a packet in and out using layer 3. After the packet has entered the subnet, it must have permission evaluated. No? The VPC checks packet from EC2 instance is a security group. So, ano yung check na VPC? Ito nga. Sa security group. Okay? So, ganito. As data enter, so dadaan siyang knuckle, performs layer 3 operation, which filters, let's say, block 192. Diba? Dadaan pa yan ng VPC. Inside the VPC, meron tayong parang firewall. Meron tawag doon network security groups which examine the packet for ports. Okay? Which is layer 4. Okay, dami, no? Dami nagdadaanan. Yun na security groups. Okay? Who is the one permitting and allowing, denying? Security groups. Stateful perform packet filtering. They remember previous decision made from knuckle. Okay? Both ACL, knuckle, and security group enables you to configure custom rule for traffic in your VPC. Okay? So inside VPE. So VPC, that's where you define the security group. So ito yung ating VPC. So go to networking. Networking na ba ako? Networking. Tapos, ayun na. Networking component, nandun yung security group. Ayan na. Security group na to, naka-allow ang port, inbound rule, SSH. Okay? That means you cannot ping. Kasi we did not allow the ping. Okay? Okay, knowledge check. Knowledge for this exercise. Let's match. Anybody? Support the customer-facing website. Is it? What is this? Sino pa ba hindi ko na-call? Matthew. Support customer-facing website. Hula lang. Sige, hula. Okay. Anybody?
Public subnet.
Public.
Create VPN connection between VPC and internal. Parang private.
Direct connect.
Direct connect.
Virtual private.
Hindi yung direct connect. Ang direct connect kasi ito yun. Remember yung hook up, talagang wire-to-wire
Direct
connection.
connect.
So, ang create VPN private. Private din. Ang dedicated, ay na keyword, dedicated, direct. So, keyword. Isolate application.
Wala nang ibang choice.
Walang ibang choice.
Si virtual na to.
Yun. So, tama tayo dito sa dalawa. Customer is public, dedicated, direct. Ito na tayo. So, create VPN. Ayun, VPN. Virtual private. Ito yun. Diba? Ito yung confusing kasi dalawa yung private. Diba? Nalito tayo. Ito naman, okay. Nagets ka na. Database containing internal apps mo yan eh. Meaning, it's sitting behind your VPC. VPC is virtual private connection, which is nado yung private subnet. Tama? Ulitin natin ha. Take 2. Customer facing, madali. Public VPN connection is private gateway. VPN gateway, di ba? Gateway, internet gateway.
Virtual private.
Yes.
Database apps to eh.
Yeah.
Is inside your VPC, which is private. Dedicated, direct.
Direct.
Okay, gets na. Ayan. Congratulations all. Which statement best describe account's default knuckle? Okay. Third one. Stateless, allow inbound, outbound. Tama. Galing, ma'am. Inbound, outbound. Ha? Bakit hindi ito? It is stateless. Yun. I didn't use the word stateful. Lagi akong stateless. Remember sa topic natin? Stateless tayo parati. Why this one? Why not this one? Stateless and denies. And allow. Ito kasi allow.
Dropping the packets.
Sabi kasi dito.
Default
knuckle. No? Default kasi allow. Parang delikado. Yun. Why not this one? Hindi naman stateful. Stateless siya. Diba? So yun. Na-eliminate mo. So by eliminating the vague answer, okay, hindi siya stateful. So tanggalin mo na. Dalawa lang choice examination. And stateless, deny, allow siya by default. Diba? Knuckle. Okay. Nagets niya para mag-exam. What's this? Module 3? Saan tayo? Anong module na? Global networking. DNS resolve hostname to IP and vice versa. No? DNS is the reason why you remember quickly yung website, no? Nakakita ba kayo ng tao nagfe-Facebook using IP address? Diba? Ganito mag-Facebook. Facebook muna ako. Type ko nga itong IP address ko. 31, 30. Meron bang
Kabisado, sir.
Facebook. Meron bang ganun mag-Facebook? 93, 35. Oo. Teka, Facebook ko yun. Facebook. Ayun, Facebook, di ba? Meron bang ganun? Wala, di ba? Ano? Paano tayo mag-Facebook? English. English name. Fully qualified domain name, in short. Na? So, yan ang DNS. DNS, resolve host name to IP. Pag pining mo yung Facebook, it gives you the IP. Okay? And vice versa. Na pag nag-reverse lookup ka ng 31, 13, 88, that 35. Okay? Facebook yan. Okay? Facebook. So why do you need DNS? Ang ISP, they are much faster in calculating binary. Remember, computers are made up of binaries, bits, zeros, and one only. No? So this is decimal. For computer to understand quickly, or for routing function to route quickly, they need numbers. For human to understand, they need fully qualified domain name. No? So ito yung DNS. Trabaho ng DNS to resolve hostname to IP and vice versa. Okay? So you can think of DNS as a phone book. When you open up your iPhone, hinahanap niyo yung phone number? Hindi, di ba? Hanapin niyo yung pangalan ng girlfriend niyo, di ba? Let's say girlfriend number 1, girlfriend number 2, number 3, di ba? Ganun. Kung may tatlong girlfriend kayo. Okay? So for example, suppose, yun, naintindihan niyo naman yung analogy ng DNS. No? To quickly resolve IP address. Okay? Ang DNS service ng Amazon is, they call it Route 53. Route 53 is a DNS service which gives developers a reliable way to route end users' internet hosted privately, no, behind the VPC. Route 53 will route requests from public to your private environment. No? This is where user requests to connect to your infrastructure in AWS internally. Okay? Whether it's load balance or not, it's okay. It can route users' requests to AWS inside the AWS environment or outpost, no, inside your on-prem then. Another feature ng Route 53 is ability to manage DNS. You can add, you can delete, you can propagate, you can create your own DNS. No? Example how Route 53 and CloudFront deliver. For example, a customer requests data from application, let's say SQL. So pupunta siya sa any company website. No? Route 53 will perform lookup. Hanapin niya, ano bang IP address ni any company? No? So meron siyang DNS resolvers. Inside the DNS resolvers contains DNS database. No? Laman ng any company is 2.0. 2.0 will send back to the customer. Like what I did dito. Diba? Nagping ako ng Facebook, binatuhan ako ng .35. So this is the DNS resolver, no? DNS resolver, which is authoritative. When you say authoritative, it contains the exact record of the IP address of the fully qualified domain name. Okay? So ibabato sa customer yung IP address to the nearest edge location. In my example, ang nearest edge ko is somewhere in Sydney. Diba? The customer request will be passed to the edge location, which is CloudFront. CloudFront is the edge location. Yung CloudFront will connect whatever that application to access the data. Let's say pictures, database record, and whatever. Okay? So ano trabaho ng Route 53? It will look up for a record ng IP, then it creates a reference, and it points you to the right servers. Okay, which statement best describe DNS? So launching resources, storing copy, ano to eh? Content delivery to. Connect VPC to the internet or translating fully qualified domain IP. O translating. Di ba napakadali? Napakadali. Correct. Okay. Okay. So hindi na tayo gagamit ng napakahabang term kasi whatever AWS provided us, ito lang yung kailangan sa exam. So you have a book na napakahaba na binigay ko. May binigay akong book. It's, if you want to read itong study guide, it's okay. Nandito yung Route 53 kasi. Pero not necessarily kasi napakahabang explanation ito eh. The reason why you enroll in Nexus, so you can have certificate today and understand yung mga concept. Kasi kung dito ka magne-networking, tingnan mo uy, ang haba. Ano ba yung routing policies? May mga ganyan, no? Haba yan. No? If you want to create a load balancer, meron ditong step-by-step. Okay? Kung yung mga hardcore na gusto ko sir magawa ng web application, yan. How to create Route 53? Nandito rin yan, Route 53. Kung gusto nyo gumawa. Pero what I'm saying is not necessarily to pass the examination. Okay? So this is only for reference. Okay, summary. I have explained you have to first create VPC. VPC is the point of contact from external world. VPC will need to be attached in internet gateway. No? And then you have to create a subnet to eliminate yung wasted IP. Within the subnet, you can create network security group, no? And knuckle for security purposes. How do you secure VPC using knuckle? Gagawa ka ng access control list by allowing or denying subnets. And you need to perform to create security groups by allowing and denying ports or application level. Pakita ko sa inyo network security. Though not necessarily, no? Hindi nyo na kailangan gawin to. So ito lang yung demo ko paano gumawa ng network security group. Ito, punta ka dito sa aking EC2. And then my EC2, meron akong instance. Highlight the web server, go to networking, and then gagawa tayo ng security group. Ayun, security group. Let's say I would like to kasi dito SSH lang. That means you can only connect using SSH but not pingable. Gusto ko maping siya. Edit inbound. Look for the application which is ICMP. Okay? ICMP allow all coming from anywhere, any, save rule. So yan. So since we allowed, ICMP yan, pingable na yung mga VMs. Right? Okay? Let's say you want to make a web server. Anong port yon? Anybody? Gusto ko ma-access to. HTTPS. Or cause anywhere IP. Yan. So ma-access na yung web server na yan. Okay, so sige, gagawa ako ng isa pang instance. How do you delete the instance? If this one is running, all you need to do is terminate. Terminate. Kasi may cost yan. Terminate instance, terminate. Okay, may confirmation. Successfully terminated. Okay, more reliable, diba? How to create an instance? Launch instance. Sabihin ko, web server number 2. Then I'm going to select Amazon machine image, which is created by Amazon. Ready-made, gagawin lang niya, gagamitin natin the image, which it will be a copy. Okay? It's a free tier. I don't have to pay anything within 30 days. Okay? So I'm going to be having, again, 1 CPU, 1 gig RAM. And then since this one is North Virginia, meron ba akong key ng meron akong North Virginia. Yan. Okay? And then VPC ko. Okay? Then meron na akong subnet created by Wizard. And there will be a public IP. And then gagawa ko ng security group na allowed SSH anywhere in the world. Okay? Ano pa? 8 gig hard drive. Ngayon gusto ko may IP to eh. Kasi kanina walang IP. Advanced detail. Okay. Yun yung spot instance. Ito yung kanina sinasabi ko. Ano? Spot instance gives you up to 90%. If you want to join sa domain, you can do so. Pero kailangan you need the domain. And so on. Enable DNS. May DNS na. Pero the name will be created. If I want to auto shutdown at specific time, you can do so. Stop. Then lagay mo lang yung time. EBS. And then meron tayong user data. User data is a script which you can perform during installation para tong auto exec bot. Yung automatic script that can perform installation. So, lalagyan ko ba ng, iniisip ko lalagyan ko ba ng script? Not necessarily. Hindi natin kailangan. Pero, just in case na gusto ninyo, na may hinahanap lang ako. So, bootstrap script. Yan. So, lalagyan ko siya ng bootstrap script. Yan. So, ano ibig sabihin nito? It's a shell script written in bash, born again. Sudo meaning super user. no? Elevate permission to root account. Yum is an apps which will download all the latest update. Auto confirmation, yes, para I don't have to select yes, 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 yes. HTTPD is an Apache web server, open source. Then start the Apache to install, so it will run the Apache in the background para maging web server. And I want to check first if the Apache is up and running. Tapos meron akong index.html which will be created under var www html ng laman ng index.html, welcome to Chris Web Servers. Okay? So lalabas niya pag tinype yung IP address, welcome to Chris Web Server. Okay? And if I want to create 100 virtual machine, yan, I can do so. Pero isa lang. Isa lang. Okay, launch instance. Okay, so ito yung actual hands-on lab na natin. View instance, you can see provisioning. Ito terminated, so it's not running, but still being displayed. Dito na nangyayari, pending, still provisioning. Later on, magkakaroon siya ng public IP. Okay, babalikan natin yan later. So to summarize, ito, module 4 natin. So test natin. Your company has an app that uses EC2 to run customer-facing web. So kailangan may website, no? And may database. No? How should developer configure VPC? Anybody? Paano yung configure yung VPC? Leo. So, stick tayo within the context of the topic.
Yung second option. Kasi kung customer
Correct.
facing, it should be public. And then since merong personal information, it should be in private.
Correct,
Should be
tama yung
private,
answer.
yeah.
Yan. Ito yung tama. Ayan, explain niya very well, no? That's good. That's the right answer. Okay. Next, Matthew. So ito lang ano, tingnan niyo which component can be used establish dedicated connection. Doon pa lang eh. Alam niyo na yung answer. Dedicated.
Direct connect.
O direct connect. Di ba? Keyword. Tama yan. Success. Next one, Joey.
Which statement best describes security group?
Dito, within the context pa rin tayo. He's talking about security groups. Remember yung demo ko kanina? Ito yung demo ko. Ano? So, security group. Okay, security group under networking. If you're gonna go, so may security group niya.
Sa application
Ito pala.
layer yun, sir, di ba?
Oo, tama. Security group, inbound rule, ayun no. Tawag dyan stateful kasi it examines which port are allowed. As of now, SSH, di ba? Okay, tapos anong IP nito? Public, we need an, wala pang public. Di ba tapos? No?
Baka hindi na-edit, sir, yung info kanina to add.
Oo nga, ano. Hindi ko nalagyan ng IP na naman.
So kumbaga, ang keyword sa security group is stateful kasi sa VPC it's stateless.
Correct, tama.
Okay. So by default, deny.
Deny. Yan. So by default, deny. I'll show you bakit naging deny. If you go security group, tingnan nyo, deny yan. No? The rest are deny except for 422. Diba? Inbound, no? Ng security group. By deny. Ngayon, how do you add ports? You need to manually go sa security groups kasi allowed lang SSH and add the port. Diba? Add kayo, let's say web. Diba? So ano kaya? HTTPS. See, nakita niyo ginawa ko? Manually allowing the port. Diba? Manually allowing the port. Yun. So security group are stateful. So you have to define. Ayan, dalawa na yung na-define ko. Okay? And by default, deny lahat unless you created. So that's the right answer. Okay? Stateful and deny all inbound. Okay? Which component is used to VPC to connect a VPC to internet? Anybody?
Internet gateway.
Oh yeah, from the word itself, andun yung keyword eh, no? Sabi dito internet, di gateway. Okay. May mga giveaway, no? Okay. Which service used to manage DNS? Napakadali, di ba? Isa lang naman.
Route 53.
Congratulations. Galing, galing. Ang galing natin. Ang galing nyo. Congratulations. Okay, so pasado. Next one is Module 5. Module 5, hindi na magsasummarize kasi dadaanan naman natin lahat yan eh. Okay, isa-isahin talaga natin yan. Okay, Elastic Block Store, meaning storage, no? EBS, first of all, ano ba yung instance store? So instance store are block level storage. Volumes behave like physical hard drive. Tandaan nyo, para physical hard disk. No? Lalagyan ng operating system. Lalagyan ng data. Instance store provides temporary block level. Meaning, you have raw access dun sa drive na yun. No? Block level. Hindi virtual NTFS permission. Kasi pag file level, ito yung may partition ka na like kung Linux, KVM, di ba? LVM. Kung VMFS, kung VMware, meron ka ng VMFS partition. Kung Windows pinartition mo siya, meron siyang NTFS. Tawag doon file level. Hindi yung ganon. Block level is raw. Okay, raw. Wala pang format. Okay? Malinaw ba yung block level? Instance store in a disk. Okay? Attached to the EC2 instance or the computer. Okay? So nagbo-boot sa drive C, no? Yun yung instance store. Okay? EBS is a service that provide block level storage which you can use sa EC2 instance. If you stop or terminate the instance, all data on server remains available. Yun ang problema. Tingnan nyo, ito yung instance ko. Okay, so ito yung meron akong ito yung VM ko, di ba? Meron akong EC2, meron akong instance. Ito yung web server ko. Storage ko, this is the storage. Meron akong block level, ayan, no? EBS ang ginagamit ko, ha? EBS, which is EBS. So, tanong sa exam, anong klaseng instance store used in EC2? EBS, okay? May volume yan. This is my operating system, which is attached. If I delete this one, naka-attach pa rin siya. Naka-attach pa rin siya. So, yan ang problema dyan. No? So, you're still consuming the data store. No? Pag dinilit ko yan, tama, papatayin ko. Pupunta ako sa EC2. Remember kanina meron akong terminated instance. Diba? Nandun pa rin yun sa instance store. Yan. Nandun pa rin siya. EBS. Ayan. Volume. Tama ha? O yan yun. No? Tama ba yun? Pakita ko lang. EC2 instance. Didelete ko tong instance ko. Terminate. Review. Natanggal na, di ba? Wala nang instance. Okay? But the volume is still there. Volume, ayun pa siya. So you have to manually delete the volume. Detach the volume. Okay? So, if you stop or even terminate the EC2, all data sa EBS still there. Okay? Sa exam, tricky yan. To create a volume, you can define the config such as size and type. Remember kanina when we create EC2, define ko yung size. No? So, gagawa uli ako. Launch instance. Okay? Web server number 3. Amazon Messaging Image, the free tier. Tapos, North Virginia. Kasi nasa North Virginia ako. Ayun, VPC ko. Allow SSH, 8 gig. No? So if you want 200 gigabyte, you just have to type or adjust. Pero 8 gig lang kasi ang free. No? Tapos gusto ko dito, may IP address. Hindi ko kasi na-attach yung IP.
Yung public ba yun, sir?
Oo, public yun eh. Tama.
Sa taas siguro, sir, by edit yata ako nakita. Dun
Saan
sa
nagbago kasi.
bandya dyan sa taas pa ng konti. Yan, sir. At yan, dun sa
Ayun,
bandang right. Taas.
meron naman eh. Ayun! Kita niyo yan? Should be enabled. Kaya kanina wala akong IP. You have to do this manually. No? Enable. Yan. Nakita niyo na. Okay, yun lang. Plus the bootstrap script. So lalagay ko yung bootstrap script. You know what this one means. Sasend ko rin sa Skype. So at least nakapag hands-on kayo kahit papaano. Okay? Launch instance. Okay? Yun ang nalimutan ko kanina. Okay? So provisioning. Web server. Balikan natin yan later. Oy, si Olivia. Ngayon lang nag-add. Olivia. Sino pa ba wala? Sino pa wala? Sino pa wala? Okay, malinaw ba ang ating EBS? EBS is for operating system volume. EBS snapshot, you can create a backup by creating a snapshot. Snapshot is not really a backup, pero ganito ginagawa yon. Remember, meron na akong web server 3 and it created a volume. So ito yung volume ng web server 3 ko. If I want to create a snapshot, all I need to do is select and then create snapshot. So meron akong backup. If something goes wrong with this one, let's say na-corrupt, na may na-virus, all I need to do is revert from snapshot. Okay, yun yung snapshot. No? So snapshot dito, definition niya incremental backup. Okay, now let's check what is instance store. This is EBS. Now what is EBS volume? This is for operating system. So best for temporary data that is not kept long term. Ano sagot? Ano sagot? Sorry, ano yan? Instant store?
EBS volume.
Galing. When stopping and terminating, it still remain available saan? Dito. Galing. Pasado. Pag dinilit, when stopping, terminating, easy to dinelete. Ganun pa rin. Ay, mali. Ayaw daw. When stopping, terminating. Data is deleted sa store. Kasi nga, tingnan niyo. Wala na yung web server 3. Ito yung store niya. Instance store. Meaning wala na sa storage niya. Ayan na terminated na. Okay, ano pa? S3 is the storage for AWS which you can dump any object. So what do you mean by object? Object, pag sinabing object, these are JPEG file, no? Picture, video, MP4 file, .text, .json, or any other type. No? Metadata contains info about what the data is. Ano yung metadata? Metadata is an information about the data. Let's say meron kang picture, pag ni-right-click mo yun, may information doon. What is this picture? Is it in high resolution? Naka 4K ba? Naka 1024? Saan location? Kailan na picturean? Anong geolocation? Was it taken in Makati? Malalaman ninyo. No? Ano yung permission? No? So in short, metadata is data about how data was used, object size, and so on. So many things. And meron siyang unique identifier. S3 or simple storage service provides an object level storage. When you say object level, walang permission. You can access or deny. You cannot assign groups like NTFS na wala yun. Objects level store data as objects in a temporary container called buckets. So assign container, bucket. So lalagyan siya. What is container? It's a bucket. What is bucket? It's a container, temporary storage. You can upload storage in S3 such as image, blah, blah, blah. Amazon S3 offers unlimited storage. The maximum you can dump for an object is up to 5 terabytes. Example, 5 terabyte. When you upload S3, you can set permission to control visibility and access lang, no? Not file permission. Okay, S3, ito yung S3. So, type nyo lang S3. S3. So if you want to create S3, create a bucket first. Create a bucket. Sabihin mo bucket. Increase. Teka, may bucket na ako. Create na bucket. Increase. Ayan na. Then if by default, naka-block all. Now so you have to unblock. And then meron siyang bucket versioning. If you happen to upload multiple file and may object locking, yung write once, let's say save once, you won't be able to save again. Pero ayoko na ganun, create na ako ng bucket. So yan, so dito, I'm giving them permission that the bucket will be open to the public. Okay, so you have a danger of risking your information. So yan, may bucket na. Tawag ng bucket ni Chris. And I can access this bucket by going to the bucket name. So saan yung bucket name? Naglab na ako. So meron akong bucket. And then upload the file. Create muna ako ng folder. Let's say Chris S3 demo. No encryption. So sa S3 demo, mag-upload ako ng file. Now let's say download natin. Download mga images. Kung na yung images. Gusto ko kung nga rin si Heart Evangelista. Ito yung picture niya. So save natin. Save image sa aking download. Say Heart. Okay. Upload si Heart. Ayan. So in-upload ko. Haba naman ang pangalan nito. Pwede bang rename? Rename ko lang. Ayan. So, sige na nga, ganyan na. Tapos, next thing you need to do, make sure you have view permission. Ayun si Heart. But WebPP, no, na-save ko as PP, hindi image. Pwede nga ba naka-WebPP? Sandali, edit ko pa yun. Naka-WebPP. Name heart.jpeg. Nag-edit tuloy ako. Dali lang ha. Sabihin na download ko ulit si Heart. Tumugal tayo. Gusto ko JPEG format kasi. Ito na lang. Mukhang healthy siya dito. Image naman. Okay. Yeah. You have to go inside the image. Then save image as. Ulit. Ba't WebPP naman? Save image as. Ayaw. Gusto ko lang image. Sino ba ba? Save yun. No, Instagram. Di ka pwede mag-copy sa Instagram. Ang kulit. Screen cap ko na nga lang. Save as JPEG. Desktop. Tapos upload ko si Heart. Upload heart from desktop. Desktop. Heart. Listen to your heart. Heart. Okay. Ayun na si heart. Upload. Tapos, next thing you need to do, permission. Ano bang permission ni heart? Mahabang process na, no? So, it has to have public. As you can see, I cannot edit. Okay. Kasi hindi pa ako nag-allow permission. So, permission. Tingnan nyo. If I copy the URL, access denied. Okay, access denied. Malinaw, access. So this is the thing that you need to do. You have to give permission. No? So how do you give permission? Edit inbound rule o HTTPS is allowed. Hindi dyan, teka. Ba't ako napunta dito? Sa S3. Balik tayo S3. Bakit? Properties. Object. Heart. I'm looking for permission. Ano? Bakit ni Chris? S3 demo. Heart, permission. Itong problem eh. Kita nyo, access control is not allowed, so I cannot do anything. No? So we need to allow ACL first before the permission. Ayun, permission. Ayun, no? Kita nyo? It block all public access. Okay, naka-block. Okay, edit. Pag naka-block nyo yan, in-unblock mo na yan, confirm. Okay. Meron pa ba? Naka-off. You can also do a policy here. No? Pero huwag na natin gawin. Ano pa ba? ACL. Ito gusto ko edit eh. Public na yan eh. No? Somehow. Ayaw. Hindi ako ma-edit. So hanap na lang ng ibang bucket. Ito. Permitted na ba yung ACL? Ayun, meron ako ACL. Ayun, I can edit ACL. Ayun, bucket owner, meron siyang read. Public, ito, you have to make this one available. Read. So they can see it. Save. I understand the risk. Save. Available na yan for public. Kaninong bucket? Bucket ni Chris. Okay? Bucket ni Chris ba yan? Ay, hindi. Lumipat ako dito eh. Bucket, Nexus bucket 22. And then, upload ko si heart ulit. Kasi sa ibang bucket ko nalagay. Hindi yan. Si heart. This one. Upload. Progress, 100%. And then, upload ko na siya. Ngayon question, si heart ba open to the public? As you can see, publicly available. Pero you have to check read. Ayun, no? Read list. Okay? Allowed na. So we can access heart's picture. So how do you get to URL? Ito yung URL niya. Heart. Tapos meron siyang ito yung URL ni heart. Okay? Or this one. You can just easily click this one. Lalabas ni heart. Picture ni heart. Uy, ba't wala pa? So I forgot something. Saan yung bucket ni heart? Heart. Ang kulit, bakit ni Chris? Dito, sa kabilang bucket. Lilipat ako sa bucket na iba. Dito, Nexus 2020. Bakit? Kasi publicly available. Permission file. Heart. Yan. Tapos, tama naman yung ginawa ko. Copy. Copy URL. Ayun. Access denied. Na? So, ano nalimutan ko? Tama ba to? Nexus to. Permission. Ayun, no? I forgot that I should grant public access. Okay? Edit. So, you have to do this manually. Very secure, di ba? Nakita niyo? Save. That's all you need. Understand the risk. Save. Refresh. Ayun na, picture ni Heart. Okay. Habang process na. Okay, so that's S3. Okay. I was able to set the permission. Now sa S3, there are about multiple storage classes. So when you say standard, ito yung frequently accessed, normally used for recorded ba to? Yeah, recorded. Any objects you set, no? Na lagi ina-access like dynamic websites. Okay? S3 standard stores data in a minimum of 3 availability zone. What does it mean? So that means that picture ni Heart, kahit ma-delete sa isang storage, they still have 2 replicas. Dalawang copy. Kahit makorrupt sa second storage, you can still see the picture ni Heart. Healthy, no? Sa third storage. Kasi ang standard storage, they store data in a minimum of 3 availability zone. That's why it makes a 99.99999 highly reliable. Okay? Kailan makukorrupt to? Probably after 100 years. Yun ang sinasabi nilang highly reliable. Okay? S3 standard provides high availability, makes good choice for wide range of use cases such as website, dynamic websites, which is frequently accessed. Content distribution such as Netflix videos, na pinanonood nyo, no? No need for permission. And standard has higher cost. Storage classes intended for infrequently. Infrequent, meaning not accessed regularly. Okay? Standard IA is ideal for data infrequent but requires high availability. Zone infrequent stores data in single zone, so less reliable. Kasi single zone, one zone. Compared to S3, standard IA store minimum of 3 pa rin. Tatlong zone, no, standard, but this one zone. If you want to save cost, you select zone IA. So which one is cheaper? This one or this one? Mas cheaper zone IA. Kasi single zone, multiple zone, single zone, multiple zone. Okay? Intelligent tiering, ideal for data with unknown or changing access patterns. Like if there's a threat detection, no, meron tong intelligent tiering na it can transfer from magnetic drive, solid state to NVMe, and requires a small monthly monitoring fee. Okay, intelligent tiering, storage class will be dynamically allocated to you. Let's say you haven't used the data for the last 6 months, it will be on a magnetic drive, your hard drive. If it is frequent access, solid state drive, palipat-lipat siya. Glacier, from the word itself, malamig. Okay? This is low cost, designed for data archiving. Glacier is low cost storage. It's ideal for data, let's say mga backup file. Like yung mga lawyer, di ba? They have a retention of 7 years data archival na hindi nila bubuksan. Ini-store lang doon for 7 years. Glacier. Okay? For example, you might use storage class to store archive data. No? Archiving lang na hindi kailangan buksan within the next 6 months. Yung mga photo ninyo na taken to year 2000 pa. Mga video files as an evidence na sa crime scene na hindi naman kailangan buksan unless someone open. Yung mga cold case. No? And last one is the Glacier Deep Archive. So lowest cost storage for ideal for archiving din, pero mas lowest, no? Also retrieve object within 12 hours. Napakatagal, no? Kasi kakopy nga niya from magnetic to your solid state drive. So Glacier Deep Archive, how quickly you can retrieve? 12 hours. You can retrieve objects stored in Glacier storage within few minutes or few hours, but more expense, no? By comparison, you can retrieve objects in Deep Archive within 12 hours. No? Matagal to, but it's cheaper. Okay, ulitin ko lang. Exam na tayo. Sige, para mas mabilis. You want to store data infrequent, but immediately available. Infrequent, but immediately available. Ano yung answer dito? Sino pa ba? Christine.
Infrequent but available agad. Teka. Hindi rin intelligent tiering. Saglit ha. Nag-ano pa. Kasi pwede rin siya Glacier. Standard is frequent. Si Deep Archive is ano siya, hindi siya immediately available, 12 hours pa yan. Not sure, Glacier. Last option.
Let's try Glacier. So the answer is infrequent. So bakit infrequent? Ayun word, infrequent. Meron pa bang infrequent? Either this one or this one. Ay, teka. Infrequent.
Yung
Bakit
IA po ba
standard?
infrequent access ang ibig sabihin?
Oh, infrequent. IA. When you say IA,
Or
frequent.
okay.
Deep Archive for archiving, no? Like 6 months or more. Glacier, longer archive years. Intelligent tiering, meaning transfer from one magnetic to solid state, SSD to HDD. Ito archiving, infrequent. Pero question, you want to store data infrequent but must be available immediately. Kasi ito, Glacier will take 12 hours, di ba? To restore. No? Kaya that's why infrequent standard. Okay, the explanation is here. Okay, next is EBS and Amazon S3. Elastic File System, EFS. File storage or multiple clients such as users, apps, servers, so on can access data is stored in a shared file. Parang NTFS. No? In this approach, storage server uses block storage with local file system such as NTFS, VMFS. Compared to block, the object storage, file storage deal for uses case in a large number of services such as Windows, mga ganun, no? SQL to access the same data at the same format at the same time. Okay, one example is EFS. EFS is a highly scalable on-prem, no, or in cloud, which you can add, remove files with permission. EFS grows and shrinks dynamically. It can scale dynamically then up to petabyte without disruption. No, you don't need to expand. Okay. EFS, Elastic File System. No? Tingnan natin for more definition. You can scale, you can pay for as you go, secure. Lahat naman ganyan eh, no? Highly durable. When you say durable, 11 nines. Ito yung sinasabi ko, no? Which will be corrupted in 100 of years. No? Use cases, EFS, for file sharing. No? You can mount to NTFS, such as group drive, G drive, F drive, mga ganun. Okay, let's compare. EBS is used for instance volume. Remember kanina, yung instance volume natin, EBS yun. Tingnan nyo to. EC2, instance ko, naka-EBS ako. storage. Okay, na EBS. Okay? So alam niyo na yung sagot. EBS used for volume. Ayan. Singer AZ, EBS is a volume. Okay? Compare sa EFS, regional service, store data in multiple AZ. Okay? Duplicate storage enabled to access data concurrently in multiple AZ. Okay? EBS is just for volume, which your operating system reside. Okay? Ulitin natin. Volume, which your OS reside. EFS, available, multiple AZ. Okay? EFS, wala dito yung volume. Hindi ito operating system. Ito operating system, not operating system. Ito yung mga NTFS file permission, which you can share to your users. Okay? Operating system, group drive. Okay, next. Relational database service. When you say relational, data is stored in a way which is related to other pieces of data. Okay? Hindi ko na haba ang description. So what do you mean by that? So what do you mean by relational? So ito, I'll give you an example. Let's say DB1, tapos meron table 1, table 2, table 3. So table 1, let's say SS number. So ito yung magiging index key. Okay? So to look up for any record, let's say contribution, kailangan pa rin ng SSS number. Ta-type ng nagre-retrieve, no? To retrieve your full name, date of birth, number of relatives, nandun ba sa SSS? And any information about you, they still need this index key. Okay, which is related to multiple tables. Okay, so may relational, may relation. No? Anong relation? It points to a single reference, which is the index key, to open up multiple tables. So kailangan itong index key. Without index key, you won't be able to look up the record. Tama? That's why it's relational. Kasi related tong index key or index number to multiple tables. Okay? Relational database might be the blah, blah, blah. Relational database such as SQL to store and query data. This approach allows data to be stored in an easily understandable, consistent, scalable. Okay? So ito yung ID number, number 1, product number, size, and price. So this is one table. Okay? Which is has relationship to each other. No? There are many relational database service offered by Amazon. Okay, relational. Number 1 is Amazon RDS. Amazon RDS is a service that enables you to run relational. RDS is a managed service, which means owned and managed by AWS. Automate tasks such as hardware provisioning, sila na bahala. Sila mag-install sa hardware. They will be the one to install the database, hotfix, install of hotfix, setup, patching, backup. Which means you don't need system admin, no? Na ito kasi yung trabaho ng system admin eh. No? Napakatrabaho niyan. Kung if supporting 5,000 servers, you need at least 50 system admins. Trabaho. With this capability, outsource Amazon, you can spend less time completing this task. Okay, nakakatipid kayo. Okay? You can integrate RDS to fulfill your business and operational needs such as AWS Lambda. So kung kailangan nyo ng database, you can avail RDS if you want relational. If you integrate with Lambda to query your database, you will be using a much cheaper solution, which is serverless. You don't need to create a server. You don't need to create Linux or Windows. The code will run in Lambda, and that application can be integrated dun sa database mo, which is sa RDS. Okay? So RDS provide number of different security options, which offers everything. Encryption, highly scalable, blah, blah, blah. No? Sandali, sagutin ko lang to kasi may nagba-viber sa akin. So far, do you have any questions? There are many available RTS database available in Amazon. Okay, so dito meron siyang 6 database engine, which is already optimized for memory, performance, or I/O speed, yung latency, or disk access. Supported database which includes Aurora, Postgres, MySQL, MariaDB, Oracle database, and the native owned by Microsoft, which is Microsoft SQL Server. So let's say yung on-prem nyo is using Microsoft SQL Server. You can migrate using the same database engine, Microsoft SQL Server. But if you want to migrate to Aurora or MariaDB, you can do so. No, you need the skill of database admin. So you need the DBA na dito. No? So hindi nyo na work to. Pero so as a solution architect, kailangan alam nyo to. So what is Aurora? Aurora is an enterprise class relational database. Excuse me. It is compatible with MySQL and Postgres, which means if your existing database is running MySQL, you can easily migrate to Aurora. Aurora is 5 times faster than MySQL and 3 times faster than Postgres. So ganun lang yung mga definition niya. No? Nothing pertains to the technical level of Aurora kasi you need nga database admin to do so. Okay? Hindi kayo database admin. Solution architect kayo. Amazon Aurora helps reduce database cost by reducing number of I/O operations. So yung disk I/O operation, such as yung dinemo ko kanina. So kung titingnan nyo ano bang I/O nito, pupunta kayo dito sa storage, storage class. Or when you launch an instance, papakita niya dito yung disk I/O. Papakita dito. Mamili kayo. Instance time. Compare instance. Yun. Kita niya. Network performance. Meron din yung I/O. Ayan. Storage type. Ayan, SSD. Hindi pinakita dito yung iba. Okay. So obviously this has a higher performance. Ito naman up to 10 gigabit ang network performance, SSD. And then size of SSD. Consider Aurora if your workload require HA. Why HA? Because it has 6 copy, which is spread across 3 availability zone. Okay, so meron siyang 6 copy sa 3 AZ. So meaning, sa isang AZ, 2 kopya in 2 different data center. No? Separated by 30 kilometers. O, diba? Kahit pasabugin mo yung 4 na data center, may kopya ka pang 2. Nagets niya? Yung copy niya? No? Which makes highly available, highly resilient, and highly durable. Next one is Amazon DB, Dynamodb. This one is non-relational. Okay? You create tables. A table is a place where you can store and query data. Non-relational database are sometimes referred as NoSQL because they use structures other than rows. Remember on SQL, my tables, columns. Under sa database niyan, may tables. Inside the table, meron silang rows and columns. Diba? Columns. Okay. Sa NoSQL, they use key pair. Key value pair. Wala silang rows and columns, walang tables. Ulitin ko. NoSQL is using key pairing. Okay? To look up for records. Wala silang rows and columns similar to RDS. Malinaw ba? Ano difference ng RDS sa NoSQL? NoSQL uses key pair. RDS uses tables, rows, and columns. Okay, Amazon DB is a key value database. Is it NoSQL or RDS? Anybody?
NoSQL.
NoSQL kasi ayun yung keyword, key value. Okay? NoSQL. So, what is serverless such as Lambda? DynamoDB is serverless, which means you don't need to provision a server. Hence, eliminating the system admin. You don't have to provision, you don't have to patch, you don't have to manage. Okay? You only need DBA. Serverless. Automatic scaling, and DynamoDB, auto scale na yan. No? You can scale in, scale out. So how do you go to RDS? Just type RDS. Kung gusto mo DynamoDB, NoSQL, DynamoDB. Yan. Scalable na siya, which means it has 6 replica to 3 different data center, 3 different availability zones. Okay? Highly scalable. Okay? So you need to understand ano ba yung highly scalable. No? Explain na. No need to scale kasi auto scale. No need to provision server kasi it's a serverless. Hosted in Lambda. Okay? DynamoDB hosted in Lambda. Auto scale, 6 copies in 3 different availability zones. Okay? Okay, what are the scenarios in which you should use relay RDS? Saan ginagamit ang RDS? Anybody? Ba't kailangan yun ng RDS? Ba't di na lang mag-NoSQL, Ernest? Sino? Christine. Pasagot, Christine.
RDS using SQL to organize data.
Correct. Tama yan.
Yung isa is, yan ako hindi sure. Wait lang.
Not this one, stealing a 10 trillion requests. Well, we didn't discuss about 10 trillion, diba? So, not that one.
Aurora.
Tama ka, Aurora. Aurora database. Yung diniscuss ko kanina, Aurora is a RDS. Ganun lang na. Using SQL to organize kasi meron siyang table, rows, and columns. Kaya organize siya. NoSQL using key value pair, disorganize siya. Correct. Okay? Using SQL, store data RDS. Next type of database is a Redshift. So ano naman ang Redshift? Redshift is used for data warehousing where you use a lot of data to collect data service that you can use for big data analytics. No? Data analytics, such as one example is let's say meron kang, di ba, when you purchase a grocery, meron kang SMAC card, yung SM disadvantage card. They're collecting data from you. They want to find out ano yung lagi mong binibili. Let's say binibili mo lagi sardines 555, no? Then they can come up with a decision the following day na kailangan mag-store tayo ng 10,000 sardines kasi ang daming bumibili, no? So i-warehouse nila yung data collected from all SMAC member, and then they can come up with an intelligent decision using big data analytics. Okay? It offers the ability to collect data from multiple sources, multiple branch, which helps them understand the relationship and trends across the data. No? They can find out whatever branch you're buying, they can find out no? Ano yung number 1 product of the day. And that's only one example. Okay. Let's say in Netflix, they found out what is the number 1 watch movie in Netflix. No? Hence, they can publish na top 10 movie na top 1 to. No? They're using analytics. Next is migration service. Ngayon, mayroon sa exam na practical question. How do you migrate on-prem to cloud? Napakasimpleng answer. You need to use data migration service. 50 points na yan. 50 points. What is database migration service? DMS enables you to migrate relational and non-relational and other data. In short, it can migrate any database from your on-prem to the target cloud database. Yun lang tandaan nyo, no? From source to target, from on-prem to cloud, no? DMS. Okay? So, use case ng DMS is for dev and test, okay? Which enable QA tester, developers to test application. Ang gusto ko i-test muna to. Test natin migrate. You don't migrate on the fly. You test first. That's why you have to test the migration. Anong tool gagamitin? DMS. You can also use DMS to consolidate data. Let's say others was created in MySQL, other was created in MariaDB, and so on. And you want to merge in a single Aurora DB, you can do so using DMS. Another one is meron kang master which contains the master copy, tapos meron kang replica, pero yung master is overwhelmed. Hence, you can form a database load balancing by pointing the access to the replica. So they can access both database at the same time. Okay? So that is continuous replication. Yung replica will copy from the master. Okay, malinaw ba? Malinaw. Where do you use DMS? For testing, for consolidation, or consolidating. And if you wanna create a continuous propagation or continuous replication of data from one side to another. Okay. Additional database service, napakadaming database nito. Amazon Document normally used Document DB for database program. Okay, tandaan nyo sa exam. Which Amazon database supports MongoDB? No? Document DB. Pag sinabing documents, more on documentation. Remember you have this diba, if you're doing troubleshooting, merong knowledge base. Diba? Yung KB. Ayan eh. Support Microsoft. Ayan, no? It contains KB, knowledge base. Kami naman sa VMware, kb.vmware.com. Knowledge base. Ayan, knowledge base yan. So what problem do you want to troubleshoot? Let's say vSphere, KB yan. So that database, no? This content, these records, it could be RDS or NoSQL. We don't know. No? Pero dito, ang suggestion ng AWS, use Document DB. Okay? Malinaw ba? Para saan ang Document DB? For documentation. Okay? Hindi lang yung demo ko, madami pa. Kasi sa sobrang dami, malilito kayo. Para saan naman ang Neptune? Used for graphical database service, such as if you know yung monitoring graphs, no? Neptune build and run apps, highly connected datasets, no? Such as fraud detection, knowledge graph. Okay, Neptune is for graph. Para sa naman ng QLDB? For ledger. Okay, ledger meaning ito yung historical changes, like transactional logs. No, let's say Cebu Pacific, there are about 10,000 customer bought 5 days ago. 3 days ago was 100. Yung transactional, no? QLDB. Right? Manage blockchain from the word itself. It has a distributed ledger system which can be authenticated by a disparate system. Now, multiple processing distributed in different region. Okay, so blockchain is distributed ledger that lets multiple parties run transactions and share. No? So ito yun. No single authentication, no single database. It runs on multiple parties. No, for verification. Next is Elasticash Service, which adds caching layer top of your database. Okay, so when you say caching for easier access, let's say frequently accessed movie of the day is yung movies sa Netflix, no? So ika-cache nila yan sa region using Elasticash. Or let's say frequently accessed record is si Heart Evangelista, ilalagay nila yan sa memory. So the next time someone asks for that data, it will not read from the hard drive. It will read from Memcache or sa Redis, no? Which is stored in memory. Okay? For faster access. Then merong accelerator. Accelerator naman, pampabilis ng DynamoDB. Ang ginagawa lang nito, all data that has been cached will be put into a memory then, no? Which improve response time in accessing via single digit. No? So you have to avail this service, Accelerator. No? You will notice bakit ibang database mabagal and others are quick because they have accelerator and caching technologies used. Okay? Okay, so these are database services. Napakadami. Okay, if you want to read more, just click on cloud storage. Pero mag-exam na tayo. Let's test the knowledge. Which S3 class are optimized for archival, meaning infrequent access? Select 2. Amor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. I think yung dalawang Glacier, S3 Glacier, saka yung Deep Archive.
Oh, tama, no? It can quickly remind you of something, no? At the back of your head, something archival, something called Glacier. Sa tama yan, S3 Glacier and Deep Archive. Wala nang iba di ba? Meron pa ba? Archival is for Glacier kasi frozen data. Tama yan, no? Okay, tama. Excellent, congratulations. Which statement or statements are true? Teka, statements. So, meaning you only have to select one pero dalawang statements. About EBS and file system. Remember, EBS of volumes, file system can be shared. Okay? Joey. Ano kaya sagot dito?
Hello, sorry. Let me read lang po. Which statement or statements are true about Amazon EBS volumes and Amazon EFS? Pretty true lang po. Di ko po siya memorize. So, kailangan pong balikan yung notes.
Okay lang. So ganito, process of elimination, isa-isay nating vague data. So mag-start ako dito. EBS and EFS both store data across multiple, not true. Kasi ang volume, kung saan lang yung operating system mo, ito yun. Ayan, so this is why you enrolled, no? Not because free yung AWS, kundi the teacher can explain to you bakit ganun, di ba? So ito, easy to ko as I can show you ang EBS volume ko. Tingnan mo, storage, EBS volume, ayan, naka-lock in sa operating system ko. Okay, na EVS, naka-lock in sa operating system which is located lang dito sa North Virginia. Okay? So not true to. Kasi hindi available lang volume sa multiple zone. Okay? So isang easy lang yan. Ito pa, bakit mali ito? Ang EFS is multiple availability zone. No? So multiple easy yan. Remember, 3 copies of data in, 6 copies of data in 3 availability zone. Okay? May 6 copies ka. So mali na to kasi sabi single Mali na yan. Mali na rin yan. So ang tamang answer this one. Ang EFS naka-store multiple AZ, 3 AZ. Ang EBS single AZ. Yun ang tatandaan niya. Ayun ang correct. Okay? Okay, next. You want to store data. Sino ba? June De Leon. Ano kaya sagot dito? Sir June. Okay, you want to store data in an object. Which service is best for type of storage? Object. From the keyword object.
Storage.
Simple storage. Yan, object agad. Kasi ito hindi to object. File system, which you can have allow or disallow, block or permit. No? EBS operating system, it's not an object. Blockchain is totally different story. So tama yung ito, S3. No? Which statement best describe the Dynamodb? Ano kaya ang Dynamodb? Dynamodb is
Serverless
serverless, tama,
value.
tama. Key value. Okay. NoSQL, when you say key value, NoSQL. Okay. Correct. Okay. Galing na. Which service used to query and analyze data across data warehouse? Query, from the word itself, query. Diba? Ano yan? Ano yan? Sorry.
Redshift.
Redshift, yes. Okay. See, at the back of your head, you can answer quickly. Kung kasi nyo, mag-exam na kayo within this week. Okay. Okay, Module 6. Before we jump sa Module 6, ano oras na ba sa Pilipinas?
11:13.
Lunch muna tayo, no? Bago tayo mag-jump sa Module 6. Ayan. Module 6. Nangangalahati na tayo. So we'll have a 30-minute lunch break. Do you have any questions so far before we go sa ating lunch break? Okay, so I'm gonna pause the recording. Module 6. Module 6 about shared responsibility model. So it's the responsibility between you and the AWS. Okay. So shared responsibility model, throughout this course, you have learned about a variety of resources that you can create in the cloud. The resources include EC2, buckets, RDS, database. Who is responsible for keeping these resources? You as the customer or AWS? So that's the question. The answer is both. So both of you. No? The reason is that you do not treat your AWS environment as a single object. Rather, you treat the environment as a collection of parts that build upon each other. AWS is responsible for some parts of your environment, no? And you, the customer, are responsible for other parts. The concept is known as shared model. The shared model divides into customer, which is commonly referred as security in the cloud, and responsibility of AWS, commonly known as security of the cloud. Okay. In this illustration, you can think of a model being similar to the division of responsibilities between homeowner and home builder. Home builder obviously is the one laying the bricks. A homeowner is the one who will reside inside that house, which is you. Okay, so security in the cloud, this is your responsibility. Customers are responsible for security of everything that they create and uploaded in the cloud. When using services, you as the customer, you need to maintain, you need to secure, you need to put control over your content like what I did kanina. Remember, meron nung tick box, allow ACL. Aside from that, I have to manually allow the content ni Heart kasi hindi natin makita, di ba? Do pumunta ako dun sa public and allow, read, and list. So eventually, yung content was made controlled. Okay? So dalawa yan, di ba? AWS and me. No? The security steps that you take will depend on the factors such as whatever your service you're using. So different services, different settings. Your company-specific operational and security needs steps, including selecting, configuring, patching, OS, blah, 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 will run in the EC2 instance. Pero if you're the one managing EC2, you're the one responsible for it. No? Security in the cloud, AWS is responsible for the cloud. AWS operates, manage, control components, all the layer physical infrastructure. These include the operating system, which is software, the virtualization layers such as Hyper-V and VMware, even the physical security responsibility ng AWS. Also, they are responsible for protecting the global infra, but they have to be offered. Okay, meaning you have to subscribe. This infra includes regions, AZ, and Edge. So they're the one responsible. AWS responsibility is in physical security of data center. No one can go in or out. No? Hardware and OS. The router switches, VPN, responsibility nila yan, hardware. And the virtualization layer, whatever it is, like open source, VMware, vSphere, whatever. You cannot visit data center. It's almost impossible. Firsthand, AWS provides several third-party auditor if you want to audit. No? These auditors have verified its compliance according to security standards. Okay, to give you more explanation, ito yung responsibility ng customer and AWS. So kayo, AWS, hardware. If there's a motherboard problem, you don't have to worry kasi they will be the one to escalate the issue. Let's say sa Dell, they will request service request, delivery of parts, and replacement by their own technician. Okay? Wala kayong problem sa hardware. As a customer, you don't need to send technicians to fix the problems relating to hardware. Another one, sila bahala dun sa mga compute resources such as yung computing, yung Lambda, yung Fargate, no? Sila bahala doon. If something goes wrong or something outdated, they will update by themselves. Storage, you won't be able to touch any single storage such as EMC, NetApp Filer, no? Expansion, addition of hard drive, wala. Database, you won't be involved in the installation. You only need to select and configure straight away. You don't even need to configure routing, switching, firewalling. No? All you need to do is to allow, deny. Ganun lang gagawin mo. No? You don't have to visit the region, the availability, and their point of presence. No? Ang responsibility nyo is data itself, depending on your subscription. If you avail rack, no? So you know main responsibility nyo, pati operating system. So it depends on the layer. So if you avail operating system, you will be the one to patch, upgrade, install hotfixes, install antivirus, install application. Okay, so may kanya-kanyang level. Okay, knowledge check, which tasks are responsibilities of customers? Ulit ako sa taas. Christine.
Patching ng software and then setting of permission.
So, responsibilities of customers.
2 at saka 4.
Yeah, somehow.
Kasi diba, ang responsibility naman ni AWS is more on the infra. So
yes.
Patching is not on the infra side, and setting permission is not also on the infra side.
Correct. So patching is correct. Settings permission for Amazon S3 object, responsibility ng customer. Okay. Correct yan. Okay, next, permission and access. So AWS has its own authentication and authorization service. If you're gonna compare sa Microsoft, ang tawag nila dito, Active Directory, no? Which authorize and authenticates users. So dito naman, IAM. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management, which enables you to manage access to services and resources. Okay? IAM gives you the flexibility to configure access based on your company's specific operational and security needs. You do this by combining the features which are explored in details lesson. So we have users, groups, and roles. Okay, we have policies, which contains the permission, and we have multi-factor authentication, which is the secondary authentication method. Okay, so first, account user. When you first create AWS, you usually create a root account. No, root account ang tawag doon, no, which is the most powerful. So that's why you don't use the root account when configuring resources. Root user is accessed by signing in the email and password. by going sa portal. You can think the root as being similar to the owner of the business, no? Owner of the organization. As a best practice, do not use root account. Kailangan gumawa kayo ng IAM account. Instead of using root, you need to create first IAM and assign permission. Then continue to create IAM and access those identities for performing regular tasks through AWS. What is IAM? IAM is an identity that you create in AWS. It represents a person. One IAM, one user. Okay. You can also create a service account to access application, which can interact with the services and resources. IAM consists of your name and credentials. By default, when you create IAM, it has no permission. So you have to associate permission to allow IAM to perform certain tasks, such as launching EC2, and you can also assign specific tasks to create and delete S3 bucket. Okay, so very specific ang assignment dito. Best practice that you create individual IAM for each individual. Okay, hindi pwedeng isang user, dalawang IAM account. No? Ideally, dapat isa. 1:1. What is IAM policy? IAM policy is a document that allows or deny permission to certain resources. Policy was written in JSON format or JavaScript object notation for easier transposition to different format. No? IAM policies enable you to customize user's level, no? Whether he has read permission, write permission, whatever policy applied to the group, and so on. For example, you can allow user to have access to all S3. So you will put access asterisk. Asterisk meaning it's a wildcard which allow you to allow access to all buckets. Best practice, follow the security principle of least privilege when granting permission. So meaning, deny initially, no? Least privilege, read access only. If you're gonna create a user, as much as possible, read access only. No? By following this principle, you help to prevent users from having permission that needed to perform their task. Now, for example, how IAM policies work. Suppose that you are the owner of the business, create a policy. Ito, gagawa na ako. Nade-demo ko na sa inyo. IAM user can also be a member of a group. So how do you create an IAM account? So you can go to IAM by typing IAM. So this is some sort of key, no? Which authorize and authenticates you. So users, if you want to create a user, go to users. I'm going to create one user. Name of the user, let's say Heart. And then if I select programmatic access, he can have access dito sa ating Cloud Shell. Okay? He can launch, he can provision programmatically. Okay, delikado yan. No? If I give her access to the console, he can only have access dito sa portal. Okay? He can also create password, sabihin natin. Yan. No? And during first logon, he can change it. No? For the time being, ayokong palitan. So bigyan ko na rin siya ng programmatic access. So see, Heart is not part of any group. Since Heart will be a main demo, gusto ko siyang gawing administrators. Okay, EC2 manager, he can only manage EC2. Or part of Nexus students who has full access. So depende kung ano yung gusto nyo gawin. So add ko siya sa administrators. Next is tagging. Tagging is some sort of labeling. No? Sabihin natin student to si Heart. Great user. Okay. So ito na si Heart. This is the access key. Okay, you need to copy that access key so you can have programmatic access. Aray ko. Tuso. You need that access key. and secret access key if you want to connect to SSH, or to API, or you can send an email, this credential. So ito yung credential niya, no? Sa access key and password. So these two can be used for API communication, or you can log in using command line interface. No, let's say gusto mo mag-log in sa account. Okay, so what specific role you would like to grant the user? Let's say gusto ko lang siyang bigyan ng remote access to RDS so he can RDP. No? So yan, manage attach entities. So all you need to do is select that one, and dito create tayo ng role. Let's say role account. Let's say this account, gusto ko mag-create ng policy to access all. So there are about 761 policies. Napakadami. Kung gusto kong full access sa EC2, so Heart can create EC2 instance and delete and manage, I will select Amazon EC2 full access. Okay, so this is the policies. Sorry, this is the permission. Okay, so action where, so which means resources, EC2 only, not S3. She will be allowed to any resources in EC2 instance only. Okay? Allow din siya to create load balancing for this specific EC2. He is also allowed to avail the CloudWatch. He is also allowed to perform configuration in auto scaling. Now, in short, allowed siya to all. Ayan. Okay, so this is the effective role for this specific permission. So create a policy. Okay, so ito yung JSON format. Okay, so gagawa tayo ng service to which service we would like to access. Let's say EC2. Gusto ko let's say all. So star yan, automatic lalabas, no? Pero if you want something list or display, what do you want to display? Ang daming question, di ba? Ang dami, oh. Read. Okay, read all. Okay, if you want to write, no? Select all. Tanggalan ko lang read. Tanggalan ko lang write pala. So meron siyang read lang. Okay, meron lang siyang read. Haba naman ito. Yeah. So specific reservation to earn, specific certificate, and dami. No? If you want to add additional resources, choose specific resource. Let's say S3 naman. What do you want to do with S3? I want all action. Okay. To which resources? All resources. Review. Sabihin natin, EC2 and S3 access. Okay, same with definition. And hindi pwedeng space. Yan. So, ganyan yan. Okay. So, create policy. So, we have created the policy now. Ito yung ginawa ko. Okay. This is the one I created. So, this is a custom policy. If you want to examine, allow to S3, all access. Okay, so that's policy. IAM groups is a collection of users. No? Groups is a collection of users. When you assign IAM policy sa group, that policy will take effect to all users, member of the groups. Okay? IAM roles, the one I created kanina, yung role, Remember, C Heart is part of admin. So eventually she become, she become an admin, no? Which you can log in. Pag ito nilagin ko, malalag out kasi. Sige, ide-demo ko na sa inyo. No? So paano i-access yung Heart, no? Heart. So all you need to do is, I'm gonna open a new tab. Maglalagin ako as IAM user, portal, aws.amazon.com. So what you need here is the select IAM user. Okay. And then 12-digit account number, which is this one. No? 12-digit. So 433149. Yeah, okay. And then the account, IAM account, which is Heart, and the password. So that's how you login ng IAM account. Pag sign in ko dito, since I'm admin, I have more power sa EC2. Remember kanina, nag-create ako ng EC2 policy. Diba? So may power ako sa EC2. So ano yung power ko? I can create, I can launch, I can terminate. No? Yan, okay? I can pretty much do anything regarding EC2. Pero hanapin natin S3. S3 bucket. Remember, this is Heart. Ayan, Heart. Si Heart yan. Okay, I can create bucket ba? Yeah, I can as well. How about Lambda? Can I create Lambda serverless? I can create function. Kasi nga na-admin na access ako eh. Naka-admin ako. So that's hard. So I'm gonna log out, sign out. Okay, and sign back in sa console. So I'll show you. This is a IAM user account. So asa yung console? So again, to go sa console, portal, AWS Amazon, you have to switch. Okay? Kailangan mag-switch kayo. Nakastick na kasi ito sa IAM eh. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Kaya nag-login ako sa Explorer. Sa portal, if you want to root, you only need to provide your root, but it's not a good practice. Okay. Next one is multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor is a second form of authentication. Usually you provide username password, which is not safe. So MFA is something you hold every day na hindi mo pwedeng iwanan, like cell phone. It's always in your body, di ba? And you are the only person on earth who hold this device. Kayo lang may hawak ng cellphone. Halos kinuha ng girlfriend nyo. Diba? So MFA can be enabled so that after providing username and password, it will send a one-time PIN sa cellphone niya. No? How do you enable MFA? It's very simple. So there's an MFA button dito. Sa user, si Heart, enable natin yung multi-factor, should be here. So yung multi-factor. Ayun. Sorry. Ayun. Ayun na. Assign multi-factor device, manage. Authenticator, so you have to download, let's say Microsoft Authenticator sa iPhone. Or meron kang authenticate by touching hardware, such as RSA key, YubiKey, or other ones such as Gemalto token. Now, if you continue, there will be a configuration. Okay? So very simple. It's only one tick box. Next, org unit. Org unit is a group of accounts into organizational unit like Windows Active Directory. They use a container to separate or to identify similar objects. For easier to manage your account, let's say accounting. So gagawa ka ng isang OU for accounting which contains all accountants. Okay. Knowledge check, you are configuring service control policy. Yung kanina dinemo ko policy, nag-create tayo. Which identity and resources can policy be applied to? Anybody? Sinong anybody? Saan yung button? Wala. Ernest. KitKat. Ano kaya sagot dito? Okay, anybody? So,
Ano sir, yung isa individual member account
correct. So that's correct.
and isang org.
Sa org. Correct. Galing. Pwede na kayo mag-exam this week, no? Para wala na kayong problema next week. Correct. Compliance. Next one, thank you. So next one is Artifact. AWS Artifact is another service from AWS. So which provides on-demand access to security and compliance reports and select online agreement. Artifact consists of two main sections, artifact agreements and reports. So para sa Artifact, provides on-demand access for security report. No, re-report niya what's happening, no, who access who, and so on. Artifact agreements, supposedly company needs to sign agreement with a third party regarding the use of your certain types of information through AWS. You can do this using the agreement, no? So exchange the agreement, and the both parties will need to complement. Agreements can review, accept, manage agreement for individual account for all your organization. Different types of org offered address to need the customer who are subject to specific regulation. Let's say the agreement is that data cannot be exported, or such as HIPAA, yung health provider, such as you cannot provide information about a patient, no? HIPAA account. So whatever your agreement is. So that means that resources cannot be shared to pertaining to non-member of the organization. Reports naman some sort of collection of information. Let's say, suppose you're a member of your company team building an apps and need more info about their responsibility. You can advise them from the artifacts reports on who access what. Let's say you're doing penetration testing. Pag penetration testing, the penetration tester will apply for full permission. No? Tapos lalagyan niya sa report, I have root account dito sa Linux nyo to pen test how weak is your system. So lalagay niya sa report yan. So agreement is something that both parties can agree. No? Report is more on factual, what he did. Okay. Next is the Compliance Center. Compliance help you learn more about compliance. No? So Customer Compliance Center is a service again, or feature in AWS, which you can read customer compliance story to discover how companies regulated or have they solved their compliance or governance issue. Like sa amin, in-audit kami ng third party. So na-check nila, nakita nila na most of our users are saving their password on the desktop, which is a breach of compliance. No? Hindi dapat ganon. Then the password was just using 8 characters combination of lowercase, uppercase, and number, which does not comply in the password complexity policy. Okay, so through compliance, it's a software which will check everything for you. No, you don't have to do anything. Iraran mo lang to, no? Kung meron kang account, saan na yung demo? So tatap mo lang dito, compliance. Saan na yun? AWS compliance. Ayun. Compliance. Artifact reports. Ayun pala. Compliance. Compliance. Let's wait. Create and patch baseline. Let's say a Windows baseline 1. What it will do, it will install the patches for Windows operating system only, pero he can perform to any operating system. So this will be the baseline for Windows. And then what edition you would like to install, 2022. No? What do you want to do? I want to apply everything like critical updates, drivers, latest drivers, hotfixes, and patches. Okay. And create patch baseline. Volume must contain so patch extension. What patches you would like to apply? Gusto ko criticals, allows dependency. Let's say KB1, KB2 is dependent on KB1. KB1 should be installed first. Okay. Validation, list of product property. Ay, sorry, hindi ko pala nag-select. all patches. Yeah, so ginawa ko. Whether critical information, whatever. Approved patch in specific days. Specific number of days. Let's say 1 day approval. Compliance reporting, you need to report critical only. Okay? Okay, and so many settings. Napakadaming settings kung gusto nyo gawin ito. No? So, by now, you should understand yung compliance. No? So, meron siyang answer key, risk and compliance, na meron siyang auditing checklist. Okay, compliance, about patching. Which task can you complete in AWS Artifact? Elizar. Artifact. Di ba dalawa yun? Agreement and ano yung isa? Anybody?
Clients.
Oo, tama.
Access house compliance reports on demand.
Ayan, dalawa lang yan. So, madali tandaan na artifact. Reports and agreement. So, access, compliance reports. Tama yan. Tapos ano pa ba? Review and accept.
Review.
Dalawa kasi, agreement and reports. Yun lang. Ay, teka, ba't nawala? Okay. Correct yan. Ito na. Denial of service. Attacks. Okay, ito yung analogy. So I'm gonna give you a more easy to understand analogy. So what is DOS? DOS is a deliberate attempt to make website apps unavailable to user. Just like Facebook. Recently, no, they were attacked and then hindi siya available to some region. Nabalitaan niyo yan? Facebook DOS attack. Kailan ba nangyari yan? I think last year ba yan? So they're saying the Facebook outage is not related to distributed DOS attack. Siyempre, no one will accept. If they accept, they will be in a place of scrutiny. Sabihin, nandiyan lahat ng pictures ko, no? Pati private. No? So they wouldn't trust Facebook anymore. So what caused Facebook outage? Okay. Last year pala to. Blah, 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 blah. Sabi dito, inattack daw sila. Outage like this showed that for all that was learned since the DDoS attack, 5% remains fragile like DNS, blah, 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 blah. Sabihin natin, Cloudflare, according sa Cloudflare, DDoS attack is a malicious attempt to disrupt normal traffic. Okay. Attack which essentially overwhelm. Facebook is certainly not alone experiencing attack. So that means they were attacked. Okay. So they were attacked using distributed denial of service by flooding the traffic. No? Paano nagiging flood? When you ping Facebook, you're sending 32 bytes. Now 32 bytes of data. What if you sent 3 megabytes of data in a single second? That is called flooding. No? Hence, since you're sending data, send multiple requests kasi ganito. Normally 32 bytes lang yung packet. Diba? What will happen if becomes 3.4 kilobytes, 3.4 megabytes distributed, meaning maraming sources. Sabihin natin 100. It becomes 344 megabyte per seconds. No? Seconds yun eh. Okay? Hence, the web server request will be optimally low, no? Or babagal. Okay? It will become slower. And other users won't be able to access the website. Saan na yung ano ko? Wala na yung ano ko sa dala. Na-close ko ba? Close ko yata. Firefox pala yun. Ito pala ako. Firefox. Okay. So, dito, the prankster and their friends repeatedly call the coffee shop to play. So, ito yung analogy. No? Meaning multiple sources of attacks, not only one. Again, DDoS is a multiple sources used to start an attack that aims to make website unavailable. No? This can come from group of attackers, multiple sites, or single attack lang using the ping of death. Single attack can send multiple bots, no, to utilize excessive traffic. Okay, ping of death, multiple pings, multiple resources. And ping of death is a form of DDoS, DOS attack that occurs when an attacker crashes the establishment of freeze by sending a huge packet of data. No? By targeting them with oversized data packet. Failed. DDoS. Na-DDoS din siya. Failed. Okay? It's oversized packet. The ping of death. No? Oversize of packet. Okay? Ano DDoS? Ano DDoS? By sending huge amount of packet which overwhelms the application or the web server. Next, AWS Shield. Shield is a service that protects DDoS. So if you want to protect your organization from DDoS attack, you would avail the AWS Shield. AWS Shield is a specific service which protects from DDoS. Okay? Shield provides two levels of protection, standard and advanced. Standard meaning it auto-protects all customers at no cost. Okay? It protects your resources from most commonly DDoS attack. Okay? As traffic comes into your apps, the Shield use a variety of analysis technique to detect malicious traffic. Okay? Ang advanced naman is a paid service that provides detailed attack diagnostics and ability to detect and mitigate sophisticated DDoS. So that means this one, if the attack is more sophisticated, hindi na niya kaya. Okay? Yun yung pinagkaiba ng dalawa. This one is paid but because it's more detailed attack diagnostic by reading the incoming packets. No? Babasahin niya yung header and the data itself which contains the packet or the malware signature. Pag nakita niya yung signature na yun, ko-compare niya doon sa database niya, then ide-drop niya yung packet. No? Hence, it mitigates the attacks. Okay? Malinaw ba? It also integrates with other services such as CloudFront. So, pwede mong enable yung advanced shields sa CloudFront. So, when someone accessing your data, no, they can sophisticatedly filter out yung mga malware data from clean data. No? It can also integrate sa routing nyo, sa DNS ninyo, resolution, no? And sa load balancing. Additionally, you can integrate Shield with AWS WAF, no? Some sort of application firewall by writing custom rules to mitigate complex. So good practice, meron na kayong Shield. Para saan ang Shield? Sa DOS attack lang. Paano kung may attack sa application? You need WAF. Okay? Dami kailangan, ano? So if you need WAF, you have to go WAF, no? Protects against DDoS attacks and malicious web traffic. Plus shield. WAF and shield. Yeah. No? Protect against DDoS and malicious, okay? Additional security service such as KMS. KMS enables you to perform encryption operation through the use of cryptographic key. So KMS service is an encryption service which perform encryption operation, okay, through the use of cryptographic key. So cryptographic key naman is a random string of digits used for encrypting and decrypting. You can use KMS to create managed cryptographic key across a wide range of services. So what's happening between cryptographic key and the data? No, so ano nangyayari doon sa key na yun? So let's say this is my access key. I'm gonna pass this one. No, ilalagin ko siya na Sydney ako, lalagin ako sa US. So tatawid siya ng from Optus network pupunta na Amerika, no? Siguro ano bang ginagamit niya yung ISP sa Amerika, tapos pupunta dun sa company, no? Let's say company ko sa US, IBM. So ang gagawin niya, itong username ko will be encrypted to something unreadable. Lagay niya, no? Special character. Kasi ito is a clear text eh. Delikado to. Diba? Clear text. Can be read by anyone. So gagawin ng cryptographic key, encrypt niya using different level of encryption. So this one doesn't make sense, di ba? Pagdating dito sa IBM, meron siyang decrypting key. Ta-translate niya yan from encrypted back to the original authentication key, which is this one. Okay? Yun ang ginagawa ng KMS. WAF stands for Web Application Firewall that lets you monitor network requests that come into your application. Ang question, meron ka naman network security group, di ba? Meron ka pang ACL, ba't kailangan pa ng WAF? WAF is particularly more resilient and more applicable sa mga .NET application. No, kasi meron mga .NET hacks, SQL application, meron ding SQL hacks. If you want to learn more about SQL hacks, meron kaming demonstrations sa ethical hacking, paano na hacking SQL database, to the point na we extracted the password of each user. No? So tawag doon SQL injection. So dinemo ng ethical hacker paano mag-perform ng SQL injection. Delikado to. Now, SQL injection is a code injection technique used to attack data, no, to your application using SQL statement lang. Simple SQL query. Gagawa ka lang ng SQLi. No? So, para sa ng WAF, for applications, especially SQL. Kasi hindi kaya network security. Ang binablock lang ng network security, layer 4, di ba? Like HTTPS, port 80, RDP. Paano na may application? So you need WAF. Right? So if you want to avail WAF, go to WAF and Shield. So set up protection for your WAF, create WAF, man, dami. Classic, protection against web attacks, improve web traffic visibility and deployment. Okay? If you want to configure WAF, meron ba to sa book? I'm not sure kung meron sa book to. It's more on solution architect. Next one is the inspector. Let's say, for example, developer at the coffee shop are developing, testing new ordering apps. They want to make sure that they're designing the apps in accordance with the security best practice. However, they have several other apps to develop, so they're so busy in conducting assessment. No? Ito yung mga auditor, audit natin. Hence, inspector will perform automatic security assessment. No, titingnan niya yung best practice. He will discover yung weakness ng inyong application. Makikita ninyo, uy, yung apps natin is not doing encryption when sending data over the wire, no? So dito, WAF i-scan niya yan for software weaknesses. Okay? It also consolidate your vulnerability code compared to their database. Meron silang database na yun, and it will make a suggestion. Inspector will also inspect and give you scoring. Bibigyan ka ng score. Okay? Kung weak ba yung system mo or compliant. Another service is the guard duty. Guard duty is a service which provides intelligent threat detection. Ito lang tandaan nyo sa examination. Ano yung guard duty? Intelligent threat detection. Panalo na kayo. No? Intelligent threat detection. Teka sir, ano naman inspector? Intelligent ba yan? Hindi. Ang inspector, it compare your code to the database of best practices. No? Like yung data ba, the way you transmit, is it encrypted? No? So meron siyang database comparison. Ang guard duty, intelligent threat detection, which read the malware signature and compare to their database. No? So it identifies threats by continuously monitoring, checking the network activity and behaviors in your environment. Okay? Once you enable guard duty, it will start monitoring for network and account activity. You don't have to do anything with the software. Guard duty will analyze multiple resources. Check niya lahat. S3, EC2, storage theory, and so on. Check niya. Database. Check niya. Guard duty will detect threats. You know, para sa ating guard duty, it detect threats. Whether inside or outside the database, he can do so. Kayang-kaya niya yan. Okay, summary ng module 6. Mag-quiz na tayo. So we have question number 1 for Diane. Ano kaya answer dito?
Wait lang po, sir. Basahin ko lang. Hello po. Rinig po.
Yeah.
Kung grants and denies po.
That's correct, no? IAM policy contains policy in JSON format. Then write dito yung star, which permit all to which resources, no? And deny to specific resources. No? So it's a document that grants or denies permission. Okay? Yan ang tandaan natin sa policy, no? Grants or deny. Correct. Congratulations. Next. Elizar, an employee requires temporary blah 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 access. Gusto niyo ng temporary access? To create several S3 buckets, which option will you choose? Ginawa ko to kanina, dinemo ko. Inallow all ko sa S3, inallow all ko yung user, no? Di ba kanina, if you remember, meron akong I created S3 and then inassign ko sa kaninong IAM.
Yung third po, IAM role.
Correct, tama. Sa role, no? Sa role yun. Correct, okay. Next one is the which statement best practice. Na itong si kanina, June de Leon. Ay, wala pala si June. Lady Ronica Agustin.
Granting only the permission. Yung third one. Granting only the permission that are needed to perform a specific task.
That's correct, no? So tandaan nyo, applying the principle of least privilege is granting only the permission that are needed to perform the task. Kung first day niya, you only need to give read access. Okay? Tama yan. Okay, galing. Next one is which service goes to kanina pa ba? Matthew. So ito DDoS. Okay. So may specific service for the DDoS, di ba? Nag-iisa lang yun eh. Nag-iisa lang. Anybody? Anong sagot nun?
Shield.
Tama.
Shield.
Shield lang. How do you protect AWS resources from DDoS? Shield. Okay. KMS is specifically encryption, di ba? Encryption. So anong sagot dito?
Third one.
Tama. Cryptographic key. Okay. Galing. 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 Mag-exam na kayo this week. Tapos na. Saan na tayo? Module 7. Nakalahati pa lang tayo. Module 7. Recording ba? Oh, hindi ko na press. Oh, yeah, recording. Okay. Next is a CloudWatch. CloudWatch is a web service that enables you to monitor and manage various metrics and configure alarm action based on data from those metrics. CloudWatch, you can create alarm which auto-perform action. Let's say CPU utilization hits 10%, it will send an email. Ganun, ano? One example. CloudWatch dashboard, you can easily go to dashboard. Ito na yung dashboard, pakita ko na sa inyo. Sorry, nawala ako. Punta tayo sa portal, nag-log out ako. Ay, Azure. Ba't naman Azure? Portal.aws.amazon. I'll show you from my instance, we can quickly monitor the EC2 instance using a CloudWatch in terms of performance sa CPU. Wala ako sa North California. If you notice, walang instance. Ang ginawa ko kasi North Virginia, right? So you have to switch. Ayun ang aking web server 3. And then ito yung ating CloudWatch. Monitoring. Okay, from here, you can easily see CPU utilization is less than 1%, which is good. Yeah. Manage detailed monitoring. After enable, it will give you a detailed mode. Yeah, mas detailed to. Status check failed 0, nothing failed. If you want to add sa dashboard, you can do so. Ito yung ating, let's say, dashboard number 1. Nilagay ko na. Dashboard number 1. Add to dashboard. Dashboard number 2. Great. Ay, dumami dashboard ko. So, ito na. Default dashboard. Add the widgets. Let's say, gusto ko graph. I want to monitor the EC2 instance only. So this is specific for EC2. It monitors the CPU utilization. As you can see dito. I have 1 to 4 units. Read, nothing happening. This write, nothing happening. Kasi hindi ka naman ginagamit yung server ko. So nothing's really happening. CloudWatch alarm. Any question?
Dun sa CloudWatch, nakikita rin ba dun yung parang number of users na uma-access? Parang ganun.
Naman. Yeah. Number of users. Number of authentication sa IAM policy yun. Sa IAM, gagawa ka ng IAM.
Pati rin sir yung mga parang na-deny. Parang ganyan. Kunyari.
Logs yan, logs. Auditing yan,
Mm-hmm.
transactional logs. Ito lang ang explanation for CloudWatch. It's more like CCTV. You are watching as it goes. Pero wala siyang what's happening sa data, no? Ano nangyayari sa data? Wala siyang ganun. So ang makikita mo lang dito, let's say gusto ko mag-create ng alarm. What alarm? Gusto ko EC2. No, per instances. Yeah. Let's say lahat ng instances. No? Ayan. You can only check. You can monitor it. No? So what's happening to my 4 instances? Worker process. So 40,000 blah 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 something. No? Pero who goes in? Who goes what? Wala. Sa logs naman yan. Okay? More on graphical lang ta. More on graphical. CloudWatch. Ito na alarms. Alarms that auto-perform action. Gagawa na ng action. So what will happen, no? What will happen if CPU went up? Ganun ang question. Dami naman nakabukas dito. Sarado ko lang 'to. Ayan, sa dashboard. Alarm will need to be triggered by a specific event. Let's say this space is 80%. Then it will send an email, no? Or stop the server, stop the EC2 instance. CloudWatch dashboard is the main dashboard that you see. No, whether S3, ito. Punta ako na S3 naman. Meron din siyang dashboard which you can see what's happening in a graphical performance. Ito, dashboard, ayun. Dashboard. So meron naman akong default dashboard. Ay, ayaw. Wala akong mag-create pa. Ako matagal ito eh. So I would like to create a dashboard sa S3. Ayan, DS1. Kailangan lang ano, I log in as global kasi. No? So if you want to see dashboard, it's very similar to EC2 instance. Ganito din yung itsura niya. Na? Meron ditong CloudWatch. EC2 dashboard. Okay, so yan, that's the dashboard. So kung EC3, makikita nyo din on network in and out, CPU credit, blah blah blah. It's just the same. Ano naman yung CloudTrail? Ito na yung sinasabi ko, logs. Logs, no? CloudTrail records API calls for your account. The recorded log includes the identity, kung sino yung caller, the time of the API was called, saan galing, no, saan IP address, and more. So if you want to check auditing, who accessed what and what time, CloudTrail naman yon. No? Think of a CloudTrail as trail or breadcrumbs, or sabihin na lang nating logs that someone has left behind. So dito, you can perform investigation on who accessed what. No? So ang CloudTrail naman is one example. Meron akong ginawang CloudTrail in the previous class sa S3. Nilagay ko sa S3. CloudTrail can be saved in a bucket. So dito, sinave ko yung CloudTrail. Once you enable CloudTrail, it will create its own folder. And depending on the region, per region to. So it will create AWS logs, and then account number, a folder called CloudTrail, and then let's say kung ano yung nangyari sa Asia Pacific East 1. This is a log as of 2022, and napakaraming folder, what's happening. Kailangan patayin ko na to. Nag-uubos ng space to eh. Naka-gunzip siya. Okay? So if you want to investigate, download the gunzip. It should be under downloads. Sobrang dami naman ito. Ito yung download ko. Yan. Ito yung, ayun si Hart. Naka-JSON format na to. Ang laman niyan is this one. As of today to, today. Yan. Logs. Okay? Yan ang CloudTrail. Sabi dito, AWS service invoked by who? So dito, assume role, invoke as of today. Source IP. Ayan. Account ID, yan. Huli ka na. Ako yan. ID ko yan. Okay, so they found out kung sino yan. Ano pa? Ano pang ginawa natin dito? Access August 7, ang role niya is this account, whoever this one. This is a root account. ARN, and using the account number, assume role is a RDS database, request ID, that one. Event ID, then meron akong read-only access to some other resources. Doesn't make sense, di ba? Kasi hindi man natin alam ano yung in-enable na CloudTrail. Pero that's what CloudTrail is all about, no? Yan ang laman ng CloudTrail.
Sir, sa log file na yun, may tools naman na parang pwedeng gamitin para i-upload yung ganong file para mas madaling mabasa.
Yeah. Punta ka lang ng CloudTrail, you can be able to read it. If you go CloudTrail. Usually ginagamit yan sa API communication and application. CloudTrail within 15 minutes after API, doon pala siya na-generate. So that's why makikita ko yung kaninang dami, di ba? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if you want to interpret more, you need to perform creation of CloudTrail. Okay, so you need to create one. So first, you need an S3 bucket, store nyo yun. Tapos monitor what's happening. Then you need to analyze. Okay? Kailangan you understand kung ano yung laman nun. No? So saan ginagamit CloudTrail? For auditing, for monitoring, for troubleshooting if something goes wrong. Okay? This is the event. So dito may IAM account. Create user API action ng IAM. And kailan siya na-access. Okay? Yun malalaman sa CloudTrail. Another service is Insight. This optional feature allows the CloudTrail to auto-detect unusual API activities. Let's say, siguro may hacking na nangyayari, no? Didetect ng Insight yun. I-scan niya yung log file. Babasahin niya to. Saan na ba yun? Hindi ko mabasa. Yung kanina. Then very intelligent siya. He can come up with the detection, no, and review the full logs and determine what action need to take. Okay? More on insights talaga. Okay. Klaro ba ang insight? CloudTrail is log of event. Insight will give you a more it's like an active, no? It can perform blocking, it can perform allowing, no, and do something about it. So passive, ito kasi more on reading, passive, active, no? No action, ito may action. Okay, okay, next, which task can you perform in CloudTrail? Remember, logs lang yan. Select 2. Sherry May. Wala yata Sherry May. Si ano na lang, Paulo.
Sir, yung monitor your AWS infrastructure and resource in real time. And yung view metrics and graphs to monitor the performance of resources. Sir, yung first and yung third.
Naka-mute ata kayo, sir.
Ay, naka-mute pala ako. Sa tama yung sagot ni Sir. Monitor and access metrics. Teka. Naligaw yata ako. Parang nilagpasan ko yung isa, no? Ano sagot mo? Sorry. CloudTrail.
Sir, yung third, tsaka yung first album.
Yeah, tama yan. Hindi, filter logs. Logs yan eh. And track user activities, remember? CloudTrail is just a logs. Track activities. Okay, monitor. Hindi, ang monitor, CloudWatch.
CloudWatch.
Surveillance is CloudWatch. CCTV. Tandaan niyo sa CloudWatch, monitor, CCTV. Ang CloudTrail is purely logs. Logs lang siya. So, ang answer is yan. Okay. Do not be confused kasi ang daming pare-pareho. No? Next, Trusted Advisor. Trusted Advisor is a web service which inspect the environment and provide recommendation. Okay, if you're familiar with Nexus, Nexus can give you insightful information about how weak your organization is. Bibigyan ka ng example. Ang equivalent ng Nexus is Trusted Advisor. Pakita ko muna Nexus sa inyo. Kasi ito yung ginagamit namin sa government. Nexus. No? Nexus, makikita nyo dito sa graph niya, ano ba ginagawa ng Nexus? Yan. Gusto ko yung saktong images. Google. Nexus output. Nexus output. Yan. Ayan. Ito. So kami, we have to report. How will you know how vulnerable yung system ninyo? Diba? Yun ang question dun eh. So dito, di ko kasi mag-click yung image. Pag kinlik ko, di ma-download. Gusto kong pakita sa inyo exact screenshot. Hindi ko naman pwede share yung government. Hindi pwede. Ito na lang. Kita nyo ba ito? Hindi makita. Ayan. 1 critical, 6 high risk, 1 medium, 37 informational. So you have to focus on this one. What are critical? Yung Mozilla Foundation, critical. Okay? So you need to patch. Yun lang yun. Okay? AWS naman, it inspects your environment and will provide recommendation. Parang ito din. Parang yung kanina. Parang ito din. No? So sabi dito, na-scan niya. After scanning, he found meron kang highest score of CVSS. Scoring to. High risk. Ibig sabihin, high risk, critical. May isa kang critical. Anong apps yun? Yung Mozilla Foundation sa Mac OS. Weak ang OS niya. No? So you need to patch. Yun lang yun. Okay? Advisor. Okay? Trusted Advisor dashboard. Merong green check indicates the number of item detected. No problem. Merong orange, meron din red. Parang Nexus. Pakita ko sa inyo. Yan. As of now, you have warning. Ito naman 3 good. Ito 11 critical. Okay. Trusted Advisor will perform investigation on how you optimize your environment, how to detect your environment and optimize performance. If there are any recommendation, security, parang ito, tingnan nyo to. May recommendation, di ba? Ano recommendation? Pag kinlik mo tong plugin na yan, that's the patch. Now you need to download to patch Mozilla Foundation. Yun lang yan. No? Sapa. Ganito. Makikita nyo, pag nirun nyo yung network scan, lalabas dito, 142 red, meaning critical. So what do you need to do? All you need to do is click that one, then may mga patch doon. Na-download mo, then install mo lang. Okay? Intelligent, di ba? Kaya nga tawag dito ay Trusted Advisor. Okay, module 7. Let's take a quiz. Si Miss, not Miss Jasper. Ano kayang sagot dito?
Monitor your resources, utilization, and performance, and access metrics from a single dashboard.
Galing. Ang CloudWatch is more CCTV. You can access the metric from single dashboard. Remember kanina yung pinakita ako. CloudWatch. Ulitin ko lang. So I want to make sure na ito. So, logs to, di yan CloudWatch. Ang CloudWatch is the may graphical user interface. Sorry, may graph pala. Graphical user. Monitoring. Okay? Ayan. So you can view right there and then what's really happening. Ano nangyari sa CPU? What else? You can add dashboard. What happened for the last 3 hours? What happened for the whole day? What happened last week? Okay, pag nakita ko sudden spike, no? you need to ask question. Ba't nag-spike yun? So tama yung sagot ni Ma'am about CloudWatch. Correct. Okay? Next one, Jomar.
Yes, hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, nakikinig po.
Mm-mm.
Okay, which
Go ahead.
service enables you to review the security of your Amazon S3 buckets by checking for open access permissions? Trusted advisor.
Correct. Trusted advisor. Okay? It'll give you recommendation. Sabihin niya, uy, permission mo. Set to all. Lahat naka-admin. Delikado yun. Okay, next. Which categories are included in Trusted Advisor dashboard? Leo. Okay, usually Trusted Advisor. Natin yung performance. Remember kanina pinakita ko? How your environment performs and fault tolerant. No? Makikita mo doon sa Trusted Advisor. Best practice recommendation, kailangan dalawang VM doing authentication, load balancing, no? And whatever. Kailangan dalawa, fault tolerant. Okay? Okay? Performance and fault tolerant. Okay, next is module 8. Okay, punta na tayo sa module 8. Ano ba yung mga free tier? So question, sir, pag nag-subscribe ba ako, ano kasama nun? Ito yun, click mo yan, click mo yan. Click mo yan, napakadaming free. Okay? So ang free tier, you will get 750 hours per month. So that means up and running ang server mo 24/7 for 30 days. Tingnan mo, 750 divided by, let's say, 30 days. It's running 25 hours. Meaning, for the whole month, up and running, free yun. Okay, yung free tier, for 12 months. Okay? Pero after 12 months, di ka na free. Ngayon question, sir, paano kung 10 yung server ko? Tandaan nyo, 750 lang. Kung 10 ang server nyo, 10 server nyo, ilang hours ba per month? Di ba 750? 10 server nyo, sa isang araw, 24 hours. Tama? So yung 10 servers are running 240 hours kasi 10 eh. Okay? So in 3 days, on 4th day, wala ka na. Ubus na yung load mo, kumbaga. Okay? Gets ba? Gets?
Sir, yung 8 gig na ano, di ba yung free tier nun sa 8 gig?
Correct.
Sakto naman, ano naman na yun, swak naman yun kung panggawa ng mga portfolio, something ganun.
Oh, laki na yun actually. So yung web tier, free tier, sinasabi natin, tama si sir, no? Yung free tier is this one. I'll show you. Yung kanina, nakita niyo naman. So you have to select the free tier. If you selected accidentally the subscription, patay ka, babayaran mo yun. Okay? Sinelect ko, remember, free tier? Remember? If you selected, let's say web server 5, if selected ito free, yan, free tier yan. If you accidentally selected this, or Windows, or long-term service, may bayad yan. Hindi yan free tier. So, ang free tier naman sa instance, 1 CPU lang, 1 GB RAM. Kung gusto mong napakalaki, like 8 CPU, 32 GB RAM, may bayad yan. Magkano yan? Magkano yan? Yan. Ba't di pakita magkano? Ayun, 0.48 cents per hour. Sa isang araw, it'll give you $12 times 55 pesos, 633 pesos a day. So ingat kayo baka hindi nyo na-delete to. May student kami, nag-accumulate up to $2,000 bill niya. Hindi niya dinelete. Kaya I'm always reminding everyone to terminate the instance. Pagtapos ng klase, running, di ba? Terminate nyo. Terminate. Hindi lang yan. After terminating, remember, yung volume is still there. Di-delete nyo yan. Kailangan nyo i-delete, detach. Okay? Careful kayo May student kami. $2,000 bill.
Bali sir, pagka-delete ng instance, tapos hindi mo na-delete yung volume, tatakbo pa rin yung bill.
Tatakbo pa rin. Pero minimal lang kasi you're only using 8 gig. Pero may charge pa rin yan. Storage naman, you can store up to 5 gigabyte. Storage ko, ilan na ba yung use ko? Kasi ang dami ko nalagay sa storage. Yung cloud trail ko, increment ng increment to. So you have to stop the cloud trail kasi na-enable ko. Kailangan disable mo yan. Kung hindi, kita nyo? Lahat ng region, on the fly, tina-track down niya. As of today. Yan, Ayan, August 7, 10-4. Ngayon, as of now, tinitrail niya Kung ano yung ginagawa ko. So, you have to disable cloud trail. Naka-enable kasi sa akin. 5 gig lang. Else, you have to pay certain amount. Ang database naman, 750 hours. Ang dami. Dynamodb, 25 gigs. CRM, 2 months. Lambda, 1 million requests. Or 1 million web server requests. And so on. Napakadami. Okay? Don't worry, hindi lalabas sa exam to. We only need to understand yung operation niya. Okay? So always free. 12 months free. And may mga trials. Always free. 12 months free. Trials. Okay? Free tier includes 12 months free. Di ba? Okay. Correct. Ang galing. Sagot ka agad. Pricing. AWS offers a range of cloud computing pay-as-you-go. Okay? Hindi lang pay-as-you-go. So pay for what you use, meaning even if it's long-term, like 12 months, 24, you just pay for what you use. Plus the Windows operating licenses. Hindi lang yung nagamit mo, kundi yung subscription for operating system and so on. Pay less when you reserve. Remember, spot instance can get up to 90%, di ba? Pero hindi mo makakakuha 90%. Minsan, 72%. Minsan nga, 50%. Ang sinasabi lang dito, pay less if reserve instance. Okay? Pay less with volume. Kung bulk pricing, you can get more discount. Okay, summarize natin. Pay as you go. Pay less for reserve instance up to 72%. Pay less if bulk buying. Okay? In pricing. Pricing calculator will explore service and create an estimate for the cost. Let's say, sir, I have a proof of concept pero I need instances or server. So magkano abutin ng server? No? So dito, you can come up with an intelligent calculation. So punta lang kayo sa pricing calculator and it will give you the cost. No? Let's say create an estimate. Let's say gagawa tayo ng web server. No? Sa simpleng web server. Walang web server. Ano bang web server dito? Ayun, EC2 dedicated host. Ito na lang, EC2 mas simple. Gagawa tayo ng server. Say estimate 1. I want a quick estimate. I want my server to reside in Hong Kong, Asia Pacific. Okay, sa Hong Kong kasi nasa Manila kaya. Okay, what operating system you would like to install? Gusto ko Windows Server, kunwari. And then how many CPU do you want? For CPU, 16 gig of RAM kasi yung application ko is .NET, demanding, no? So ayan. How many server do you need? I need 10. Enter the expected usage of EC2. Sabihin natin almost 50% lang utilization monthly. So what pricing strategy do you want? If you want spot instance, tingnan nyo, mas cheaper. Or reserve instance, tingnan nyo ha, nasa yung presyo? Ayun, 1,200. Compared to 1 year. Di ba? Very intelligent. Right there and there, it can tell you how much it costs. If you don't have upfront. Pero kung meron kang upfront, ayan ang babayaran. Monthly cost, 39. Okay, pero tingnan nyo, total upfront 18,000, no? 18,000 meaning you have paid for 10 Windows Server for 1 year. Paano kung 3 years? $41,000 na. Kung babayaran mo lahat. Pero kung no capital, zero. Wala kang babayaran. Okay? On-demand instance, pay as you go for 10 server, $1,000. For if you want to convert into reserve instance, 1,008. No? Ano pa ba? Wala na, yun lang. Showed calculation. Yan. So, server is running up and running for 365 days, 24 hours, blah, 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 blah. So the cost, storage mo is only 30. Let's say you want to increase for 50 gig. Show calculation. Ito yung calculation, $66. Save and view summary. Yan, total cost for 10 servers running Windows, $20,000. No? $20,000. Yan ang yung estimate. Okay. Then you can export into PDF. Oh, di ba? Very presentable. Then you can show this one to your boss. Sir, the cost for 12 months ng 10 servers, $20,000. Instead of spending millions, no, for 10 servers. Lipat na kayo sa cloud. Okay. Hosted in Hong Kong pa yan. So that's the pricing calculator. Pricing examples for Lambda. For Lambda, charge based on number of requests. Now, let's say Lambda will give you 1 million free, up to 3.2 million seconds of compute. Okay, so pay less when you reserve. Pricing example: if you have Lambda in multiple regions, charge regions on your bill. Depende kung nasa North Virginia or Sydney or whatever. So Lambda per request to. Hindi to per server. So magkano naman yun? Ito. Yung sa Intel for first 6 billion gigabit per second per month, 0.20 cents per 1 million. So let's say 900,000 requests times 20 cents. Yun lang babayaran mo. Let's say 900 HTTP requests kasi 900 yung gusto mag-book ng Boracay times 20. $180 lang a month. Oh, di ba mura? Oh, di ba, di ba? Oh, di ba? EC2 naman. So, EC2 pricing, sabi dito sa spot instance, 90%. No? Pero mahirap hanapin yan. Siguro sa India yung server. Pricing example, it depends on the instance you use. It depends on how big the storage. And it depends gaano kayo katagal naglo-load balance. Okay, sa EC2. If I go pricing, click that link. Spot instance will give you 90% savings. No? On-demand pay as you go. Dedicated is the most expensive one. No? Pwede rin per second. Ito yung sinasabi ko, per second. Let's say you spent 50 seconds. 50 seconds. So, kakount ka as 60 second pa. Let's say 10 seconds. Babayaran mo pa rin yung 60 second minimum. Meaning, per minute siya. Okay? Kung 20 seconds lang nagamit mo, 1 minute pa rin. Diba? Diba? Minimum of 60 seconds kasi. Okay? S3 storage, paano bayaran dito? Siyempre per number of requests. Okay. Maganda pumunta ka na lang dito sa pricing. So ito yung presyo. Let's say standard lang, standard. 50 terabyte a month. So that means 50 kung 49 terabyte lang nagamit mo. So within the bracket ka pa rin, di ba? Within the scope ka pa rin kasi 50 tera. So 49 terabyte, ilang gigabyte ba sa terabyte? Di ba? Calculate nyo na lang times 0.23. 0.23. Yun ang amount mo. Okay? Iba pa yung charge sa data transfer. In and out. Iba pa yung retrieval. Let's say naka-Glacier kayo. May bayad yan. 0.00004. Don't worry, yung amount, you don't have to memorize. Hindi siya lalabas. So yan ang billing. So next one is the billing. Ito yung current ongoing amount. So billing and cost, you can compare your current month to date to the previous month. You can view month to date, how much service you use, and aning remaining free tier. And you can access using Cost Explorer on which service you avail. Kung ano yung binili mo, kinuha mo pala. Okay? And you can publish. So pupunta tayo sa billing. Saan ba yung billing? Ito, billing. Dito lang yan. Oh, service. Type mo lang billing sa sobrang dami. Napakadaming billing. As of now, I have $1.94. Okay, ito yung bill ko. Current month to date, 83. Prior, same period, 83. I use CloudTrail. Ayun, no? Kailangan patayin ko yung CloudTrail kasi charge ako ng 57 cents. Hindi ko kasi napatay yung CloudTrail ko. CloudWatch, wala akong, it's not enabled. Ano yung binabayaran ko? Ano yung binabayaran ko? Route 53. Ba't ako may binabayaran? Meron kasi yung hosted zone. Kailangan i-delete ko yung zone na yan. Plus, I'm paying S3 bucket na 0.01 cents. Not too bad. Not too bad. So ang charge is 0.005 per upload, copy, post sa web, and access. Yan ang charging nila. Okay, ano pa ba? Consolidated billing naman is more on enables you to receive single bill for all account. Let's say, single root account, meron kang organization 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you want to pay all in one go, you can perform consolidated billing. You can, saan ba yan? Napakadami kasi na. Ayun yan. So, Cost Explorer. Ayun, consolidated billing. So if you want to consolidate between multiple organization, single org lang ako, so hindi ko madedemo sa inyo ta. Pero you know how to get there and you understand and consolidate. No? For multiple accounts, single account, different organization. Budgets, ito yung, sir, paano ko malalaman kung naka $2,000 na ako? So magsiset ka ng budget. Budget, you can create budget alert to plan your service usage, service cost, and instance reservation. Now, sa budget, suppose that you have set a budget, you want to make sure na ang maximum amount is $200 per month lang. No? So, i-alert ka. It will send an email na na-reach mo na itong 200. Okay, so how do you set budget? Doon pa rin, dito pa rin sa billing, hanapin mo yung budgets. Ayun, budgets. Okay? Pasabihin ko, gagawa ko ng bagong budget. Create budget, cost budget. Tatawagin ko itong budget na to as kuripot budget. Kuripot kasi yung company ko. Monthly billing. Recurring, paulit-ulit. Gusto ko i-monitor mo for the month of August. And meron fix na 10 piso lang. Budget sa project and development. Okay? It's $10 lang ano pa? Next. So $10 lang next. Next. So what will happen? Ito na yan. Alert. Send alert. Saan yung alert? Nalagpasan ko. Additional budget parameters. Alert, yun. Alert. Step 2 alerts. Add threshold. Let's say, yung $10, na-use ko na 80%. No? Pag na-reach ko na $8, mag-email sa akin. Okay. Email. Sabihin mo, you have reached 80% of your budget. Di ba? Intelligent. Or you can do sa cellphone, text lang. nagte-text using SNS or may chatbot, no? Chat ka sa AWS chatbot. Normally email lang naman no? Or include the email of your boss. So, oy, over budget ka na. Stop mo na yan. Stop mo na yan, ha? Okay, so that will send a budget alert. Okay, success. So meron na akong budget. Pag naka $10, 80% pa lang. Anong action? Send email, di ba? Send email. Ayun, tapos na. So kuripot budget will send an email once I read the budget of $10. Okay? Or 80% lang. Easy to understand. Cost Explorer is very simple. It's a tool to enable you to visualize, understand, manage, and your cost current time. Ito yung cost. Ayan. Magkano ba yung cost ko ngayon? Launching yung Cost Explorer. As of now, 57 cents lang yung bill ko. Okay? So, hindi ko kasi ginamit last month. Okay? Cost. Current cost. Support plans. Ito na yung support plans. Support plans help you troubleshoot issues, lower cost, and efficiently use AWS technical support. No? So you can choose between 4 support plans to meet your company. Kung testing lang naman, you don't need basic support lang. Sa basic, it will give you white papers. It will send you frequently asked questions or white documents and support communities. With basic support, you can also contact billing question and service limit increase. Like for example, ako kasi kailangan ko ng 30 virtual machines sa Hong Kong. Now, hindi pwedeng kagad right there and then makaka-request ka. Kailangan mag-email ka sa support na I need 30 virtual machine with 8 CPU. You cannot do it on the fly. Hindi to sa EC2, hindi pwede. No? You need to email to increase your service. Okay? So that's the basic. Developer naman, may bayad na to. I think $100 or more. So support plans have to pay by month, requiring no long-term naman to. Ano yung kasama sa support? Napakadami. No? Too many to mention. Yan. Developer, service quota, and basic security, technical support. They will assign one manager. Bibigyan ka ng isang manager na who can respond to your email. No? General guidance, usually abutin ka ng isang araw, which is less than 24 hours. System impaired, kailangan 12 hours. Mag-respond sila. No? Pero if you want something faster, no? Talagang impaired na yung server mo, may downtime, you need to resolve within less than 4 hours, go for enterprise. No? Because the service level agreement will require AWS to fix the issue in less than 4 hours. Okay, so nandito lahat sila. Again, developer support, best practice. No? Bibigyan ka ng white papers, documents. Business supports, they will run trusted advisor, check nila, then they can give recommendation. Enterprise, they can fix your issue. They will give you a higher technical account manager instead of support. Meron ka ng sariling exclusive tech account manager. Sino naman si Tam? What is Tam? Tech account manager. If your company subscribe to enterprise, the point of contact is Tam. No? Ano gagawin ni Tam? They'll give you guidance, architectural reviews, and ongoing communication with your company, no, during and post implementation of your application. TAM provides expertise across multiple services. It will even give you a solution. Let's say gusto mong gumawa ng CRM, no, anong solution do? Meron silang canned solution. Bibigyan na lang sa inyo yan. Okay? Okay, knowledge check with support plan. Includes all trusted advisor, checks the lower cost. So saan kasamang lower advisor? The one with the lowest cost, which include trusted advisor. Anybody?
Business po.
Ayan, galing, business. Business tama yan, correct, no? Business. Next one, marketplace. Marketplace is a place where you can browse and purchase or lease application. No? Marketplace is a digital catalog that includes thousands of softwares. Napakadaming softwares. No? Pupunta ako dito. Type nyo lang dito marketplace. And marketplace. If I want, let's say CRM, no? Or for penetration testing. Ay, ito na, meron na siyang ready-made Kali Linux, no? Select mo na lang 'yan. Naka-subscribe kasi ako dito. Type niyo dito marketplace, all service, view all service, marketplace. Subscription kasi. So if you want a firewall, no, ready-made firewall, and you don't want the hardware, you want you want tonight, no? You can check for firewall. Let's say hanap tayong firewall product. Now can you give me firewall product na currently in use in your organization? Let's say Fortinet. Yan. Okay, all you need to do is configure this Fortinet, and your organization can be behind the firewall using FortiGate, no? And you only have to pay $1 an hour. O, di ba ang ganda? You don't have to purchase the hardware, hire a Fortinet engineer. Hindi na kailangan. No? Yan ang pricing niya. Or kami kasi Barracuda firewall namin. No? Barracuda, meron tong hardware din. Hardware. Nakakita na ba kayo ng Barracuda? Pero ito yung software implementation. Tingnan mo. Barracuda is a firewall which filters out layer 1 to layer 7. No, kompleto yan. Dito, you only need to pay $1.28. But if you purchase this one, you know how much ang firewall? Napakamahal nito. No? Barracuda. Type din Barracuda firewall. Ito yung hardware naman. Yan. Okay, Barracuda. Layer 7 to layer 1, meaning it can filter URL such as Facebook, and layer 3 yung ACL, and layer 4 yung mga HTTPS application, FTP, and so on. Sa marketplace yan. Okay, summary. Ito na, exam tayo. Let's take a quick quiz. Which action can perform with consolidated billing?
Third.
Okay. Third, this one?
Yes.
Consolidate. Tama, combine. Consolidation, combination. Yung keyword, ganun lang, no? Hindi na kailangan pag-isipan. Okay, correct. Next, which pricing tool you use to visualize? Understand. Diba? Visualize. Explore. More on visual. Yan. Galing. Which pricing tool enables you to receive alerts?
Budget.
Diba kinuha ko kanina? Budget. Correct yan. TAM.
Enterprise.
Saan? Sorry?
Enterprise.
Tama. Galing. Okay. Mag-exam na kayo this week. Which service used to find third-party software? Gusto nyo mamili ka agad. No? Kung gusto yung CRM, nasa marketplace. Ready-made na yan. Hindi mo na kailangan install. Okay? Next one is Module 9. Module 9. What is Module 9? It's about Cloud Adoption Framework. Pero, what is CAF? Ano ba itong CAF na to? No? Ano ba itong CAF na to? Sige na. English. Yeah. So you can download this document. Okay, kompleto to. It's about 36 pages. CAF leverage AWS experience and best practices to help you digitally transform and accelerate your business outcomes through innovate use of AWS. Meron silang white paper. Okay, ready-made. Let's say you want to create customer relationship manager application, meron silang framework on how to create this one, how to deploy this one, to lower your cost, to reduce the risk, and improve operational efficiency. Kasi lahat yan na-testing na nila yan. Okay, very intelligent. No? Very intelligent. So sa CAF na yan, CAF organizes guidance into 6 frameworks, no? Or 6 focus called perspectives. Each perspective addresses distinct responsibility. Okay, let's say human resources, it's a human responsibility. Operational expense, operational perspective, yung mga ganun. The planning process helps the right people across org prepare for the change ahead. In general, business people governance focus more on business capabilities. So nandito yung mga business analyst, operational manager. Wala dito yung technical manager kasi hindi related sa business. Okay? So ang technical manager? Nandun sa platform security and operation. Okay? Hinati nila na. So they created a division. Okay? So ano yung mga division na yan? So they created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 perspective. For a business perspective, nandun yung mga business managers, finance, budget owner, and stakeholders. The business perspective ensures IT aligns with business needs. That IT investment linked to keep business result. Kasi ginti, no, ang IT would think as much as they can. No? Let's say ikaw IT ka. No? How do you deploy apps? Deploy Cebu Pacific. Gagawa ka ng sarili mong cebupacific.com.ph. Okay, so gagawa tayo. So meron yung step 1. No? Operating system. Step 2, install of apps. Step 3, SQL database. Step 4, installation of .NET application. Step 5, QA testing. Step 6, di ba? Ito yung life cycle. Security. Security. Ganyan. Okay? So, ang dami pagdadaanan if you're a technical person. Pero, you have to think about business perspective. Sandali. If this one costs me $100 times 6, that will cost the business $600. Tama? Tama? $600 per deployment. Ilan server de-deploy mo? Times 10 mo na lang. So, magkano cost na? $6,000. No? So as a business manager, I would suggest na this is too costly. Napakamahal na implementation niya. No? As a businessman, I would suggest, can you reduce the cost? Okay? Yun yung mga recommendation. So yun yung pinag-usapan sa business perspective. Okay? Sa people perspective naman, supports development of org-wide change management. No? If you're involved in ITIL, no? Ito yung framework for change management. Use the people perspective to evaluate structure, human resources structure, HR roles, and new skills and process requirement. Okay, so this will help prioritize training. So kaya ita-train kayo kasi new skill never encountered before. This will require more staffing and changes. Okay, so balik tayo sa saan yung scenario? Where is my scenario? Balik tayo dun sa aking scenario. Yan. To deploy operating system, you need system admin. To deploy application, you need application programmer, SQL database developer, DBA admin. No? You need testers na marunong mag-load runner, Mercury. You need the CyberOps, security analyst. Di ba? Ang dami hire. Ang dami hire. Magkano yun sa Australia? 7 million pesos sa isang row. Okay, sa people perspective naman, you have to think about how to save, how to train people. No? So, kung ako sa inyo, hire kayo ng isang intern, no? Then train mo to do specific job. Diba? For penetration testing, train mo siya. No? Enroll nyo sa Nexus. Kaya iba dito naka-enroll. Okay? Iba naman, .NET developer, ini-enroll sa mga coding classes. So, yun yung concern ng people perspective. Governance naman talks about more on alignment of strategy of business strategy. No? They want to ensure that you maximize the business value and minimize risk. So that's why ang mga decision will be made by Chief Information Officer, Program Manager, Enterprise Architects, and so on. So anong role dito ng CIO? Okay. So as a solution architect, kung ari lang solution architect ako, na kung ako sa kanila to deploy Oz, how will you save money? Anybody? Automation, di ba? And how do you automate? By using by scripting. So one example, meron kami ditong Windows automation. May course kami. So dito lahat in-script namin. Deployment of operating system, creation of 100 users, deployment of web servers. Naka-PowerShell lahat. No? So if I'm an architect, to govern this one, I would suggest use automation. No? Hindi lang yon. We need to hear from CIO. We need to hear from business analyst. And we need to hear from solution architects. Okay? Next is the platform perspective. It includes principles and patterns for implementing new solutions on the cloud and migrate on-prem to the cloud. Okay? So sino nakakaalam na migration from from on-prem to the cloud? Mahirap hanapin yung taong yun. No? Common role dito mga chief tech officer na IT managers and solution architects. Okay? Malaki sweldo kasi niyan eh. How to migrate. If you are gonna look, magkano ba rate ng mga solution architect who can migrate AWS from on-prem to cloud? Magkano ba sweldo niyan? Ito, migration lang migration. Ito, automation engineer. So far, yun lang nakita. Ito. Global Infra Manager. Kagandahan dito, work from home ako. No? Ito, nakalagay dito, work from home ka lang. No? So yan, so be the technical manager for level 3 team, solution designer, senior cloud. No? Hinahanap ko yung migrate keyword. Meron ba? Ayun. Ito yung sinasabi ko. Consider existing on-prem setup to migrate to the cloud. Okay? Yan ang trabaho ng cloud migration engineer. And malaki sweldo niyan. Usually, ang project will last for 12 months. No? Sila na yan. Sila na yung solution architects. No? And so on. Another perspective is who will secure the entire IT infrastructure. Siyempre, mag-hire ka na ng certified Chief Information Security Officer, security manager, certified ethical hacker, or analyst. No? Operation perspective naman will help you enable in terms of operational. Okay? Who will run the company, who will use it, operate, recover workload. No? So these are operation managers and support. Okay? So yan yung perspective. It's very easy to understand kasi ito ni mismo yung word sa exam. Okay? Let's check. Madali lang to. Which perspective of COF help you design, implement, and optimize based on your business o business? Di business, ano sagot nyo dito? Ano sagot nyo sa tingin niyo? Anybody? Jomar.
Hello.
Yes.
Designing and implementation. I think business kasi more on investment linked. Platform.
Okay. Tingnan natin platform. Asan yung platform? So let's sleepin lang natin. Correct, tama. So based on business goals and perspective, helps you design, implement. Implement. Diba? Which platform you would like to implement and optimize platform. Diba? Business kasi more on business operation, or ang operation naman is how you run the business. People naman pertains to human resources. Migration strategies. So there are about 6 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 migration application to the cloud. No? So these are the most common strategies. Okay, one is rehosting from one host to another. So ito yung tinatawag na lift and shift. No? You will lift whatever application from different cloud, let's say Google, and shift to Amazon. Okay. In short, it involves moving apps without any changes. Whatever the code running there, lift and shift mo lang to different hosting, such as AWS or Azure. No? Replatforming is like repurposing. No? Ito naman yung also known as lift, tinker, and shift. So, lift, then you have to think which one is the best platform, and then move to that platform. So it involves making few optimization to realize the tangible benefit, meaning the most important factor in your organization, yung tangible. No? Optimization is achieved without changing the core architecture. So wala kang papalitan sa code. No? Just moving to the most appropriate one. Re-architecting, refactoring involves reimagining how apps is architected. Parang ano lang yan, let's say CRM. If you develop an earlier customer relationship manager, ang daming missing doon. Wala doon yung social media. Diba? Tapos na-invento yung Monday.com. Monday.com is one way to manage your resources in terms of designing, software development, marketing. Very specific sa ang task. Pero hindi sila CRM, no? Which integrates social media. Kasama na din mga social media. No? So sila, re-architect. Instead of simple CRM, they think about a more, a more customized application. No? Repurchasing involves moving from traditional licensing to a software as a service. Simple analogy is like Microsoft Office. Remember, you have to purchase Office. Normally, it costs $1,200, diba? $1,200. Then after 3 years, luma na siya, diba? Wala na siyang security. No? Highly exposed ka na. So repurchasing is instead of paying one-off license and moving to a software as a service such as Office, such as portal.office.com. Punta ka na ng office.com. Subscription base, whatever you need. No? Kung ano lang yung kailangan mo. So dito, lalabas dito yung Office such as Outlook, Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Skype, and so many more applications on a subscription base. So you only need to pay $10. No? Mas mura, di ba? Kasi yung purchasing one-off license na $1,200, di ba? Yun ang problem na. Next, retaining consists of keeping apps that are critical. No? This might include apps require major refactoring bago sila migrate. Like yung mga application developed in COBOL, hindi mo ma-migrate yun eh. No? Kasi ang database na DB2, not running in Windows operating system eh. Not running in Linux. May sariling OS siya. No? Retiring. So that's the time you have to retire and move to different application. Different platform. No? Okay, which migration strategy involves moving to different product?
Repurchase.
Oh, yun. Purchase. Purchase. Move sa different, tama. Repurchase. Bumili ka lang ng bago kasi hindi nakakaya yung DB2 eh. Diba? Next is the Snow family. Snow family members, pag sinabi Snow, is a collection of physical devices. Nakakita na ba kayo ng Snow family? Ito yung Snowmobile. May Snowmobile. Hindi yan. Hindi Snowmobile. AWS Snowmobile. Yan, Snowmobile. Nasa loob niyan yung data. No? Nasa loob niyan yung data. Snowmobile. Okay? Snow family is composed of snow cone, which is small, snowball, medium, snowmobile, large. Small, medium, large. Okay? In this illustration, 3 snow family are illustrated. So these devices offer different capacity. Most include compute power. Meron silang computer sa loob, no? So snow cone is small, rugged, secure, which you can store up to 8 terabyte. Okay, 8 terabyte ha. Ay meron siyang compute, meron siyang CPU, 2 CPU, 4. So ano itsura ng snow cone? Yan, snow cone. May CPU, may memory. You have to plug a network card, then you copy, paste data, and then send to AWS Edge location para i-upload sa cloud. Okay? Kasi ideally, you cannot upload 8 terabyte. It will be corrupted. It will be cut. It will be tedious job. It will take you a month to upload 8 terabytes. So that's why you need snow cone. Kailangan nyo itong snow cone na to. Diyan nyo ilalagay data. Ito yung process. Snow cone. So, let's say, gusto nyo lift and shift, no? From AWS, North Virginia to AWS in Hong Kong. So, ito yung process. So, data was saved in snow cone. Hindi. Start with, let's say yung data nyo nasa North Virginia, then you need to prepare and ship in a device. And normally snow cone can take you 6 business days. So ta-travel yan, ta-travel. When the snow cone arrives, it will unlock and connect to the local network located with NFS mount, ma-mount to. When ready, ship device back to AWS. Then upon arrival, your data will be transferred to bucket. Habang process na. 6 days, dito nyo lalagay yung data. Okay. In short, if you want to transport 8 terabyte of data. Okay. Snowball is largely essential storage up to 80 tera. Okay. Yung computing power may 40 CPU. Okay. Edge storage optimized. Ang storage 42 terabyte hard drive capacity. Ano itsura na snowball? It's like this. Uy, wala siyang snowball. Yan, snowball. Okay, snowball. Okay, so nandun yung data ninyo. Tapos ko-connect sa AWS, then upload sa bucket, or vice versa. Ang laki niya. Snowball. Last one is the biggest one, up to 100 petabyte, which is the snowmobile. Okay, yung pinakita ko kanina, snowmobile. Okay, now let's check. What is the storage cap for snowball?
80.
80 terabyte. 100, ayan, terabyte. So, walang petabyte, di ba? Pag nakita yung petabyte, automatic snowmobile kagad yan. Kaya 80 terabyte. Ano pa? AWS service, when examining services, it is important to focus on desired outcome. Okay? Are properly equipped to drive innovation in the cloud, you can clearly articulate the following. So, ano ba yung current state? What do you want to happen? And what are the problems you're trying to solve? Ano ba yung gusto mong gawin, di ba? So, consider some path you might explore as you continue on your cloud journey. So, serverless like Lambda, no, don't require you to create or provision servers. You don't require maintain. Don't require administrator to administer them. So solution doon is to use Lambda for serverless. How about for AI? AI offers variety of services such as it can convert speech to text. Let's say someone talking. It can transcribe for you, parang personal secretary. It can save in Word format and so on. Discover pattern in text with Amazon Comprehend. Okay, meron din Comprehend. So, puntahan natin si Comprehend. Comprehend. Ayun si Comprehend. So, if you want to avail this one, you have to subscribe. Comprehend meaning you have to train models on your own data. Use case, normally ginagamit sa customer analytics, knowledge management and discovery, okay, and so on. AI identify potentially fraud online activities with the fraud detector Meron din siyang fraud detector. So you don't need to hire a detector. Just avail this fraud detector. So ano ginagawa nito? Step 1, define the event. Step 2, upload your event dataset. Select a model to train your model. Create a rule set. Deny or allow. And call the API. Main benefit is fraud detection solution that provide everything need to build, deploy, manage within a few clicks, blah, blah, blah. Everything from data validation to protect. Ayun, so it detects on fraud online payment. It reduces the risk of payment. So how we detect, no? My analogy, let's say I enter the 16-digit debit card number, tapos in-enter ko yung date, pero wala akong na-enter na CVV. Di ba? Usually CVV will be asked. Pero during transaction, na-bypass nyo yung CVV. May mga ganong website eh. He doesn't validate as long as you have the 16-digit and the expiration. So yun, madedetect niya. Once CVV is not provided, i-flag itong online payment na to. Iba-block ka na. Ganun. So it's part of machine learning which you need to teach, no? And the ML will adapt to whatever you created event. Sa AI, meron din siyang voice and text chatbots like si Lex, Amazon Lex, no? Si Amazon Lex naman, pwede niya i-convert yung text into a voice, male voice, female voice, transcript, bot name, Q1, description. No, may permission na. Kaya na ba i-create? Wala akong IM eh.
Naka-mute ata kayo, sir.
Ay, tama ka. Nakamute na ako. So ito, sabihin ko, hello. I am an example of artificial intelligence. So mamimili ka, boses ni Ivy. Narinig niya? Narinig niyo ba yan?
Hindi, sir.
Hindi po.
Paano ba yung voice yan? Sige, punta lang kayo dito. Ta-type nyo. Sabihin niya, hello, my name is Ivy. Let me know how I can assist you. Yan. Tapos sabihin ko, hi. Punta kayo dito. Punta kayo. Amazon Lex. My name is Chris. And I am the AWS. Magsasalita siya. Text to speech. Pag pinlay ko, and he's talking. Ganyan, ganyan. Ganda. It's fun. Kung gusto yung lalaki, Joey. Sayang hindi nyo marinig, no? Paano ka ba yung port sa inyo to? Yun. Okay. Tagalog. Magandang umaga sa inyo. Tagalog. Yan. Sige, try nyo. Kasi hindi ko ma-port yung sound eh. Yan. So that's one example of text to speech. And you can choose many different voices. Para sa TikTok, di ba? Na-type nyo lang yung text, then magsasalita siya mag-isa. Na? One example is sa YouTube din. Di ba may mga storyteller. Sa storyteller, nagsasalita. Story. Yung kukwento yung movie. Kukwento yung movie. Okay? Hindi ko mapakita sa inyo eh. Or Synthesia. You know Synthesia? Is an AI example of an artificial intelligence which is really human. Puntahan nyo to, Synthesia. Human voice, you can see yung text to mouth is is sync na sync. Sync na sync. Magugulat kayo. One example of AI. Tagal eh. Puntahan nyo na lang. No? Ang tagal ng YouTube ko. So that's the voice-to-text chatbots. No? Sino nakagawa? Next one is the machine learning. Machine learning is a complex, expensive, time-consuming because you have to teach, and error-prone service. This is offered in SageMaker to remove the difficult work from the process and empower you to build, train, and deploy machine learning quickly. So para sa ng ML, to analyze data, solve complex problem. No, let's say sa Cebu Pacific, when you enter, di ba? Lalagay niyo yung full name. Full name. Yeah. Tapos nilagay ko Chris 1. Okay? So sa machine learning, turuan niyo na do not accept number in full name. Okay? Once you teach the service, no? The next time you enter Chris 1, sabihin niya invalid input. Oh, you can save a lot of time. Kasi wala namang pangalan na number 1. Sino mang pangalan nag-start sa number? No, aside from boy 2. Si boy 2, di ba may pangalan yung boy 2. pero alphabet pa rin, di ba? So machine learning, you can teach the machine to do not accept numbers in full name property. No? So sasabihin niya invalid input. Okay. Okay, let's knowledge check. Which service enables you to quickly build, train, deploy machine learning?
Sage.
SageMaker. Okay, kanina lang yan. Bagong. Fresh na fresh. Ano ba? Pati isa lang. Summary. Ito na, question na tayo. Sabay-sabay tayo. Which perspective ng COF, selection of permission and implementation?
Security.
Tama. Permission eh. It's all about security. Tama. Galing ako mag-exam na kayo ngayon. Which two strategies out of 6 for application? 6 strategies. Application strategy. Yan yung sinasabi.
Retaining, rehosting.
Application. Tama. Remember, wala to. Vague to, di ba? Wala namang, meron ba redeveloping? Vague din yan. Wala rin mga revisiting, di ba? Meron ba? So, ang answer is, yung dalawa lang yun. Rehosting, retaining. Nakita niyo kung how he throws out, tawag dito, to give you confusion. Wala namang ganyan, di ba? What is the storage cap snowmobile? Oh, napakadali.
100 gig.
The highest petabyte. Okay. Kasi dalawa yung petabyte. Tatlo yung petabyte. Ay, apat. No, confusing. The one with the highest number, 100 number. No? That's correct. Which statements? Lex, si Amazon Lex, si Alexa. Sino si Alexa?
Using voice and text.
Sorry, saan? First?
Yes.
Tama. Voice and text. Tama. Yung ginawa ko kanina, nag-voice and text ako. Gawin nyo, it's really fun. Maririnig nyo yung boses ng, parang tao talaga magsalita, which is creepy. Okay. So before we go to our last two, kasi dalawa na lang natitira, 10 and 11, we're gonna pause for a short break. Unless you have a question. Okay, since last two na lang, I would suggest you na lagyan nyo na yung best picture nyo para sa ating picture taking. No? And I hope meron na kayo nito kasi sasagutan natin to. So everyone can have this kind of certificate. Okay? So pause muna tayo for 10-minute break. And then let's resume. So YouTube, 10 minutes. 10 minutes break. So we are down to last two modules. So module 10 is the AWS well-architected framework. So what is well-architected framework. This framework will help you understand how to design and operate reliable, secure, efficient, and cost-effective system in AWS Cloud. It provides a way for you to consistently measure your architecture against best practice and design principles and identify areas for improvement. So well-architected is well planned, laid out based on their experiences. No? So there are 5 pillars for this framework: operational security, reliability, performance, and cost optimization. So they believe that each application should go under these 6 pillars. Right? First of all is the operational excellence. When you say excellence, it's the ability to run, monitor system to deliver business value and continually improve supporting process and procedure. It's a design principle for operational excellence in the cloud, including performing operation as code, annotating documentation, anticipating failure, and frequently making small reversible changes. The one you can use under operational excellence is monitoring, such as CloudWatch, anticipating failover of one server to another, creating a replica, master and replica database to anticipate future failure, and reversible changes meaning you can restore back in the original state, which is in terms of EC2 instance, yung mga snapshots, no? And you can also perform a disaster recovery, no, to reverse change, no? So that's the operational excellence value na AWS can offer. Another category is the security pillar. They're saying security pillar is the ability to protect information, protect systems such as EC2, database, and S3, and other asset while delivering continuous non-stop business, no, through risk assessment and mitigation strategies. When considering security, apply the best practice. Number 1, automate security best practice when possible. So anybody can give me, how do you automate best practice when possible? No? Number 1, by running Trust Advisor. Diba? It will scan the whole system, even application, about its weaknesses, vulnerabilities. No? Next is apply security at all layers from layer 1 to layer 7. No? So sa layer 3, how do you apply security? NACL, NACL. How about in layer 4? How do you apply security? Anybody? Sa networking natin, di ba may layer 4?
Security group.
Security group.
Tama, NSG. Ang galing. How do you keep track of the logs ng application? CloudWatch, CloudTrail. Tama. How do you inspect the incoming packet going to the application? Guard duty, di ba? Guard duty. Tapos, ano pa yung CCTV niya? Ano yung tawag doon?
CloudWatch.
Yan. You can monitor for sudden spike. Okay? So, applyin nyo ng CloudWatch. Next is the reliability. Reliability is the ability of a system to do the following. Recover from infra disruptions. Let's say, nag-down yung isang site, yung Hong Kong site. No? Ang gagawin natin? How do you avoid those failures? Di ba meron tayong availability zone? Availability composed of 2 or more data centers. Sabihin lang natin 1 data center, 2nd data center, 3rd data center. Okay. So yung web server nyo will have a copy to 3 data centers. Okay, sabihin natin, kunwari lang, for you to understand quickly. Ortigas data center, Makati data center, and BGC data center. If Ortigas or Lambot, joke lang, becomes unreachable for some reason, no? You still have the web server existing in Makati and BGC. That makes highly reliable server, no? By doing a load balancing or failover. If this one dies, the service will fail over to Makati. Ganun lang. You can easily recover from service disruptions. Dynamically acquire computing resources to meet demand. They can then, during scale out, it can dynamically provision another virtual machine, di ba? Mitigate disruptions such as misconfig or network issue. So meron siyang site reliability, which check for redundancy. So once you have redundancy, now if something goes wrong to the first one, you can revert back to another configuration. Okay. So reliability includes testing recovery procedure, yung mga disaster recovery procedure nyo. Scaling horizontally. So when you say horizontally, ano ba yung sabihin horizontally? Scale horizontal. Horizontal. Ito yung scaling the number of instances. Okay, let's say instead of 1, 2 servers, you can automatically provision the 3, 4 servers. Okay? Uniform servers. Ang vertical naman is, let's say, meron kang junior programmer, to vertically upgrade, you can have a senior programmer. Parang ganito lang yan. Instead of having 4 CPU, you can vertically scale out to 8 CPU on the fly. Yun ang vertical, ha? By adding more muscle. Ito naman, by adding more instances. Okay? Magkaiba yung vertical sa horizontal. Okay? Reliability is the ability to increase aggregate system availability and auto-recover from failure. Next is performance efficiency, is the ability to use compute resources to meet the system requirements and to maintain efficiency as demand changes. Yung nga, let's say piece of sale, excuse me, how can you make an efficient database by creating another replica? So, paano yun i-replica? So, yung demo ko kanina, meron kang master database which 100 users are connected, di ba? Yung nag-update, nagdi-delete. So, how can you make this one efficient? Kasi pag sabihin namin 100 users, baka naman 100% CPU util na yan. Hindi na efficient, di ba? Kasi ni-route ni request to single database. So, gagawa ka na ng replica. Kasi replica 1, replica 2, replica 3. Okay? Hence, that 100 user can be distributed. So instead of 100 dito, you can distribute 25 dito, 25 dito, 25 dito, 25. Oh, di ba? Sino mas efficient? May replica? Wala. May replica, di ba? So that's how you design. Next is the cost optimization. It's the ability to run system to deliver business value at the cheapest price. Cost optimization includes adopting consumption model, analyzing, attributing cost of ownership. So how do you resolve this one? How do you do this? Using Cost Explorer. Okay, doon kanina pinakita ko how much yung 10 CPU na may Windows operating system, di ba? Kung namamahala kayo sa 20,000, edi lumipat kayo from North Virginia to Hong Kong. Ganun, no? Knowledge check, which pillar of framework and ability of workload to consistently and correctly perform its function. Consistent and correct. Consistent. Ano kaya dito? Tulungan niyo ako.
Reliability.
Reliability. From the word consistent, di ba? Parang cannot be changed, no? Lagi siyang nandun, no? It's about reliability. Okay, galing. Papas. Next. Benefits. Advantage. Actually, na-explain ko na to. Parang review na lang tayo. Advantages of cloud. Why do you need cloud? No capex, only opex. Okay? Trade upfront expense for variable operating expenses. Benefits from massive scale. Stop guessing capacity, increase agility, stop spending, go global. Ito, explain ko isa. Trade upfront, instead of buying physical servers, just spin up a virtual machine and you pay as you go. Okay? So, wala kang capital, pero meron kang variable operating expense. Okay? Benefits from massive scale by using cloud. you can source out for the cheapest EC2 instance on your own. No? Stop guessing. You can predict how much the cost for deploying the application using the cost calculator. Remember, mayroon tayong cost calculator. You can easily increase the speed and agility, no, by on the fly, no? Pakita ko sa inyo. Let's say the instance I made was you can change, pero you need to stop. Kailangan i-stop muna tong instance. No? So i-stop muna to, and then you can repurpose. Instead of using free tier, you can move to the one with the 8 CPU and 32 gig RAM. No? So it's very agile and you can provision quickly. Stop spending money running and maintaining data centers because everything can be done using AWS, massive economies of scale to any part of the world. No? Europe, America, Asia Pacific, and Europe. You can provision the server in a few minutes. In fact, gumawa ko kanina, di ba? So which process an example of benefiting from massive economies of scale? Anybody?
Pay as you go.
Naka-mute ata kayo, sir.
Oo nga, nakamute ako. Receiving pay as you go. The result of customers aggregate usage of service. Next, ito na yung ating summary. And let's take the quiz. So which pillar of framework includes ability to run workloads effectively? Ayun na, kitang-kita. Oh. Effectively, efficiency. Di ba? Mali. Operational excellence. Meron pala doon excellence. So ayan, babasahin nyo. Ako kasi hindi ko na binasa. Nakita ko lang. Okay, effectively and gain insight. Ayun pala. Hindi ko kasi tinapos. Ayun ang keyword. It's all about the operation. Kung tinapos ko yan, hindi nakita ko yung operational excellence. Di ba? Next, kayo naman, si Miss, sino pa ba? Hindi ko natawag. Si Joey na lang, Joey. Ano kaya sagot dito?
What are the benefits of cloud computing? Select to. Well, madaming parang pwede kung babasahin, sir. Siguro yung stop spending money, running and maintaining data centers, saka trade, variable expense for upfront expense, pwede. Pero check ko pa rin. Benefit. Siguro final. Hindi ko sure. Check na lang natin, sir, kung mali.
Naka-unmute po.
Nakamute pala ako. Number one benefit, I will go for increased speed and agility. Kasi you can quickly provision. And for me, stop spending money na running on. Wala tayong data centers. Nasa cloud lahat. Na? Yun ang sagot na. Okay? Ayun, tama yan. Okay. Tama yung sagot na yan. Tapos, sana tayo? Uy, 11 na tayo. Last topic na to. Na-post nyo na ba yung mga gagandang picture ninyo? No? Kasi magpipictorial na tayo. Kung wala pa kayo nito, mag-login na kayo kasi makukuha nyo yung certificate. As in now na you can tell your boss tomorrow, sir, I passed. Ganun, ano? Ano na pass mo? Yung assessment. Okay. Wala pang exam. Pero okay na yan. Okay na yung certificate kasi this is officially coming from Amazon. Okay? Ito na. So last topic. Blah, blah, blah. Sana ito. Exam. It is about exam. How to take exam. So if you want to take an exam, just send us a message via email. Sabi mo, sir, would like to book for an exam on Friday kasi na-perfect ko lahat ng question nung Sunday namin. Kaya mag-exam na ako sa Friday. Ganun, no? Mag-exam na ako sa Friday. So ano yung exam? Ito, the domains contains 4 like cloud concept, security, tech, billing. Okay, lahat ng pinag-aralan natin. Forget nyo na yung dati last year. Hindi nakasama yon kasi ang dami kong lesson last time. Hindi na pala kasama yung mga parrot, artificial intelligence, na mga gano'n. Hindi na pala kasama. So ito lang yan. So if you want to practice, exam guide. Okay, ito na yan. Ito na yung exam guide. Hindi, sinendan ko na kayo ng exam guide, di ba? Yan. Sinend ko na to sa link. Okay, sa lahat. In short, lahat. Lahat ng ating pinag-aralan. Okay? Heavily focused in technology, pero lahat dapat i-pass nyo. Recommended experience, sabi nila 6 months, pero it's a question of who comes first, egg or chicken, di ba? Sino comes first? Certificate or experience? Exam details, minimum passing score 70%. No? Multiple choice, no? Exposed na kayo. Puro multiple choice yung binato sa atin. Multiple response, no? 2 answers. White paper, no? Kung gusto yung basahin to. No? Napakahaba. 85 pages. Exam strategy, yun nga, yung kanina hindi ko binasa yung operation excellence, hindi ko tinapos. So, fail ako, di ba? So, lesson number 1, read the full question. Do not skip. Then, number 2 tip, predict the answer before reviewing. So, using keyword, pag nakita yung keyword, most probably yung answer. Pero you have to read full pa rin, ha? Last one, process of elimination. Eliminate incorrect responses. Okay? Para ma-justify nyo tama yung answer ninyo. Na wala kayong self-doubt. Okay? Sample question, ganyan. Ginawa na natin ito, di ba? Ginawa na natin. Multiple response, take note, sasabihin dito, select 2. So meaning, don't select 3. Okay? Ako dati naka-select 3 ako kasi daming answer na tama. Tapos final assessment. Ito na, mag-exam na tayo. Lahat kayo, ito na. 30 questions to, ha? Ready na ba? Ready na ba kayo? Lahat ba nandito na? Jan, Jomar, KitKat, meron na kayo. Nandito na ba kayo lahat? Sa final assessment. Okay. Sino wala pa? Sino wala sa final assessment?
Wala pa ako.
O sige, punta ka na. Antayin ka namin. Sabihin mo kung tapos ka na. Kasi gusto ko lahat kayo makapasa.
Okay na ako, sir.
Okay na. Leo, Paulo, She, nandito na ba kayo sa final assessment?
Yes, okay na siya. Okay.
Okay, so I'm assuming lahat kayo nandito na. Ready na ba kayo? Ready na? Ready na?
Ready.
Ready na ba? Ready na. Saan ba ako? Sandali, may hinahanap lang ako. Ba't nawala yung ano ko? Ako pala hindi ready. Ito na. Ito na. Start quiz. Remember sa actual exam, 2 hours yata. And 70%. Dito 80%. In the S3, no? In the S3, tiering, okay? Storage, Amazon S3 move object between frequent to infrequent. Which storage class are used for these tiers? From frequent to infrequent, intelligent tiering. Hindi Glacier, hindi deep archive. Standard is not intelligent.
Yung dalawang IA.
Dalawang IA. Tingnan natin, eh.
Magkakaiba po pala yung question.
Iba yung question na lumabas din sa akin.
Ay! Patay! Paano nyo sasagutan pala yan? Hindi pala natin
Save na lang namin, sir.
Oo nga pala. I forgot. Sorry. Kala ko pare-pareho lalabas.
Screenshot na lang, sir.
Oo. Actually,
If
meron na
my
ako.
question.
May screenshot na ako. Meron na ako screenshot. Send ko na lang sa inyo. Okay? Kasi kung iba din, wala ding sense yung ano ko eh. Yung ating iba pala. Kala ko. May screenshot na ako. Send ko na lang sa inyo ta. Na? And hoping na you pass more than 80%. Yun na lang, di pala tayo pwede mag-assess sabay-sabay. Iba-iba pala. Send ko na lang sa inyo to, andin yung mga correct answers. Well, actually, you can answer this one na no? Kasi lahat naman, nag-exam tayo from from beginning to end, di ba? Send ko na lang sa inyo to. Paano ko ba i-send sa inyo to? Zip ko na lang, zip ko. Send ko now na. Ano? Send to compress folder.
Pero unlimited try naman po ito, di ba?
Correct, oo.
Mm-hmm.
Ito, send ko
pwede
na
namin
lang.
i-assess muna kung nasan kami before kami mag-exam siguro.
Oo.
Or gamitin yung answers.
Or ngayon, kung gusto nyo lang, no? So you can get this one. Gusto ko kasi. Now, once you receive this one, okay lang ba send nyo sa Facebook namin or sa Skype so we can post, no? So we can be proud of our students kasi yun ang point ko eh. Okay, so send ko ni answers so you can answer on your own kasi no point in answering both eh. Diba?
Review na lang yan.
Review. Yan. So yan, sinend ko ni answer. No need to perform this one. Gawin nyo na lang whenever you want. Okay? Whenever you want. Kasi no point ng isa-isa ganyan. Mali pala. There's no point na nagja-jump tayo. So yun na. So tapos na tayo. Tapos na tayo sa ating final assessment. Tapos na tayo sa final assessment. So yun lang ating foundation. And nabigay ko na ba yung yun lang yung exam. So sa mga mag-exam na nagbayad ng exam, please ping us with your detailed examination. Kung kailan nyo gustong kunin, yung mga bayad. No, hindi pa bayad, let us know kung kailan nyo gusto mag-exam. Okay? So ito na ating reviewer. Just, I'm gonna upload this one tomorrow sa YouTube. You can place this one under review. Tapos yung actual assessment niyo, you can perform this one. No? Gawin nyo na lang to. Gawin nyo na lang yan on your own. Okay, so tapos na tayo. Natapos tayo maaga. Before I go, do you have any question?
Sir, question po.
Sige, go ahead.
Sir, yung mga questions po na nandyan po sa may essentials, lalabas kaya yun sa may sa exam?
Oo, lalabas yan. Lahat yan lalabas sa exam. So lahat lang ng pinag-aralan natin, everything we studied today will be reflected sa examination. Most probably, hindi lalabas yung mga luma kasi they keep on changing the examinations.
At saka po, follow-up lang yung, meron po bang expiration po kapag sakasakaling ma-certified ka po
Siguro
sa...
3 years. Sa akin, 3 years. Solution architect ko, 3 years. Now, if you can ask me sa new hands-on lab, kung gusto nyo lang, ito, ang daming hands-on lab nito. Ayan, how to create AWS account. No? Look for exercise. Ang dami. How to calculate monthly cost. Okay? How to build and deploy cost estimate. Okay? How compare on-prem, create cost budget. Yung kanina, dinemo ko budget. Confer account security, select subnet AZ, Ec2. Ang dami exercises.
Sure, pero makingin ng copy niyo. Study guide.
Oh, nandun na sa email ko. Sinend ko na to on how to download this one. Now, check nyo yung email. Pa-check email before we go. And then, i-download niya. Actually, ina-paste ko na rin sa ating Skype. Ayan, no? Dami exercises. No? More than 20. How to create a website. Yan ang maganda. Pag yan nagawa nyo, very confident na kayo. Huh? Okay. Any question?
Bali kapag gusto na namin mag-exam para doon sa nagbayad na for sa cert na proper exam, may message na lang po kayo para bigyan kami ng voucher, ganun po ba yan?
And send us an email. Let us know kailan nyo gusto mag-exam.
Email po ba or pwede doon sa messenger nung kasi di ko po ata alam yung email nung ninyo.
Yung where we sent the Zoom invite.
Doon na rin reply na rin kami.
Doon na lang.
So sabihin ko na lang, ready na, ganun. Okay na po.
Sabi mo, I would like to take an exam this coming Friday kasi feeling ko papasa na ako. Kasi August 12, 11 a.m. Yeah, sabihin nyo lang.
How much po ulit yung exam?
Package siya. So, including training, parang 10,000 pesos yata.
Thank you po.
Okay, so ang dami.
isa pa pong tanong, sorry.
Hindi, okay lang.
Yung pong principal po nila, ilan na yung slots na available for, principal, sorry. Architect. Search.
Solution,
Apa.
minimum 10 eh.
Minimum
So far,
10.
5 pa lang yata eh.
5
Ewan
pa
ko lang
lang
kung
po. Sige.
tutuloy sila. Hindi pa ako sure. Hindi pa ako sure.
Sige po. Mag-inquire na lang din po siguro.
Oo. Tapos pictorial tayo. Ito na. Ready na ba yung mga picture nyo? Okay lang ba tayo mag-pictorial? So I'm gonna stop shading so I can see all your faces. Stop ko na to. Yan, hindi nyo na. Tapos makikita ko yung mga magaganda yung mukha. Ilan ba tayo? 18 participants. Plus I have a snag it. Meron akong snag it screen capture. Pipicturean ko na to in ready in 3, 2, ay, hindi pala naka-video. So picturean ko na. Yeah. Teka, naka-record. Patay ko muna record. Stop ko muna recording. Recording pa pala ito.